start. Let me start today's session. This is the first session of your Python full stack development course. So in this session, I'm going to discuss in Python full stack development, what subjects I'm going to cover, and each and every subject I'll discuss what is the purpose. And also I will give you clarity whether you need to go with only Python core and advanced or full stack development. So both courses duration I'm going to explain you. And can you please mute your audio from your side? If you have any doubt, you can try to share your doubt in chat box. So at the end of the session also, I'll allow you to speak with me. So you can share your doubts by speaking, no problem. But right now, when the session is going, in the middle of the session, any questions are there. So you can please try to give your question into chat box so that I can read and I can answer you. And I request you please mute your audio from your side to avoid some noise, because these sessions all are going to be recorded, and same recorded videos we need to share to every students later. So please do mute from your side. So let's begin today's session. This is Python full stack web development course. Python full stack development course. In this Python full stack development course, I'm going to cover these subjects like Python completely core and advanced, Django, and then REST API, and then Flask, and UI, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, and then Bootstrap. Okay, these are the UI technologies. And finally, sixth one is, that is database is compulsory required MySQL and as well as SQLite 3, which is integrated with Django. So these are the subjects which I'm going to cover in our Python full stack development. So Python, Django, REST API, Flask, UI, MySQL, and SQLite 3. And if you go with complete Python full stack development course, so then the course duration is 4 months compulsory till time. So before 4 months, I can't finish. So if you have any time constraint, so duration like 2 to 3 months, if you are looking, then you can go for other options where you find. But it's not possible from my lectures, because I need to cover every subject in deep. So from scratch, and intermediate level programming, advanced level programming with respect to of all these subjects. So if you enroll for Python full stack development, so you need to travel 4 months with Durga sir. And for example, if you are looking only for Python, so core Python and advanced Python, that means basic and advanced level Python, then duration of the course is 45 days or 50 days to 60 days it will take. 50 days, maximum 50 days it will take to finish this only core and advanced Python. So now coming to this here, how we can select only Python core and advanced or full stack development. I suggest you, if you are a working employee, so already you are working somewhere, so in your project development, if they recommend to learn Python, which can be used in your project development as a script, as a programming, so then Python is recommended for you. No need to go for Python full stack development. And or else you are not a working employee, your requirement is you are going to do some job on Python completely full stack developer. So then in that context, I suggest you to learn complete Python full stack development. Or else you are a fresher, so recent passed out, or else you have a gap like 2 to 3 years, 2 years gap is there from your academics, then I can suggest you to learn Python full stack development. So that may be advantage. So once you have a strong knowledge on all these subjects area, so then you will be get more opportunities in reality. So more calls you will get in the context of all full stack development courses. Okay. Yes. Now coming to this. Just a moment, someone is asked. See that if you have any questions, you can feel free to message in the chat box so that I can read, then I can answer you while session is going. But at the end of the session, let me complete my demo session today. And after that, at the end of the session, I'll speak with you 10 to 15 minutes. You can share your queries and doubts. I'll freely answer to you. Okay. So just let me complete this demo lecture so that you will get clarity. So then you can ask any type of question regarding this Python full stack development. I'll clarify your doubts. So if you go for only Python, then 50 days duration. And if you go for complete Python full stack development subject, which I'm here covering, like Python, Django REST, and Flask and UI MySQL, 4 months duration is required, sir. And every day session is going to be recorded, including today's session. So these recorded sessions, we will upload to you your Google Drive, so that my lecture of videos are just lifetime access and downloadable recordings also, along with complete soft copy of material. So every subject we will send the PDF, core and advanced, Django, REST, Flask, everything will send PDF only. So no need to get any what we can say, you don't get any problem while watching my video lectures and in the context of practicing, or you can follow my PDF document clearly. You will get what we can say, practical things, everything step by step I have included. So now let's speak about which subject is for what purpose and why these subjects. So you have to get clarity in the initial stage only. So anything if you are learning means you have to know in that technology, in that context. So what subject are there? Each and every subject, which purpose is required, you have to know that clarity. So that after getting a clarity only, so that it will be easy to learn. So which subject is required for which means you can get clarity so that you will understand clear concept. One thing for sure, in this all 6 subjects which I'm going to cover in Python full stack development, you are going to learn only one programming language, that is Python. Remaining all are not a programming languages. Okay, so strictly remember. So only one programming language you are going to learn, that is only Python, sir. Because every Python full stack developer or any full stack developer, I'm speaking like Java full stack, .NET full stack, at least the person should aware one programming language. So here we are going to work on Python full stack development. So you need to have the idea about Python programming language. So this is only programming language what you are going to learn. Remaining all are not programming language. Then what are that remaining, sir? Okay, yes, let me discuss about Django, REST API, Flask. These are all frameworks. You are going to learn frameworks completely. But that too, these are all Python based frameworks. That means if you know Python, then you can move for Django, REST API, Flask. If you don't have any idea about Python, so that is not required to go to Django, REST, Flask and all. Okay, so I strongly recommend if you know Python, then only it is possible. Obviously, you can able to get it. Okay, no doubt at all. So now coming to this, without knowing about Python, so you can't move for Django, REST API, Flask and all, because these 3 are frameworks which are completely written in Python language. A person who know how to manage the Python script, that person can able to understand Django, REST and Flask. And coming to this UI technologies, to learn UI technologies, no prerequisite subject is required. Happily, you can able to start directly UI technologies at any time, no required a Python or Django, something like that. UI directly can able to learn. And coming to this MySQL and SQLite 3 also, to learn MySQL and SQLite 3, so not required to have any prerequisite because these are all completely database things only. database related things. Yeah, for working persons in Python, in the sense, if you know already Python functions and Python object-oriented programming principles, then Django is useful, compulsory, and along with REST API also. Most of them, they will teach Django, but they'll skip the REST API. But without REST API, we can't imagine that Django is fulfilled. So that's what Django with REST API, if you learn, that will be good deal actually. Okay, yeah. So now coming to this, to learn this UI and MySQL, no prerequisites are required. Prerequisites are required. But now coming to this, to learn Django, Python is compulsory required. And also to learn REST API, Django is compulsory required. So this is the link is there. That's what orderly I'm going to cover all these subjects in detail. Once again, I'm telling you, to learn Django, Python is required. To learn REST API, Python as well as Django both are required, because REST API is completely dependent on Django. It's an extension subject of Django. Using Django along with Python code, we are going to generate APIs, application programming interface. That too, this API is going to be generated by REST architecture, representational state transfer. This is REST architecture. Nowadays, most of the programmers in real time, they are going to generate APIs by using REST architecture only. And coming to this Flask, Flask is also framework, I said. Okay, but to learn Flask, only Python is enough, not required Django as well as REST API. To learn Flask framework, only Python knowledge is required. And these are the link is there actually. Okay, so orderly how to learn it. But to learn UI technologies, not required anything. To learn MySQL, it's not required because UI is completely front-end based. MySQL is completely database storage only here. Okay. Python certificate, if you want, you can do it, but no one will ask you certificate mandatory like this. So if you want to claim yourself as a certified developer, so after gaining the knowledge of Python, you can able to write the Python certification. So once you get a good credits, they will give you, Microsoft will give you certification so that you can claim as a certified person. That is add-on advantage. If a person is new person, then I will not recommend any subject. So you can start your career as a Python only. So even the most of the students will think like that, to learn Python, any prerequisite required? No, I can say no, not required to learn any C, C++ basics or anything. Directly you can go to Python or full stack. So I suggest you are a fresher means then full stack is the best option. You just hold a few minutes, okay? So that let me complete my lecture. So at the end, 10-15 minutes, I'll interact with you so that you can share your doubts and all one by one. I can give you answer clearly. So let me finish this each and every subject, which purpose we need to use. Okay. Now coming to this, Python is a programming language. Django, REST, Flask are frameworks. These are all Python-based frameworks, but these are all not at all programming language. But to work with these frameworks, compulsory one programming language is needed, that is called Python. And UI technologies completely designing purpose. This UI technologies and MySQL and SQLite databases we are going to use in the context of Django as well as REST API. These two frameworks are need UI technologies for designing web pages or web applications. And MySQL also database storage area. Now let's discuss in detail what is each subject purpose actually. First, we are talking about Python, and make sure that to learn all these subjects, Python is the first focus. So that's what our concentration first 45 days to 50 days fully completely concentration is on Python only. Later we'll begin with Django, REST, Flask and all. This UI and MySQL will come along with Django and REST framework only. So first Python side. So what is Python and what is the use of Python? As I said that Python is a programming language. Python is a programming language which is used to write coding part for the application development. Python is a programming language which is used to write coding part for the application development. Generally, any programming language you can take. So what is the use of programming language? Generally used to write coding part only. If you want to generate or design any software application, compulsory coding and logic code is required. That logic code we can write with Python language only, because we are using Python full stack. Even Java full stack developer, they'll go for Java. .NET full stack developer, they'll go for C#.NET. So there are some combinations are there. So you have to follow that combination. You are in Python full stack developer. So Python programming language is must. You can't escape it from. So Python language can be used to write coding part for the application development. Then coming to this, what is Django? As I said that Django is not a programming language. Django is a framework. Okay. So what type of framework it is, Django? So Django is a web development framework, and which is used to develop web applications, which is used to develop what type of applications? Web applications means websites with including UI only. Web application means the application which will provide services over the web is called web application. That web application development purpose in the Python context, we use a framework called Django. So Django is not a programming language. It's a framework. What type of framework means? It's a web development framework. Especially it is used to develop web applications only. But sir, what is framework generally? Framework is nothing but it's a collection of rules or set of rules, predefined rules, or it contains lot of built-in libraries. Using that libraries or using that predefined rules and regulations, we have to develop the application. So already rules was decided. You have to follow that rules, framework rules. They have given completely framework libraries. You have to install it and you can go through them implementation. But make sure that only Django will not work out to develop web applications. Okay, if you want to develop any web applications with the Django framework, compulsory Python is required, because we are going to write complete code in Python only. We are going to write website code completely written in what? Python language only, sir. So without Python, you can't go for what we can say Django, sir. Python, because this Django framework is completely written in Python. So Django framework completely written in Python. So I strongly recommend to learn Python before going to Django. Okay, it's a web development framework which is used to develop web applications. Now coming to this REST API. So what is REST API? So REST API is also a framework. REST API is also a framework which is used to develop the APIs. Nowadays, you know that APIs are playing very much good role in real-time applications. Okay, so now coming to this, the APIs means application programming interface. So application programming interface. I'll discuss in detail about REST API when it comes to its own subject like Django. After I'll talk about more things. I'll talk about API more things. But in a simple way, I can say REST API means it's a framework which is used to develop the APIs, that is application programming interface. So generally nowadays, many of the users are using their mobile devices. In their mobile devices, then all are having lots of applications like YouTube, Swiggy, Zomato, or banking applications like that. But the person is communicating the applications through APIs only. Whenever we are going to open any YouTube app from our mobile device, that YouTube app will send request to YouTube API. That API will communicate with YouTube applications. And same like application can send response to API. API can deliver response to our mobile device. So that means what you understand here, API is nothing but act as a middleman services, act a mediatory software. So this can be used to take requests from the client, and that same request can be sent to server. Server can give response to the API. API will give response to the client only. So it is act as a middleman services or mediatory software. That is API creation here. But most of the cases, the APIs will play the major role in real time, because in our daily life, we are having different technology applications in our mobile device. But finally, for doing your transaction complete, we are communicating with the different technology applications, so that multiple applications communication is possible with APIs. So in simple way, I can say the API is used to talk multiple applications with each other. That platform is called API only. So this is about REST API. This is a framework which is used to develop APIs for communicating with the different applications, especially in Python platform or Django platform. So without Django, you can't go for REST API. So Django compulsory required along with REST API. With the Django only, we are going to create APIs only, because Django is a web application development framework. In the web application development framework, first of all, we have to generate APIs for remaining different services which are going to be used from our web applications. So that API can be used by different technologies people. So that's what we need to generate APIs. Communication medium. API can be used to communicate with different applications. That is API only here. So this API we are generating with what architecture? REST architecture. REST means representational state transfer. So this architecture, this is the design architecture pattern. So this pattern through only we are going to develop APIs only. So that's what I'm saying, REST API. So REST API is a Python point of view, we can call it as REST API. Even this REST API in the Java point of view, programmers will call it as RESTful service. Okay, RESTful services. And .NET point of view, they will call it as web APIs. So terminology is different. According to them, it's a different terminology, but purpose is same only. In Python point of view, we can call it as REST API only. Okay. Now coming to this, what is Flask? Flask is also a framework, sir. Look at this. Flask is also a framework. Flask is also a framework, and also it is what framework? Web development frameworks. Flask is also a web development framework. Sir, you know that you're saying like Django is a web development framework. Again, Flask is a web development framework. So which is used to develop the web applications. Using Flask also we can able to develop the web applications. But the difference between Django and Flask is a micro framework. Flask is a micro framework. Flask is a micro framework. That means using Flask, we can develop only single page applications. Using Flask, we can develop the single page applications only. Single page applications only we can develop using Flask. In real time, generally Flask can be used to develop microservices or small scale applications, or obviously feature scope is a lot. Nowadays, Django can be used many well-known companies like what we can say Spotify, Spotify, and also Udemy and YouTube, and so many Mozilla Firefox, that app, that the browser previously it was PHP, now it's migrated into Django. So there are a lot of websites are there with Django, with Python, even including Flask also. Okay, so the lot of top level companies are using. So it's obviously scope. If you are looking forward for web application development with related to Python, I can suggest you strongly Django only. Okay, it's a good, no problem. So Flask is a web development framework which is used to develop the web applications. Flask is a micro framework. Using Flask, we can develop single page applications, but using Django, we can develop not only single page, multiple pages applications, and medium level applications and huge scale applications also we can develop using Django. Okay, so Django is the scale is different, and Flask is a scale is limited, scope is limited. Only small scale applications and single page applications can be developed here. So Flask and Django, these two are web application frameworks we are going to learn. Now coming to this UI, sir. UI, user interface. So obviously, in real time, so any website, if you open, compulsory UI is required. So whatever you are going to see on the screen for the first time when we open or any website visit, So you are looking that screen. No, that screen is nothing but UI screen only, user interface. User interface means finally when user is going to enter into the website, how the user is going to interact with the web form or registration form. This is called user interface kind of thing. That user interface we can prepare with the UI technologies. Imagine that no website is exist without user interface, without UI technologies. So I'm talking about UI technologies. So these are the UI technologies which I'm going to cover. What is recommend for especially Django related topics through. I'm going to cover all UI technologies here. Okay. Yes, I'll replay clearly there. So UI technologies means like HTML is there, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, and then Bootstrap. So these are all the UI technologies basics which I'm going to cover in related to Django, how much it is needed for Django, REST API, Flask. Then I'm going to cover all the things which related to UI technologies. In this UI technologies, lot of things are there like HTML. So why HTML is required here? Generally, HTML stands for hypertext markup language. As you know that it is used to prepare the web pages only. Okay, so if you want to describe actual content of the website, then HTML is required. HTML is used to generate web pages. So only web pages not enough, because sometimes I need to do some more look and feel I want to bring for my web pages. In that context, we can go for CSS. This is for what actually styling. Styling for web pages purpose, we can use what actually CSS on cascading style set. So only if you go through HTML, your web pages look like normal you feel, but you want to make your web pages more look and feel is better. So when compared to normal style, then you can go for CSS styling for web pages. Okay. Yes, we can do it. That will come in Django with MySQL concept, with joins concept only here. Okay. Yes. Now CSS cascading style sheet, that styling for web pages purpose, we use CSS only. So cascading style sheet. CSS is only for HTML. So if there is no HTML, you can't apply any CSS. Compulsory CSS is required HTML elements or HTML tags only. Because on the tags only we can apply some styling for styling for HTML. Now JS is there, JavaScript it is. It's one of the most scripting languages in every web development. So you can't imagine there is a website which is running without JavaScript. You know, every website is going to be integrated with JavaScript, and obviously JavaScript is used to make functional. Functional means dynamic web pages, dynamic pages creation. Functional or dynamic pages, meaning is what? If we create HTML, only HTML is going to be static resources, like the pages will display, like registration form will display, or login form or change password form. We can design, and with styling CSS, page is available. But how do we make some functional? So interaction pages, like if I entered username and password or any data in the HTML pages, but how the data is going to be validated, so how the functionality will make, so then JavaScript is required. Most of the cases, JavaScript are going to be used for validations, form validations, means user inputs are correct or not. If you want to cross verify, then JavaScript is required. Okay, yes. So now coming to this, see, we are asking Spring Boot. Spring Boot is related to, that is in Java related, but I can't talk about that Spring Boot. So if you ask me any Django related question, that will be good, and I can able to answer at any extent level Python related. Okay, so that's what. So JavaScript is a functional or dynamic web pages. That means if you want to perform any validations, form validations, whether user inputs are correct or not, if you want to check, then you can go for JavaScript along with HTML. Again, to perform actions or functionality, HTML tags are required. So because once we write JavaScript functionality, we can attach to that HTML page where we can perform the validation by calling JavaScript functions only. We'll discuss that also in detail in our session. So I'll try to create JavaScript functions and call in the web forms like HTML forms, how functionality is going to be takes place. And coming to this jQuery, Bootstrap are advanced UI technologies. These are designed and developed by using HTML, CSS, JavaScript only. jQuery as well as Bootstrap. Both are advanced UI technologies. These two are designed by using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. jQuery is a JavaScript library. It's an extension of JavaScript. jQuery is what actually? JavaScript library. So why jQuery, sir? Because we have already JavaScript. So JavaScript is nothing but it's a completely code from scratch. Code from scratch. Code from scratch. That means if you write the code from scratch, then it will make more code. So that means if you want to reduce a lot of code without writing the code from scratch, if you want to use directly library which is available, then jQuery is required, sir. Actually, jQuery is required. jQuery is an advanced JavaScript library. So it is just making some code is less. We can do more operations. jQuery libraries you can download from jQuery.com. And Bootstrap is nothing but combination of JS as well as CSS libraries only. JavaScript and CSS libraries are combinedly available in the context of Bootstrap. This Bootstrap will make more look and feel of your web page. More look and feel of web pages. So we will focus on more Bootstrap only in our Django web application development, because Bootstrap functionalities will bring lot of look and feel for our web pages when compared to normal HTML as well as CSS. So these are UI technologies for which purpose we are going to use these UI technologies, which I'm going to cover when I starts with Django. First few days, 5 sessions, Django introduction, Django setup and application running process. I will tell you. After that, we will focus on UI technologies. Once we complete that UI technologies, which is recommended for Django, how much it is needed, all the topics will be covered. After that, we will focus on completely Django lectures. Once we complete Django, the extension subject is there, along with the Django with Python script, how to generate APIs in Python development. So we will focus on REST API. Then finally, we will go for Flask. This is the last framework which I'm going to conduct the sessions in our Python full stack development. Flask is separate framework, which is not really needed. Django REST API for learning Flask. Flask is only for Python is required. Okay. And UI anytime you can learn, and MySQL. What is MySQL? See, as a full stack developer, you should have at least a basic idea about any one database. That I'm recommending MySQL. MySQL and SQLite, both I'm showing now, because SQLite is one of the database which is integrated with Django. Whenever we what we can say, create a Django project or application, automatically you will find the one integrated database, SQLite only. This database can be used to manage everything with the Django related stuff. In case, if you want to manage your database separately, then MySQL is recommended here. But it doesn't mean that Django and Python do not support MS SQL like Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, and other databases. Yes, Python and Django can support any type of databases, but just there is some common combination in real time. Most of the Python applications are going to be used MySQL as a database, backend SQLite only. That's what I'm including MySQL, because it's a common combination. You know that most of the Java programmers in full stack development, they'll prefer to use Oracle as a database. Most of the .NET full stack developer, they'll prefer as MS SQL is a database, Microsoft SQL. And we preferred in Python full stack development, MySQL is the majority of the cases. But it doesn't mean that Python and Django do not support other databases like Oracle or other database. Other databases also we can use it, no problem. But MySQL, I'm going to focus. This MySQL basics also I'm going to cover in the respect of Django as well as Python only. So SQLite, this is called database storage. Database creation purpose we use for storing user data or client data, we can say that. So compulsory database idea also need to be required, sir, because you are the Python full stack developer. You should have maximum idea about at least one database and at least one programming language and frameworks and UI technologies. So this is completely what I'm going to cover in our Python full stack development. Each and every subject purpose is what. So once again, I'm telling you, in entire these 6 subjects, you are going to learn only one programming language, that is called Python. And Django, REST, Flask are frameworks. These are not a programming language, but these frameworks, if you want to manage, you need one programming language, that is called Python. To manage Django and REST, Python is mandatory. To manage Django, to manage REST API, Python and Django is mandatory. To manage Flask framework, only Python is mandatory. And to manage UI, no prerequisites. Directly you can learn with UI technology. And this is also MySQL directly you can learn without linking with any other subjects. These two are completely separately you can learn it, no problem at all. But in our lecture, all I'll cover according to our convenience. So first focus is completely on Python, sir. Okay, complete Python, because without this Python, you can't move with any subjects in our Python full stack development. So that's what I want to make you comfort in Python 45 days to 50 days. Once you know how to deal with Python script, so it will be easy to handle with Django, REST, Flask, and any other things. Okay, so this is about complete overview of Python full stack development course, each and every subjects which you are going to learn. All the subjects related recorded videos I'll send to your Google Drive along with complete soft copy of material. You just Hello, can you hear me? So this is about Python full stack development courses and which subject is required to what purpose I included clearly. If you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now so that I can give you answer clearly. Yeah.
Hi, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Tell me, what's your question?
Okay. I have a few questions to ask, Ashley. Hi, my name is Sherry, and I have a question. Like my first question is, do we have, apart from providing video, do we have any online class where we all student can discuss discuss
No,
the Python? Hmm.
the thing is, I mean to say, apart from class lectures, any platform is there to share the doubts and
Yeah,
all these things you're asking?
yeah.
No, there is no platform, but only the option is you can contact through mail only.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many hours I have to study every day because I'm doing a job
Yeah, yeah, it's okay.
full.
Good, good, good. But actually, the class is every day according to Indian time, IST, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Only 1 hour session. And if syllabus is not going to
Okay.
cover within the 4 months duration, I'll plan weekend sometimes 1.5 hour also every Friday and Saturday. So that will be good. And from your side, practice is compulsory required. Without practice, you can't do anything. So only attending the classes is not enough. So compulsory, you need to practice at least 1 hour daily. If you practice, that will be good.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you will be satisfied undoubtedly. So that you will build confidence on this.
Okay. So you said that Indian timing 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, right?
Yes, Indian time.
Okay. So is that a everyday class or
Everyday class,
the
like Monday to Saturday classes will be there. Only Sunday is the off.
okay, Monday to Saturday?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And my fourth question is, my fourth question is, so as you said that, is it possible to get a job after doing this course for 5 months?
Obviously, why not?
Do because this subject is very vast, right? So I cannot cover everything in 5 months. 5 months is like a very short period of time. So, do you think I would be eligible to find a job easily by just doing this course?
Obviously, you just leave it to me how I'm going to cover within 5 months. You will see this what subject you are going to get that. So it's a very clear, not a problem. It's not a big deal. Easily we can able to do it.
And what is the first job which anybody can start who doesn't have any knowledge about the Python, who has experience in IT but no knowledge about the language, Python or Java, like
That's
me?
that's
From
that, that,
what
that's
job?
that's the reason. What job means completely software developer job only will get undoubtedly. So once you learn the Python, so you can claim yourself as a Python programmer. You have to attend interview based on that. So they'll test your knowledge, how you strong about Python and REST framework or Django like that. Then they can hire you as a developer. So you should start work with Python only.
Okay, so do I need to get the certificate from any institute to, get a job?
See, not required, not required. I personally not suggest Python certification because the reason is if you are a working professional already, then already have experience like minimum 5 to 10 years. Then if you want to looking for promotional or on-site opportunity, then
Mm-hmm.
you can prove yourself as a certified developer. So then I recommend certification. But normal student not required to get a certification from Microsoft. So you can
And
claim through your own subject only, not required.
and do you provide a certificate just proof that we attend
Ah,
this?
that's we can do it from our end. We will provide so and so person completed successfully this course, like date
Okay,
and from duration and all these things with your name. We will provide. That should be in online only. You can download it and you can claim that also.
okay. Thank you. You answered all the question.
Yeah, yeah. Any more? And you can find this video lecture also Durga Soft YouTube channel after 2 3 hours. if you want to repeat this, only 5 lectures will be uploaded for every online classes for mine. So after that, you can enroll the course and you can continue my lectures directly attending online. How pay overseas payment? Yes, no problem regarding this overseas payment or all these things. Then our team will take care of this.
And
So, and
okay,
they will assist you how to do all these payments. So they'll mail you because you have already
okay,
registered with your mail for this Zoom meeting, so that automatically they can get your mail. So they'll mail you how to do this process and all.
okay. In the chat, I didn't see the branch code, and I see the account number, but there is no branch code.
See,
So
I'm not aware of this payment, all these
okay,
things, because my duty is only to take the sessions, but our backend team will take care of this. So anyway, I'll ask them to send
okay,
all these details to you so that you can find that. No problem, no hurry to do this payment option. Still, you have enough time to do this. Please feel free to attend the sessions, 2 or 3 sessions more, no problem at all.
okay. So the transaction usually it takes 2 3 days
Okay, okay.
to get into the account, and I just want to let you know that you are, I have watched many Python class on YouTube.
Okay,
Your explanation is the best one. This is
okay,
my
okay.
honest, yeah. I left a comment in your YouTube channel. The way you are explaining, it's excellent actually. You
Okay, okay.
explain very well. I hope I will learn a lot
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
sure, sure.
those 5 months.
Surely, surely, I'll not disappoint you finally. But if you say like that, then I'm fearing about myself because I need to reach your goals and all these things. But anyway, I'll do my best. Thanks for your
Thank you
comments.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
sir.
One more.
Yeah, please continue. Then after I will ask my question.
Hello, sir. Dibigant is here. Okay.
Yeah, tell.
One question from my side. If I want to know about the how to write a query for comparing the two table in Excel, I need to join the full stack development, or I need to only the Python is good.
See, that's what I am asking once again. Joining two or more tables purpose, generally we used to use a concept called joins concept in MySQL related, but you are talking about Excel sheet. But Excel sheet
Yes.
in our Python, actually there is a concept is there CSV file, comma separated values dealing. So that is possible with only, you are talking about Excel sheets. There are two tables, we can merge it, no?
Yes. By the yeah, in the database also SQL query is there.
No
Need
problem.
to
That is required. Only Python is enough, because in our Python we will deal with connectivity, database connectivity also, MySQL and SQLite, and even Excel sheet also we can interact with CSV files. No worries. We can go for Python first. Then if your requirement is huge again, then later also you can decide to continue my lectures of Django and test and Flask other things. But initially you can go through Python. So let's see this what will happen.
okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yeah. Tell me.
Shashank here. Yeah, sir. Right now I'm working with a MNC, and I'm not liking my job there. I'm working in ERP, and I'm more interested in develops in software development. And basically, I know core Java. Then after I know Spring Boot as well. But nowadays, I'm hearing about the Python more. Means people are talking about the Python more, that Python
Yeah.
has a good future scope. So that's why, yeah, Python is more known for its machine learning part. Then after data
Data
science
analysis,
part,
data
yeah,
analysis or
yeah,
statistical analysis. Yes.
yeah, but I don't know about the in-depth development. Means, yeah, means just I'm hoping for the best. Means I will be able to get a good job after completing that Python full stack development. So can
For
you
sure, for sure.
yeah,
That's what web development purpose we are introducing. No, lot of frameworks here. Django, REST, and Flask is there. So that's what people might aware of that. Anybody, those who don't have any knowledge, also they know about Python little bit, but they don't aware of much more Django, REST, and Flask frameworks.
yeah,
So
right,
that's
right,
what you are going to do this also, so that finally you will get clarity. So how we can develop the applications using Python and Django, all these things.
yeah, right. Means, see, once I will complete that job, that I can start looking for the job. That, but after that we are still, see, I have some experience in IT industry, but that's not relative, right? Not relatable. It's I can be able to claim that I am still a fresher. Means in the case of fresher, can be able to get a job in good company with a handsome amount of salary.
Obviously you will get, but only the thing is finally how
Yeah,
you work on these all frameworks and Python, and how your skill set was improved. That's a matter finally. So
yeah, right.
there is.
See, one thing I know means I have developed a logic, means through the years, through all the years which I have. I know some part of the C, then after some part we can say in C++, then Java. So means the basic is clear. See, once you know any language, that means you have developed your logic. Means you can easily learn any other language. This is what I
Sure,
know.
sure. That's true. That's true. But because you have already aware of that core Java, whatever you said, that's add an advantage for learning Python. It's an easy when compared to them also. But those who don't have any basics also, you need not to fear about this Python, because it's a very simple and straightforward language. Those who don't have any background of IT or CSE also, they can come and learn happily. So you can settle your career with Python only, undoubted.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have I think I have a one thing to share with everyone, that with learning with the if you learn only the REST API, you will able to find the job, because I cracked the interview for the REST customer support engineer for the REST API. They just want you to know only the REST API. Even that's enough. Last time I cracked the interview, however, like with the help of Google, they gave me an assignment before, for the screen test. They gave me an assignment to do it with the REST API. So I did it by using, by Googling it. And then later on, I couldn't get through that job interview because they were looking for the more experience. So if you I'm just sharing my experience, so everybody will have some like some knowledge, that if you have little bit, like not little, if you know about the REST API, there is a scope also for the REST API.
Yeah, yeah.
For the REST API is a very vast. For 2 days I was just googling it, and then how anyhow I finished that assignment and then submitted to the HR, and then they selected me. But they were not ready to take me because I don't have experience at all. I told them honestly, because I don't want to get like the flunked after getting the job. So I just told them honestly that I don't have experience, but I just googled it and I got through it. And, yeah, that's it. I just want to share my experience with my last job interview. I had an interview 2 weeks ago with the REST API customer support engineer.
Yeah, yeah. That's what REST API is mandatory. As I said, that Dijang after you must and should learn REST API, because we will also focus more and more on REST API only, because a lot of things are there to create an APIs, but all are built-in classes also available. That's what focus is more on API with Dijang.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Karim Sheikh, basically, okay, I can't explain in Telugu because my target audience are different places that they cannot understand. But I can somehow I can manage for you. At least you can able to go through your language. I can understand, no problem. I can give you answer in the basic English only. No, not at all.
Mohan, question. Will you be also teaching the coding best practices and the peptide standards for coding
Obviously.
in Python?
Obviously, that standard Python enhancement proposal we will follow. So what guidelines
Okay.
they are giving, so same pattern you can observe in our editor
Okay.
how we are writing the code.
Okay.
So this is for today lecture, and tomorrow we'll meet again on same link. So after finish this course, I'm eligible for front-end developer also. Please provide Some resume simple. Yeah, I can do it. But front-end developer, instead of claiming as a front-end developer, you can also claim that is Python full stack developer. That's better actually.
Yeah. Sir, one more question. After completing this course, not means apart from your teaching, do we need to follow some other website or some another thing means or
Yeah, that's your wish actually. Even that is true also, because as a trainer I can tell you what needed according to this all subjects, okay, but from your end also same as it is, whatever I covered the examples and hands-on things in our session, not need not to practice same thing. You can do some R&D by looking some websites or Google it, and you can get more knowledge. And you can also do some experiment. In that experiment, if you have any trouble, you can just ask me, then I can clarify that thing also very good actually.
okay, yeah. This is what I'm
Exercise that I'll take care, because every topic I can post some questions so that you can come with your code, and even I will come with my code, and after that we'll discuss in the class at the end of the session, so that different students will come with their task with different code. So that will be good to know each and every task how we can able to finish differently, which is the best one also will conclude finally. That is also it's a common thing in daily.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Is it possible to change the timing like 7:30 to 8:30?
No, sir, I'm extremely sorry, because my schedules are completely packed up. Even I have to start 8 a.m. here in my institute offline. I'm waiting for going there. Every hour there is a session, so I can't able to do that.
Sir, because of this session in 7 to 8 a.m., sir. So it's not possible to join.
Yeah, that's I can agree that, but from my end, it's not possible, because once I shift the time for this batch, then for my every batch is going to move half an hour after till night 10 o'clock. So I can't manage this. This is big deal for me.
Anything, sir, new batches will start for
New batches are there from Durga Soft, so many, no problem. Other faculties also there. You can inquiry with them, so you can feel free to join with them, no problem at all for us. So you can go through them also. It's fine. But my batch is
So,
this is right now currently one after long time. This slot only I got it free slot. That's what they schedule my batch now.
so when this batch class will start?
So you can assume that this is already started. So only demo lectures for 5 days or 4 days only. You can from your end this is
Okay.
demo lectures, but my end it's already regular sessions only.
Okay.
Yeah,
So same time, right? Every day?
sure, same time.
Okay. So for the link, do we I will get the Zoom link in my email, or I have to go to the website to
No,
go
actually,
software?
I think you have you will get the mail also today, so you will get the
Okay.
Zoom
Yeah,
link
I
also.
got it. Yeah.
For
Mm-hmm.
first 5 days only, you can use this link, and this is for
Okay.
demo purpose. Our Durga Soft team will handle this link for 5 days. After enrollment,
Okay.
all students, then everything session is in my hand only. I can able to manage that GoToMeeting link. I'll give from my side.
Okay. So can I, if I have a question regarding the payment, how to make payment, do I need to, can I respond on that email which I got a Zoom link?
Surely you can respond to them. And what's your name, so that I can inform to them also immediately, so that they'll
Yeah.
mail.
Sure. My name is Sherry, Sherry.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So I'll inform to them so that they'll interact with
Okay. Thank you.
you. Okay, fine. So I'm sorry to say this is I need to leave. It's time, because on the same link, some other session is ready to start. So that's what they're asking me to start. So sorry for that. Any more questions, I'll answer you quickly in tomorrow's session after end of the session. So that have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Sir, last
Thank you so
question.
much.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
sir,
Tell me.
last question.
Tell me.
Yeah, I am a job in data analysis. Do I need to join with Python or full stack developer?
Only Python, sir. Only Python is required. Don't waste your time and money for joining full stack. Only Python is enough for you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Fine.
Excuse me, sir. I have one quick question.
Tell me first.
Yes, I'm also working as a data analytics, so I just want to participate only Python class.
Only
I
Python
don't
is
want.
required. Only Python is required.
Okay, so the pay is gonna be different or is the same pay?
No. Different, sir. Different. You should pay less. But I can't disclose the pay details as a trainer from my side. You can contact to them, so they'll assist you clearly. Okay.
And I'm from Texas, USA, so you should provide us different kind of link for payment because I can't pay on the bank account.
Yeah, that's things, everything's my backend team will take care of that. I don't know much more about that, so they'll take care of. They'll assist you. Don't worry. Okay.
All right, thank you, man. Bye.
Yeah.
So for all the six SQL, UI, Flags, REST API, Django, Python, all of them, whole package is 5,000, right?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not only Python. That is, you are saying that, but other all total package, that is different. You can inquiry with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I am actually a kind of intermediate. For example, I can write classes, and I can write some functions, and I use my Python for my table comparison or get data using ODBC jars to the my database, and some wraparound scripts. I just do it with Python. And I don't know whether I should start here or I should start with advanced, or this is that one.
So as your wish, you can just take the few sessions so that you can decide that. Actually, in basic Python, we are going to cover complete fundamental concepts like how to work with loops and while loops, nested for loops, operators, data type, even more data structures also there. That is very important to deal with every time data, and even functions, modules, lambda expressions. These are all our we will cover into core basic Python only.
Okay. Because I know like all the data types like dictionaries, tuples, and then I can work with the JSONs, and then lambda functions. I'm quite comfortable in using it. I mean, basically, and also I'm looking at packaging, like how to package, and the advanced concepts in classes, like how we can do the encapsulation or abstraction, how we can do it using classes. So that's what, because for my right now the knowledge is for any functions I create a class or method in that and I use it. So I'm at that level only. Probably I mean you are a better judge on that, so I just thought of checking.
No problem. You are the correct track only, but we will discuss in our session like in detail about class and each and every method inside the class, how it will behave exactly, because different types of methods are there, not only one method. Obviously, class contains several methods like instance method, static method, class method, different types of methods.
Correct. Yeah.
Different point of scale, we have to use that.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's begin today's session. And in the last session, we just discussed about basic subjects which I'm going to cover in Python full stack development, like Python, Django, REST, and Flask, UI, MySQL. And even I have discussed clearly which subject is for what purpose also. I clearly mentioned in the last session. And today's session, I'm going to give complete overview of Python because this is our main subject. Without this subject, we can't move forward for any frameworks and other process. So this is our first subject and Python. So what is Python means? As I said, that Python is a programming language which is used to write generally coding part for the application development. And here we need to know that what type of language it is. The reason is already we have existing languages like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET, more vast languages which can be used rapidly in every application development like Java and C#, .NET. So that are also strong enough to build any application. But why Python became a popular language, and also why people are moving towards Python? So what is the reason behind that means? So basically, Python is having simple syntax and straightforward code, and there is no complex syntax, and you need not to concentrate on Python script more because it's a straightforward, everybody can understand. Because of this reason, it's not became a popular. The main reason was it's provide completely huge standard library. That is the main reason, one of the key reason why Python became a popular and so oftenly used language in everywhere, means it's provide completely huge standard library. Libraries means it's completely pre-defined classes and along with methods. So in each and every aspect of application, so once we download Python software and install, you will get plenty of libraries. Directly you can able to use it and you can implement your application code. So once the libraries are available, so no need to write the code from scratch. You can able to reuse that libraries and you can inject that libraries to your application and you can use that stuff from there. So no need to write code from scratch. That is the big advantage of Python. And moreover, the advantage of Python is completely cross-platform as well as platform independent also. It can run on any platform. So that means it's a portable language. We can migrate from one platform to another platform easily. And moreover, the libraries which will come in the context of different applications. So the person who wants to develop data science or data analysis, they can get libraries like pandas, matplotlib, numpy. These also I'm going to cover in the end of the session of Python. So pandas for data analysis purpose and matplotlib is for visualization purpose. Pandas and matplotlib are developed on top of numpy. So numpy is also one of the part of our session. And data science or data analysis application purpose also, they are providing completely libraries and even statistical analysis and machine learning, artificial intelligence and network programming, and also business applications, gaming applications, and many more applications we can develop using Python. For all the applications, Python supports built-in libraries. So that's the reason the programmer choice obviously to build their application quickly without interacting with a lot of code. Directly they can collect the stuff from Python libraries. So that's the reason Python became a popular language in every projects or in every technologies. Python contribution is there nowadays. So that's the reason. So Python is a simple and straightforward, and it's provide completely huge standard libraries. Because of this reason only, Python became a popular language, one of the first choice as a programmer in reality. Now coming to this, Python is what type of language is? Python is a general purpose. So everybody knows that what is meaning of general purpose. So general purpose means it's not a specific language which can be used to design for specific type of application. It's completely general purpose. This can be designed for develop any type of applications, not only specific. Like using Python, we can develop web applications, standalone applications, and desktop GUI applications, and gaming applications, and data analysis applications, and many more. So it's not designed for only specific point of scale. It is going to use it to develop complete different types of application. That is the meaning of general purpose programming language. And coming to this, Python is a high-level programming language. Meaning is, as a Python programmer, while writing Python logic, so we need not to concentrate on low-level activities. That means memory management and security. All these things built in available in Python. So Python will take care internally for the memory management with the help of garbage collector and security with code access security. So it takes care everything. You need not to contribute from your side. So no need to concentrate on low level activities because it's a high level programming language. And coming to this, Python is interpreted programming language. Interpreter. So generally, whenever we go for like a C language or C++, even Java and C#.NET. So Java is both interpreter as well as compiler. But these are most of the cases like compiler only here, compiler based language. What is meaning of compiler based? It's a simple, when we write the code in these languages and the code will be compiled, whole program at a time will be checked and run. That is called compiler. But when it comes to Python, even JavaScript also, so it is interpreted language. Interpreter. Interpreted based means whenever we write the code in Python language, that code can be compiled, that code can be cross-verified or checked line by line only. So line by line code will check and execute. So that is called interpreter. Whole program at a time it will check and execute. That is called compiler. So Python is interpreted based. So that means how many number of lines you write in Python script. So each and every line separately will cross verified and it will execute. So that's because of this reason, always Python execution speed is little bit slow when compared to these existing languages. But it doesn't mean that it is a drawback of Python, because it's a useful tool also. There is a debugging option is there in Python. So whenever your code is going to be run line by line, as a programmer, you can find out easily where the mistake is available. You can do that debugging of programming clearly while working with line by line code. So this is interpreted. That's the reason when we write huge number of lines of code in Python, so you don't recognize the number of errors which will be displayed in the output window every time. Only one error will be notified. So that is the reason is when Python start execution from the first line, if all the lines are correct, for example, imagine that line number 5, there is some problem. Immediately Python interpreter will stop the line number 5 code and it will show the error clearly on which line it's available and what type of error. So only one error you will notice because of it is interpreted only. So when it comes to these languages like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET, these are all compiler based. How many lines you have written the code, whole lines will check and execute. That's what we notice in these languages, especially while working with these languages. Programmer will notice that multiple lines errors. Like if you face like 5 errors will display and with along with line numbers, and 10 errors, 20 errors. If there is no errors, obviously compiler will successfully generate the exe file. It will ready to execute now. But in Python, not like that. So it won't generate any exe here because it's an interpreter. So each and every line by line code will check and finally it is going to be executed. But it doesn't mean that there is no compilation in Python. So in Python, compilation also there, but as a programmer, we are not going to do compilation explicitly. Internally, interpreter will take care of that compilation line by line checking process. So this is about interpreted. It's an interpreted based. Even JavaScript also interpreted, because JavaScript also same almost equally Python. So now coming to this, Python is dynamically typed programming language. Dynamically typed programming language. This feature is very useful feature for programmer side, because in other languages, the programmer need to take care the data type at the time of writing the code. So now you can see statically typed these languages. Statically typed means at the time of declaring any variable, the syntax of declaring data type or variable in other languages, this is the common syntax, data type, then after that variable name equals to value, and then semicolon is ending with the statement, so it's must. If you miss semicolon in other languages, so it will give error completely. Suppose here this is my syntax. In this data type, I declared as a programmer because my value is 10. So I have to know that this value based data type. So if this value is float, I can't say that it is an integer, so it will give error. So I can have, I should have the clarity about this data type and variables clearly. This variable data type, what I need to do. So that's what here it is statically typed. Means at the time of writing the code, you need to decide the data type of the variable based on its value. But in Python, there is no problem at all. So it is a dynamically typed. No, dynamically means during the program execution. Statically means before execution. So dynamically typed language means in Python, no need to define any data type. Just we can say variable name equals to value, and variable name is equal to value and 10 only. Even no need to give any termination symbol like semicolon, because Python program automatically terminated once line is ended. Even if you include this semicolon also, it's not wrong in Python. It will accept it, no problem, but it's not required. So you can see this. I didn't mention any data type of the variable before declaring the variable. Even if you mention the data type of this variable like this, it will give clearly syntax error. It will not allow you to declare the data type from the programmer end because it's a dynamically typed. Based on its a value, data type will be decided. For example, I want to show you this one quick example. For this, I'm just opening a default editor that is called IDLE. Whenever we download and install Python software, you will get a default editor that is called IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. You need not to worry. I'll discuss in next session clearly how to do Python setup from scratch, what softwares are required, how to download and install it, and what is our complete editor. Throughout our sessions, we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I would like to show you a simple program. So how data type dealing. So ideally software I'm opening. This is the default editor. As soon as when we click on this ideally, so you'll notify this is ideally shell. This is editor tool. So in this editor, just I'm typing a is a variable equals to is operator and 10 is a value. So here you can see as soon as when we hit the enter, then automatically 10 will be assigned to a. Do you want to print a? No need to use print statement. It is optional to use here. Directly you can say a and enter. You got this value clearly. And you can see if I declare int a equals to 10, this is wrong. In Python, so dynamically data type will decide for the variable, so that is integer, but we have mentioned integer from our side, that is not correct. So integer invalid syntax it is. So if I go for this value a and a is printing, but I want to know that which data type is assigned for my variable. So if you want to know that, just simply you can go for type function. Type is a built-in function in Python to know which data type is assigned for your variable. It's a class type integer type. And even if I declare the a is 23.4 and a is printing and type of a is what actually float type. So like this, based on the value, data type will decide internally. So we need not to specify any data type in Python. Only you should focus on the value which you want to assign to them. Then that value, based on its value, Python interpreter will decide the type of variable only. Okay, so this is one of the advantage. So you need to focus on only values and variables. No need to think about data types. Okay, so but it doesn't mean that Python do not have any data types. Lots of data types are there, like int, float, bool, complex, and even more sequence or collection data structures are there: string, list, tuple, set, dictionary, range, and so on. So a lot of data types are there here clearly. Okay, so we'll discuss that data structures also in our upcoming session. So now you can see dynamically typed. Okay, now coming to this, Python is case sensitive programming language. Case sensitive means how the way you declare the variables and the function names or class name, any names. Same way how to access, you cannot able to access different way. For example, if I declare a value 10, then I can access that through print function a only. But I cannot able to access this with capital letter A because it's a case sensitive. What the variable you declare, like name of the variable or name of the function, name of the class, how the way you declare, same way how to access. If you access in different way, it won't work out. So ultimately, Python is a general purpose, high level, interpreted, dynamically typed, and case sensitive programming language. What type of language means? Now coming to this, why Python? Why not other language? Just now I discussed clearly, Python provides a flexible way to write the code when compared to other existing languages. And moreover, Python syntaxes are very simple and straightforward. There is no complex syntax. And also, Python provides lots of built-in libraries, which will make programmer task will be easy. So you can able to write the code directly by using that libraries. And imagine that when compared to other programming languages, so for example, if you want to display some output on the screen like hello world or welcome to something like that, if you want to display some single line output statements onto the screen, if you go through Java or C or C++, at least minimum you need to write 4 or 5 lines of code because the structure is like that only in those languages. If you go for Java, first we need to import packages, and after that you have to declare the class, public class, class name, and let open bracket, close brackets are there, and public static void main. So many things are there. For example, you can see this Java language. So I'm including one class like public class. Class name is what we can say, just class name I can use, and open bracket, close bracket. This is very simple, straightforward structure also, but somewhat complex because every time you have to follow these rules and regulations. If you miss any brackets or semicolon or something, so it will give error something. String, square bracket, arcs, then open and close. Finally, if you want to display any statement, system.out.println, I can say hello. This is the code actually in Java. But here in Python, need not to write these many lines of code. Almost same lines you can write in C# as well as C language also. But in Python, not required to write these many lines. In Python, simply if you want to display hello, then just use print statement. It's a print is a function. You can say that hello, that's all. So one line is the matter. So easily you can able to manage the code clearly, sir. Okay, this is what hello statements we print in Python programming straightforward. But how that manage? Yes, it's an interpreted language. No class is required, no method is required, no object is required. But here line by line code will check whatever the lines are stated. Now you can see this this line automatically will execute. Yeah, please go ahead. Your question. Any question?
So when you write the code, do you need to, is it necessary to write the bracket and then a semicolon?
Not
Or
required.
we can just,
See, the thing is here, if I use semicolon, it's not required here. Here
okay.
brackets are required here when we go for some PyCharm editor or other editor. But whenever we go for some ideally platform, so now you can see here, no need to use any print. Directly you can go for hello, or else you can write like print function also we can use like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you manually type the bracket open and bracket close?
Yes, I'm manually typing because it's ideally. So brackets will not come by default. There is no IntelliSense option. That's what I suggest you in our upcoming session. Also, I'll introduce so many editors. In that, I'll go for right editor like PyCharm editor. Then we go for PyCharm editor, and everything will become in the IntelliSense like suggestion. So you need not to worry about where we should use capital letter and small letters and brackets. Automatically, it will capture from IntelliSense. But here, no IntelliSense. So automatically you have to take care how to write your program with spelling mistake. Even you can see when I try to write something P capital and hello, I can say, I don't notice that here error until we execute the program. So when we execute the program, error is noticed here. So P letter capital, did you mean print? Yes, I mean print only. But this type of things will not be available in upcoming editors like PyCharm editor I'll introduce. No, there don't be any problem like this.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I strongly recommend to use a proper editor and professional editor which is exclusively designed for Python. So that will be recommended in the initial stage of Python learning. So if you know already how to manage the syntax and Python script and well, then you can go through any editor. Even you can write a code in Notepad, Notepad++, any editor you can use. Because if you go through Notepad and Notepad++, even ideally platform editor tool, there don't be any IntelliSense and there is no recognition tools are there. That means what programmer is expecting, it won't populate you. So that is the big problem in the initial stage of learning Python. So what I suggest you, better to use PyCharm editor, which I'm going to continue all my lectures, including Django, REST, Flask, UI, everything will be covered in PyCharm editor only. That I'll introduce in tomorrow. So I'll show you installation steps and all. You can compare with which editor is best. What use your comfort, you can go through that.
Okay, thank you.
So this is why Python means it's straightforward syntax and easy, simple syntaxes are there, and that's what we preferred Python here. So in Python, there are huge standard libraries are there, which may not available for fulfilling any application type in other languages. That's the reason people are moving towards Python for make their applications are properly and quickly development process is possible with Python only. And now I'm going to discuss a small history of Python. So Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum. He's the man who invented Python. And in the year of 1989, the first version of Python was released in the year of 1991. So this is the first version in the year 1991. The version number is 0.9.0. And later the versions are like 1.x, 2.x, 3.x. X means there is a lot of subversions are there. There are a lot of subversions. So now you can see 1.1, 2, 3, and so on like that, 2.1, 2, 3, and so on, 3.1, 2, 3, and so on. So I've given clearly this all version in my PDF actually. So you can able to find that PDF attachment once we send this. So now you can see, let me open the PDF so that you can get clear idea. And even versioning is main version, you can just remember, remaining versions are not required. So these are the versioning clearly, which I mentioned in my documentation. So look, these ones. These are all subversions, but not required to remember all these versions. Main versions are, this is 0.9.0 and 1.0, 2.0. Right now we are in third version, and the current stable version is 3.11.0. How do you know that current version, stable version means? So you can visit this official website, that python.org, so that you will come to know what is the current stable version. Right now, Python 3.11. So Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum. He is the man who invented Python in the year of 1989. The first version of Python was released in the year of 1991. The current stable version is 3.11.0, 1.0. And you can see, visit this official website also. Simply you can go to Google and open this what we can say, tab. Let me go to Google and download Python. You can search simply. Yeah. So you will be able to see this official website, python.org. Now you can see this is latest version, download Python 3.11.0. And if you want to download this current stable version, click on it. And also, if you are looking for old versions, you can scroll down. You'll be able to find the plenty of old versions here. So each version you want to work on that version, you can click on download and you can use it. So we are using latest version only, 3.11.0 in. And moreover, Python is completely cross-platform, as I said, which will be run on Windows, Linux, Unix, macOS, and others. So if you want, you can download and install it quickly. So it's not a big deal to download here. It is only 1 minute of time. I'll show you complete downloading and installation process and set up everything in tomorrow's session clearly. And now, this is the versioning. And now, why Python? We can call it as this programming language. Why we can call it as Python? Actually, the author, the name Python was selected from TV show. There was a TV show which was broadcasted in BBC channel at the time of writing script of Python language. That TV show name is called the Monty Python Circus Show. So the author was selected a name Python from this show, and he has given working title of his programming language called Python. That's what we are calling Python. And mostly the author developed Python language by taking all programming features from different languages. For example, programming features from C and object-oriented programming features from C++ and scripting language features from Perl and Shell script and modular programming features from Modula 3. So finally, we created a functional oriented language, object oriented language, structured oriented language, that is Python. That means Python supports a lot of data structures. We need to discuss that also. And Python supports a lot of functions. Then functional oriented also. That means it will be provide reusability. If any programming language functional oriented, that means reusability is possible. So we can able to reuse the code without rewriting the code. So the main point is Python. We cannot repeat the code. We can use the code. That means we can able to reuse the code. We cannot repeat the code. That is the matter. So instead of repeat the code, we can reuse the code. How we can reuse? Using functions and using object-oriented programming. In both cases, we can able to reuse the code. But functions through we can reuse the code, but scope is limited. Why? Because inside the function, how much code you write, that code you can able to reuse it. But in object-oriented programming, there is a lot of scope is there inside the total class, how many number of functions we created, that class completely can be reused through inheritance concept. In inheritance, the parent and child class generally will be created. In the parent class, whatever we have implementation, that's by default will applicable to child. That is inheritance rule. We'll talk about that in detail in object-oriented programming. That means in advanced Python. So this is official website of python.org. This is, if you can download any version, you can able to download from this official website clearly. Now coming to this application area of Python. So generally, this Python language through which type of applications we can develop generally. Application area of Python. So what are the general applications we can develop? So we can develop standalone or desktop applications using Python. We can develop standalone or desktop. Standalone or desktop application means once we design and develop the application using Python, so the application in which mission you install over there, that mission only it will be run. You cannot able to run on multiple devices, and also we cannot able to exchange the information from one system to another system. We cannot able to share the data or communicate. So this is fixed with only one particular system or one particular computer. This type of applications are standalone or desktop. But in standalone or desktop, there are two types of applications are there. One is console application. This means CUI, this command user interface or character user interface, CUI. Command user interface or character user interface, we can say that. This is CUI based. That means as a programmer, we need to deal with every time characters only. Your input should be in the form of characters and output also will come in the form of characters. And moreover, using Python, we can develop desktop GUI also, graphical user interface. This is, that means Windows calculator is the example of graphical user interface application. Meaning is as soon as when we open Windows calculator, you can see this is Microsoft related. Okay, but you can even in Python, we can develop this kind of application. This is completely GUI scenario. So there are some buttons are available and text boxes available. We are interacting with this form. This is called GUI mode, graphically well designed. This type of applications are desktop GUI, and even this is graphically designed, but it's not a distributed application. Still, it is a standalone. Only we can install in particular device. On that particular device, this type of applications can be work, like gaming application, most of the cases. Okay. And coming to this, using Python, we can develop web application. This is our main motto in Django point of view. Web application means these are all also called as online or distributed applications. Distributed applications. These applications can be provide services over the web. The application which will provide the services over the web is called web application. And for web application, you need not install any software. Directly, once we have a web address, you can go and type in the URL, automatically internet through, it will open. So all the applications, web applications are available to all users or all customers over the world. So around the globe, we can able to access these web applications. This type of web application also we can develop using Python, but only Python. It's not possible to build web applications. As you know that Django framework are required or Flask framework is required along with Python. Django is one of the popular framework, especially which is written in Python. It can be used to develop web applications. And Flask is also one of the popular micro framework which can be used to develop single page applications with Python only. And coming to this, not only web applications and network programming also we can write by using Python. See, before Python, most of the network developers were used C, C++ for their scripting and coding for managing that route configuration, all those things. But nowadays, these network programmers also are moving towards Python because they'll manage their code easily with Python built-in libraries. So next, testing. Testing application also we can build. So nowadays, testing Selenium, QTP, WinRunner, WinLoader, so many tools are there, automation tools in testing. They are asking to write Python script for writing test cases. Previously, they were used a programming language called Java as well as C# for writing test cases for automation. But nowadays, they are also looking forward Python test cases along with Selenium, all the things. In testing application also, Python can be used. And also we can develop very faster rate application is possible. That is gaming applications we can develop quickly using Python because a lot of gaming libraries are there. And Python became a popular language for especially in this area only nowadays, data analysis, or we can call it as data science. So majority of the people are using Python script in the analysis programming and data science programming. Those who are looking forward for data analysis and data science, please try to concentrate more on data structures of Python, which I'm going to cover in our upcoming session, and data types and data structures. These data structures will play the important role in analysis part and visualization part in your case. So those who are looking forward for data analysis or data science programming after learning Python. And then Python also can be used in AI, artificial intelligence, and now ML, machine learning, and also deep learning. And also we can say Python through we can develop a business applications. If one of the client came with business applications according to their business needs, you can collect the requirements from them. You can also fulfill that requirements by using Python with Django or any framework also clearly. So this is the basic area, application area of Python, and lot more also we can do this. So web applications, network programming, testing, gaming, analysis, and data science, artificial intelligence, ML, DL, business applications, and many more are here. So this is exactly application area of Python development. Like means using Python, we can develop these applications clearly. And some important basic features also I'm going to discuss. So after that, we'll begin with the installation setup, mostly in tomorrow. So let's go for Python features. So as I said that Python is a simple and easy to learn. This is one of the basic feature, simple and easy to learn. So Python is a simple programming language. So when we compared with other existing programming language or C, C++, we will write less number of lines of code. That means it's more readability and simplicity. We can reduce development of cost of the project also, because quickly we can finish the Python code compared to other existing language. And other feature is Python is completely free and open source. Free and open source. The code of Python is completely open to all. So you can visit official website python.org. You can read the documentation clearly. If you can understand, you can get the code from there and you can implement into your code. It's a free open source code, and software is completely free software. You need not to do any license and you need not to pay to anyone. Directly you can visit python.org and you can get that software from there and install it and use your logics. So free and open source completely. So it's open source so that we can customize the source code which is collected from the official website or Git repository from anywhere. Vast community is there. So based on your requirement, we can able to customize the code also. As I said that Python is cross-platform or platform independent. This is another feature, platform independent. So cross-platform or platform independent means, so Python can be able to run on any operating system like Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and anymore. So it's a cross-platform. So it is not fixed with only Windows operating system. It can be run on any platform easily. So, and moreover, Python programs are completely portable. So that means portability in nature, portability. That means we can migrate from one platform to another platform easily. So platform independent also, like once we write Python program, it can run on any platform without rewriting the code again and again. Because internally, PVM is there, that is Python virtual machine, which will take responsible to convert mission understandable format clearly. And Python programs are portable. That means we can migrate from one platform to another platform very easily. So even after shifting the platform to another platform, the result what we get from other platforms, same result we will get same other platform also clearly. So what we received the result from existing platform, same result you are expecting to other platform, result will not be changed. That is accurate result. Okay, that's called portability in nature, Python programs by default. And as I said that it is a dynamically typed language. That means no need to specify any data type. So data type will decide internally based on your value, what we assign to the variables. But in other languages like Java, C, C++, that are statically typed languages, then we have to provide the data type at the beginning only. That means at the time of writing the code. And coming to this, Python is having both procedure-oriented and object-oriented. This is also important, sir. Procedure-oriented and object-oriented. Python language supports both procedure-oriented, like C, Pascal, etc., how they are having procedures, and object-oriented like C++, Java, C#, .NET, all features also there in Python. So we can get benefits like security and reusability. Everything is there in Python. And as I said that Python is completely extensible language. Yes, sir. Yeah. Extensible. Extensible means we can use other language programs in Python. That means if you want to use that C language code or Java code or .NET code, you can also extend with Python. The main advantage of this extensibility feature is we can use already existing non-Python code into Python so that we can improve the performance of the application. Because you feel that which I have written already C language, then I can rewrite, I need to rewrite into Python. That's not required. Directly we can able to extend that. That purpose we need to use some flavors, like C programmers, they'll use some flavor called C Python, and Java programmers, they'll use flavor called J Python, and .NET programmers usually use Iron Python flavors. Use these flavors into their editors, then they can able to develop the code and they can integrate with Python. It's possible here. Extensibility is possible here. And Python is having huge standard library. This is one of the topmost feature. Because of this only, Python became a popular language. This is huge standard library. So that means once Python, if you download and install, you will get a lot of libraries. So Python has a rich in built-in libraries. Being a programmer, we can use these libraries directly and we are not required to write any code from scratch or functionality. Directly, all the functionalities predefined and pre-implemented that will come directly and you can use it and enjoy your code. So this is exactly basic and important features of Python. So these are the features and application area of Python and the versioning of Python. Which version we are going to looking forward in our session means Python 3.11.0, and we will discuss what new features are there in this 3.11.0 also. What was the previous version features? So python.org is the official website. If you want to download any version of Python, then you can visit this official website and get it the software clearly. And this is the small story of Python and what type of language it is Python we discuss in detail. So this is the basic idea of Python which we make. So next in tomorrow's session, we will go for making setup of Python. For example, you are new to completely Python. So how we can start the programming part in your system. I will assist you clearly. So step-by-step process. Those who wants to continue my lectures from tomorrow's session, don't miss tomorrow's session at least, because you will come to know a clear picture in tomorrow what softwares are required and how to make setup of that. And I'm going to introduce tomorrow a lot of editors and lot of possible ways to write Python script. Finally, we will fix with one possible way, and which is always good for beginners, that is PyCharm editor through. I'll continue my lectures so that you will get idea what are the possible ways to write Python script, how many sources are there, and which source is the best source for your practice. So we will come to know in tomorrow. So I request you, please join tomorrow. Those who really wish to continue my lectures, don't skip tomorrow's session at least, because tomorrow is the important session. You can understand that downloading software and installation of software and making full-fledged setup of Python. Once you know how to make setup, it will be easy to handle in further session programming. So that's all from my side today. If you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now. I'll wait here for 10 minutes.
Hi, can we completely uninstall Python using pip, or is that only we have to delete that folder?
No, the thing is, what the way you install, are you installed did you install system environment or virtual environment is the matter?
It's system environment only. I installed through pip install.
No problem. Let it keep. Why you need to uninstall?
No, I have two versions. One is 2.4 and the 3. So this PyCharm is having a clash on which to choose.
No, that's what I'm saying. First, actually, whenever you go to directly command prompt and check version like Python space -hyphen version, then you can notice that which version is populating. That is system environment version might be which is going to take first. And if you have any separate virtual environment, you can go to that environment. You can use that environment. That's what actually virtual environment purpose is. That is only.
Okay, so basically you mean to say we create a virtual environment on 3.x and we can point out PyCharm to that virtual environment and we can continue executing our script.
Yes. On that environment, which version you have installed, then that version will be impact on your project. So that's what programmers might be create different virtual environments to work on different style of coding. So that is what virtual environment is actually.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So generally, when we go to command prompt and check the version, then on system environment, what version you install, that will be shown. That it's not going to show in virtual environment. If you want to check the versioning onto particular environment, then what we need to do, you have to move to that environment. After that, then you can check the version. That version will be displayed clear.
Okay.
Can you repeat point number 7 and 8, please? The features of Python.
7 is an extensible. That means what actually we can able to use other language code also, like C language or C++ or Java with Python.
Okay.
And line number 8 is it's a standard libraries. That means libraries means it's a collection of predefined stuff. So already pre-designed, this we can say straight away ready-made resources. These are all. That means already resources are available, which will be installed in your computer. That resources we can able to directly use in your Python code by importing that libraries. Suppose if you want to develop any game application, gaming libraries you can write on the top of the code. All gaming library stuff and functions, everything will come to your program. You can directly use that functions. If not, libraries available, what we need to do, we need to develop from scratch everything. That's big headache. Yeah.
And you said something .NET program iron. What is that?
Tell me.
You said, yeah. .NET or something like you said, .NET program, or and
Yeah,
then
that's what
I didn't get that.
the reason is extensible means we can able to extend the other language code into Python. Like C programmers generally use the flavor called C Python flavor, which they want to write Python related code. And Java programmers, they'll use the flavor called JPython, which is related to Java related type of code they'll write and extends with Python only. And same .NET programmers, Microsoft .NET is one of the famous tool. That framework also is useful. They'll use Iron Python flavor for writing Python.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Means after completing the course, we are going to do some projects so we can have a hands-on on the project.
Obviously, that project all we are going to deal with the Django with respect of REST API, all these things.
It will be real time, right?
Yes, real time in the sense no real time. The word we cannot use real time, but majority of the people will get confused. The real time in the sense really if you have a client or you're doing a project for client, then that is called real time. But we will say hands-on project means we can take or we can create our own requirements and we can fulfill that requirements in the process of writing our own code. That is called hands-on project. That is project real time knowledge.
Okay, and it would be only a cut operation, or apart from cut operation, we are looking for, we will do.
No. CRUD operations, it's a very common and everywhere it is possible. In our sessions, multiple ways CRUD operations will do. It doesn't make sense that is a project, but project is different actually. CRUD operation is different.
Okay, thank you.
I have a last question. Can you repeat that number, point number 5, features of Python?
Sure, that is 5. Numbers of dynamically typed. As I said, that dynamically typed means in Python, so no need to define the variable, data type in this variable declaration. So it's automatically assigned the data type for A. So it's a dynamically typed. So int A is not valid for the Python because it's a dynamically typed. Dynamically means at the time of program execution, data type will assign for a variable. So no need to specify any data type at the time of declaring variable, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, one more question. By what time we can finish code and advanced Python?
It takes 45 days to 50 days, as I said, once only if you enroll for the Python core and advanced, 45 days to 50 days exactly. And only full stack development, like including Django, REST, as well as Flask and UI, MySQL, all these things, it will take 4 to 4.5 months maximum.
So are we getting the exercise like every day to practice the Python?
Obviously, exercise will every day will give. Once I start coding part, mostly after 1 or 2 days, then whenever I start the coding part, so from there onwards, topic wise exercise programs I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, and overall program will be finished, I think, around 4 to 5 minutes, right?
4 to?
Overall, our program means from Python to all things means all over. I think all full stack program will be finished in 4 to 5 months, right?
5 months. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Mohan sir, will you be talking about connecting Python to database, extracting information from database and processing it?
Obviously, we are going to deal with here in Python MySQL as well as MS SQL, Microsoft SQL Server.
Okay. Same thing with Django, sir. I mean, Django and Flask, you do similar ones or?
No, Django is actually Django. We'll use MySQL as well as SQLite also. But apart from that, in Django, actually we are not going to interfere with the database. The reason is Django is built-in ORM tool is there, object relational mapper. Completely, you can write Python classes, Python code through. We can generate a table actually.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so thank you.
In the Flask, there is no ORM tool, but we use database kind of things like same ORM only act, that is SQL Alchemy there is that we can use in Flask.
So and also I see Django APIs and like it's a full web development, I guess, sir. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's...
Thank you, Mohan.
You are attending my Django 9 p.m. right, Krishna?
Yeah. So because I attended it, I liked your style, sir. Because you know what, you were covering that certain part, but I also want to make sure that I'm very clear on the Python too, right? Because Python is very much needed for Django and anything you do, right?
Obviously,
So
that's what I said. Python is the main subject which you can deal with all these remaining subject like Django, REST, Flask, all this.
Yeah, because without knowing the in-depth Python, I don't think so. You can be a good front-end developer in Django. I don't believe so.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, did you cover in this course?
What can you repeat it?
Sir, do you cover pandas and numpy in this course?
Surely, pandas, as I said, that pandas and matplotlib and with numpy with CSV files, comma separated values, XLC dealing, that we can cover in advanced Python.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So that's all for now from my side. It's time to leave. So if you really wish to continue this lecture, don't skip tomorrow at least, because tomorrow is the main setup of Python software. After that, we will start writing code. This is the next session is the crucial for everyone. So you will understand that what Python setup, how to do it, and what software editors I'm going to use, which is the best one, which is I'm going to recommend in tomorrow's session. Then that editor through only I'm going to collect all lectures of Python, Django, Flask, and other things. I hope I'll also you to install same thing, so it will be better. Otherwise, you can go through any editor where you comfort what you comfort. So you will come to know in tomorrow's session that. So that's all from my side. Have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Mohan.
Yeah, tell me.
Mohan, one quick question. So we were talking about what we would be seeing in the Python, right? Like in the advanced Python. So will we be also learning about streaming, like streaming, or I would say parallel threading?
Multi-threading we will discuss. Multi-threading.
Multi-threading.
Yeah. There is a topic that is big topic in Python Advanced.
Okay.
So how to prepare threads and thread synchronization and all those things. Multiple tasks we can do, process-based and thread-based. All these things are there.
Okay, we have it in our syllabus, right?
Sure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So let's begin today's session. And before start today's session, so let me explain. In the last two sessions, I just conducted basic sessions like introduction to Python full stack development and each and every subject in detail and what is the purpose of that subject. And also we discussed application area of Python and features of Python. Now it's time to make setup of Python step by step. We'll discuss in detail today. Today complete lecture is how to do setup of Python, to write the code and to build the application. So what software tools are required, how to proceed, we'll discuss now. So installation steps I'm showing, but before that installation step, so you just check in your computer whether Python software is already installed or not. Even if it is installed already, then which version of Python is there? If you want to check, then you can go through simply one simple command prompt. You can go to command prompt. There you just type a simple command called Python space hyphen version. So this command will bring clearly that which version is available if you have a Python software in your computer, if you don't have, simply it can say Python was not recognized. That indicates that you don't have any Python software, you need to install it. But in my mission, so already I have installed Python software. So that's what we are getting, the version Python 3.11.0. It's a current stable and latest version. But I want to uninstall this one because of I need to show you clearly step by step how to install this software. To do this, just go to control panel. So let's go to uninstall this program. Yes, uninstallation is progress now. So, and making setup of Python is very simple. It won't take much more time. So hardly total software setup will be in 2 to 3 minutes only. So let it be uninstall it. After that, we will show you how to download and install Python software. And one more important thing I want to tell you, whatever the editor you are going to prefer to use, no matter you can use it. But before that, I strongly recommend to install this Python software. So without Python software installation, so don't go with any editor tool like Edit Place, even Notepad, Jupyter, Spider, Atom, and PyCharm. Okay, Visual Studio Code like this. These are the editors, and many more editors are there. But I can strongly recommend to use a proper editor that is called PyCharm, or else if you ask me to, second option of apart from PyCharm means I can say VS Code, that is Visual Studio Code, you can also do it. So that's also good editor for Python beginners. So it will be easy to handle it. As I said that NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib already I said in the last session. I'll cover clearly that. Okay, yeah. So now ready to uninstall it is. So there is no Python software in this computer right now. Even you can go and check out in command prompt also. So there you don't find any Python software version. So it's doing some uninstallation process. So because I need to show you clearly step by step how to do installation again. Yes, so completely uninstallation is over. Even just for confirmation, you can go to command prompt back and simply type Python space -- version. So you see now, previously it was Python 3.11.0. Now this time it is what actually, there is no Python software. Python was not found. You can also use Anaconda distribution. Whenever we install Anaconda distribution, there was a lot of editors tools will come like Jupyter, Spider, VS Code also integrated with Anaconda distribution. No problem, that will also work fine. But most of the data analysis and data science programmers will use Jupyter and Spider editors for writing Python script while doing their data analysis concept only. But for pure Python developers, will prefer to use VS Code or else PyCharm editor because a lot of frameworks also built in integrated in that, so they can easily work with that. Right now in my computer, there is no Python software. So let's try to download and install. To download and install Python software, simply you can go to Google and download Python. You'll be able to navigate to python.org. So this is the latest version which I'm using. Download Python 3.11. Now you can see here, downloaded successfully done. Once downloaded completely, so you can go to download folder in your computer. So just this is the .exe file, Python 3.11.0. Just double click on it. So now here we can just concentrate a bit more. So I strongly recommend to do this install now. But before installation now, so I strongly recommend to add this checkbox, activate this checkbox, add python.exe to path. So if you forgot this, so after writing Python script, so you may not pass the commands to the operating system for executing your Python code. So even if you forgot here in this case, if you didn't activate this python.exe, later also we can do manually, but don't forget to do this. You can activate this checkbox. After activation of this checkbox, like add python.exe to path. So click on install now and say yes and wait for few seconds. So your Python software is ready. It's a simple and lightweight software it is. And this is the first step you have to do, no matter what editor you are going to use later. So this is the first step which I recommend to you. So whenever you do this Python installation, you will get complete libraries and supportive files, and all the things will come, and then later you can use the editor and we can able to do your coding part clearly. Yeah, you can. I have Windows operating system 11, so even you can also do installation in any operating system clearly. So now you can see setup was successfully done. Let's close this, and now you can also check whether it is available or not. Go to command prompt, and now you can check this version again. Python space --- version. So we got this version back. So this is this software, Python software installation. Fine. But after installation, now it's time to discuss about how many possible ways to write Python code and execute. So here I'm trying to say that different ways to write Python code and run. Option number 1, first option, using interactive window or interactive mode. Option number 2, using script mode. Option number 3, using Python ideally platform integrated development learning environment. Option number 4, which I'm going to use continuously in my lectures, using PyCharm editor. Yes. So these 4 options I'm going to show you. Finally, I'll fix with this PyCharm editor. So complete in upcoming sessions also, we will use this PyCharm editor for all the frameworks and UI technologies and even databases also. Everything I can write the code in this editor only. So the advantage is there in this PyCharm editor because there is some PyCharm editor is fully equipped with the graphical interface so that it is easy to write the code and manage the code and files and folders also. But apart from this PyCharm editor, you can also use Visual Studio Code, Jupyter, Spider, any Atom, so any other editors also, like even NetBeans, Eclipse, MyEclipse, EditPlus, Notepad++, have Sublime text editor. Lot of editors are there. You can go to it. But I recommend exclusive editors for Python, that is ideally or PyCharm, even VS Code also somewhat better. But what is the problem with writing code in interactive window and script window and also Python ideally means there is no IntelliSense, and if you don't aware of Python syntax and rules and regulations, so you may trouble first in the initial stage of writing code. So that's what I recommend PyCharm editor to what we can say manage the code easily in the initial stage without getting any confusion, without facing many errors. So first we'll talk about interactive mode. But one more important thing, When we install Python software, by default, you will get one editor tool. That editor tool is called IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. So this IDLE will be available by default along with Python software once we install. So first we'll try to go with interactive mode. So interactive mode in the sense, so look at this. Once we install successfully Python software, just go to search and type in the search box IDLE software. Like IDLE means Integrated Development Learning Environment. You just click on this. So you'll be able to open one interactive shell window. This window is called interactive window. So you can interact with this window by passing your Python statements. And as soon as when we enter that, hit the enter button, automatically you will get some output, whatever you mentioned the code above. So just interact with this window by giving your statements, Python statements, and press enter. You will get clearly output clearly immediately. So you need not to write the script from the complete script and save it anywhere. So directly you can just go to interactive window. So there we can type. So what the way you want, you can write the code and press enter automatically. So you will get output clearly, sir. This is one of the interactive window. Let's open interactive window here. Just a moment. Yes. Yes, now we can see this is interactive window. So in this interactive window, some basic commands also there. Do you want to read the copyright information? You can read this copyright information like this. And also you want to read that license information. So you can also read license information like this. So you'll get complete license information. Okay, so this is what actually total information, but this information I don't need. So that's what I'm trying to do. Just I'm going to open again. So now you can see you can write this code here, whatever the way you want. So I would like to say that hello Hyderabad. So this is my statement, but you can see this, I'm not using any print function here to print the statement onto the output screen. Just press enter, you got your output. Or else you can also use print statement, print function. I can say this print hello. So usage print function is optional in this interactive window, because whatever you are giving these lines or commands, so by default, the statements will be considered as output statements. Suppose a value 10. So this is just a variable declaration. B value 20, one more variable. If you want to add two numbers, it's a simple process, a plus b, you can do it. There is no print and all. And as I said that in my previous lecture, Python is a dynamically typed language. So that's what, no need to specify any data type explicitly as from the programmer end. Even if you declare any data type also here for this variable, so it will give syntax error. According to Python syntax, it's wrong. Because internally, based on the type of value what you mention here, Python interpreter will decide the data type of this variable a. So only you just focus on value assignment to the variable. And if you want, you can print it forever for your curiosity. If you want to know that which type of data type is assigned for your variable a, then you can mention type of a. Its a type is what? Integer type. Like this, you can write the code by interacting with this window. So this is interactive mode. So do you want to continue this coding style? You can also do it, but sometimes, so very basic inputs and basic codes we can able to manage easily here. But in the advanced Python, we will deal with so many classes and objects, and we need to create the class and implement the constructors and methods, and we need to create object for the class. We need to call that, everything, calling process, initialization process, somewhat little bit tricky in this window, interactive window, managing the code. It's possible, but somewhat little bit tricky. You have to take care proper indentation levels. And moreover, while typing the code here in this interactive cell, there is no IntelliSense option is coming. So there is no suggestions. You should take your own risk to write the code, and without doing spelling mistakes or syntactical mistakes. You will not come to know that at the time of writing the code where the errors are there. So after execution only, you will notice the errors clearly. There again, you have to rectify the errors and save the code and run the code. So this is interactive window. Next, coming to this option number 2 is there, script mode. Means you can ready with your script like Python script, Python code by writing any editor like Notepad or Notepad++, any editor you can use, not a matter, but you should be ready with your script. And after completion of writing your code, you must and should save your script with the .py file extension. .py indicates Python file it is. So this py file, you should ready with py file. Later, you can execute this py file whenever it is required. Let me open a plain Notepad text editor. So in this Notepad, just I'm writing simple code. Okay, I can say this is here. Welcome to Durga Soft. Okay, this is my simple script. This is welcome to Durga Soft. So look at this. This is Notepad script, and this is not a Python file right now. So when it will become a Python file, you just click on file menu and save this. And now you can see I'm saving as per my convenient on desktop. So you can choose any location to save this file, but make sure that you must and should give the file name with the .py extension. I'm giving test.py and save it in my desktop. Let's close this, go to desktop location. Now you can see in desktop location, file is available here. Okay, you can see test.py file is available. This file is ready to execute now. Python file it is. So how do we execute this already readily available script file? There are two options again. Either you can go to command prompt for executing that, or else you can use the IDLE software. So integrated development learning environment. First, let me show you how to execute this test.py script file with command prompt. So let's go to command prompt. It's a normal operating system command prompt Windows, which is command prompt. Now, right now, we are in this C colon users and computer name. But here my file is present in desktop. So you should move to desktop, cd space desktop, change the directory. Okay. So let me move to desktop. Hey, what's wrong with this?
I'm getting the same error as this.
No. Just a moment. We should not get this one. System cannot be found. Why? Let it be. Just a moment. Let's pause this. Python space test.py. Oh my God. Just a moment. We have to execute this file. That is Python file. Let me open this. This is unexpected issue from my side because it's a simple thing. We have to move to desktop, obviously. So let's see this whether I saved this Python file extension or not. Let's open again Notepad. And now let's write something. Print hello. And then save with the .py. Sample.py. In desktop, save it. It's not saved properly, I think so. Yeah, you can see this now. It's available file properly. So let's delete this one. Now sample.py is available right now. So sample.py is okay. Next, we can go to command prompt. So you can move to desktop here. Hey, what's wrong with this?
One doubt, like it should be come out of the, I mean, your Mohan account is there, right? It should come out of that, I think so.
Just a moment. It's there actually. That is by default account. But even we tried many times in my previous lectures. Why not? It has to go to desktop. Okay. So I can see that is by default. It is.
CD dot
uh,
dot CD space dot dot.
Just a moment. Why it? Because this is the default folder for my side. It is account. So okay, no problem. Again, it is passing wrong statement. It's not moving to the desktop. There is a problem actually. Python space. Your file name is sample.py. No such folder or directory.
You are in the wrong directory, I think. So if you can list the directory, do you see your desktop there, dir?
So now we can see this. This is actually official directory
Mohan
which
so
I maintain.
go to the desktop folder, like in your computer, go to the desktop in your window for like in the
Properties.
no, not here as a folder. As a folder, can you navigate there? Go to your there. Go to the click the desktop. Double click the desktop. Now copy that path and cd it.
Path directly desktop only here actually. So let's the moment. Okay, directly desktop. So this is not a issue because many times I tried, but it was came. Let's go for space desktop. There is no possibility. Okay, no problem. You just leave it to me. This one I'll rectify it my side, so it's not a big deal. But many times I did. Let's execute this one sample.py through ideally. So, but we can do it command prompt through also easily this file here. Why it is happening? I'm not finding this issue right now. So let's see this. So this script file is available right now. So let's go to Python ideally software. So in this, you can see we need to open the file because already we have a script file. Please mute your audio from your side. Yeah. Now we can see ideally software is open here. So click on file menu and open the file which we have already written and saved in desktop. So this is sample and open the file. Now you can see just a moment. So this is open here clearly. After this, you have to run this file. To run this file, simply go to run and simply run module. So hit this module, hello is coming in the output. That means every Python py file is act as a module. So that's what here, there is an option called on the top, Python run module only. You can see this run module, or else you can hit F5 key from your keyboard. So run module, we got this output in interactive shell again. This is one possible ways to write code and execute. That is, you should ready with your script and load that script into command prompt, or else you can say ideally. So let's go and check this once again. So let's prepare a notepad file once again. This is this file. Right now I'm preparing. So hello Hyderabad. I'm saving this in a different drive. So let's check with this, even it is moving on that drive or not. Let's test.py. In E drive, I'm placing this code and let's see this E drive. So in E drive, I placed this test.py. Let's go to command prompt now. So let's try with this because we're unable to move the desktop location due to some problem. So E drive I'm moving, then we are into E drive now. So our file is also available in E drive. To execute any Python script file, you should pass the Python command, Python space, your file name is test.py. Now we got the output clearly. Okay. Same like we have to move to desktop and pass this command, or else simply py space test.py. Now it's okay, working fine. Okay.
So the
Tell.
Python test.py. Python, is it a file name? This one?
No, it's a command name. File name
Okay,
is
it's a command.
file
Test.
name is
Okay.
this one, test.py. And or else
Okay.
in a short form, you can try to say the command called py. Py indicates you are executing this Python file. So py space test.py also possible. So we got this output clearly. If you are ready with your script mode and if you want to execute that into command prompt, this is the procedure, or else you can open or load that file into IDLE software clearly. There also we can able to run it. Now you can see this is using script mode.py extension. We have to save it, or else instead of writing code in interactive window or else notepad directly, so you can also go to directly IDLE. There only we can create a new Python file and write the code how much you want and save that code and run that code in one platform. So no need to open any notepad and write the code and save it somewhere and go to the location and run that code. Not required. Directly you can visit IDLE software and there only we can able to create a new file. Let's go to IDLE again. So there I can create a new file right now. So this is the IDLE. As soon as when we open IDLE platform, you'll be able to get this Python shell window. But I don't want to write this code in interactive window like shell window. So here I need to create a new file. Go to file menu, simply click on new file. In this new file, it will allow you to write some code. Any type of code you can write it. So simple way here. So just I'm trying to write a code for adding two numbers, but notice that there is no IntelliSense, nothing is coming. Everything we need to take carefully here while writing the script. No suggestion, nothing. After that, you must and should save this code when only it will allow you to run. If you don't save and hit this run, it will ask you to save the source code first. So if you want save, you can save it. Okay. After okay, you can save this file into anywhere, a desktop or somewhere like that. So let's go to my location E drive. So I'm saving this file again E drive with the name called sample.py. So save it. After saving, it's directly running because I have hit that button, run button already before saving. So directly it is going to be execute that file and it's bring the output like result is 30 here. So if you want to manage the code through this IDLE directly without writing script in notepad or without going command prompt and execute, you can also manage the code here only by creating new file and write the code and save it and run it. Everything you can manage the code here only in one platform. But I'll suggest you to go to proper editor. Apart from this, in my lectures, in coming lectures also, I'll not use any interactive shell or notepad script mode and Python ideally. No, I'm going to use always PyCharm editor, or else you can go through your own way where you comfort like Visual Studio Code, Jupyter, Spider, Atom, and many more tools. But look at this PyCharm editor is the uh, uh, complete GUI editor, graphical user interface facilities will be there, and easily we can able to edit the code and manage the code in PyCharm editor. But PyCharm editor you need to install explicitly. It will not come by default as soon as when we install Python software. But make sure that before installation of PyCharm editor or before configure the PyCharm editor, you should install Python software first. Then later you can go through PyCharm editor. So let's see this how we can go with PyCharm editor. But already in my computer, PyCharm editor also available. So that I can uninstall so that I can show you installation process again. So let's go to uninstall program and I'll try to uninstall PyCharm community. We have PyCharm professional and PyCharm community also there. I'm not going to do an installation of PyCharm professional because it's having a lot of Django and Flask REST API batches are there in my upcoming sessions. I don't want to disturb them. So this I want to uh, uninstall community edition because community edition is quite enough to deal with core and advanced Python, and PyCharm professional editor is required but to deal with Django, REST, and Flask UI, all these things. So right now I am uninstalling PyCharm Community Edition from my computer, so that I will show you installation process step by step clearly how to do it. First, let it be uninstalled. Yes. Meanwhile, let me try this. Why it's not going to be happening? It's wondering.
So do we need to have the community version or the professional version?
Both are there in my computer because every day I used to handle many batches of Django, REST, and Python also. For Python, generally I use PyCharm community, and Django and REST and Flask purpose I use professional editor. So both are there in my computer.
Okay, so
you can maintain both. Yes. Now, right now, PyCharm editor is not available. So let's see this here. You can go to Google and simply download PyCharm. So PyCharm is completely designed and developed by JetBrains community. So jetbrains.com website you need to open. So download PyCharm. Yes, download PyCharm. Then you can see this. There is an official link is there. First link jetbrains.com here. So this JetBrains company prepared completely lot of editors, software editors, not only PyCharm, which is related to Python. So other editors also they're preparing every time. So they are going to offer a lot of proper editors for all the software courses. Now you can see we are looking this PyCharm professional editor, especially to deal with both scientific and web application Python development with HTML, JavaScript, and SQL support. You can download this exe, but it's a free 30-day trial version available. It's not full. After 30 days, you need to purchase, you need to take license from this JetBrains, but don't take any license. It's not required for us. So no problem. How to deal with, I will discuss in later sessions while working with professional in the context of Django, all these things, not required. And now coming to this community for pure Python development, then it's a free built on open source. I recommend to download this one, sir, because for our pure Python core and advanced development purpose, that's enough. And it's downloading now. So once it's download, so I have to install it, this PyCharm community also. So I'll show you quickly that. And in PyCharm editor, you need to create a separate project. So once you create a project, from there onwards, you can able to add many number of files into that project. So daily you can able to work with that project only. For every practice, every example, you need not to create a new project, and one project contains several Python files. Now,
and where we can collect the program which we have created it for each project.
Each project. So one project I'm suggesting you one project, and in that project that's already saved in your computer only, no? So it's a right now I'm installing this PyCharm community edition, which will be available always in your computer device. So the location also, it will ask you where you want to save the project and all. So every time you can go to that location, or else directly whenever we open PyCharm editor in your computer on recently what project on which we work, that project will be load automatically. So now coming to this PyCharm editor is ready. So PyCharm editor is ready to install it. So let's go to download folder and look at this PyCharm community, then double click on it simply. So you should say simply next, install it. That's it. No need to do anything. Next. So you can activate this checkbox. Do you want any shortcut key on desktop? Or you can update the environment variable path also for the operating system, and update context menu options if you want appear on the properly on the edit what we can say on the top of the project folder. Then you can use this, and .py extension, you can activate this. All activation of this extension, then click on install now. That's it. You just wait a minute. So within 1 minute of time, your PyCharm community editor is ready. There we can able to create your Python files, and you can able to work easily in that location. And that advantage of PyCharm editor when compared to all other three options like interactive window, script window, and ideally means there is some intelligence and rules and regulations clearly will be indicate and populate. So while writing the script, so as a programmer, we will notify all the errors clearly with underlined red squigglies. And also this is completely GUI mode, graphical user interface, and any code you can able to write, and framework code and language code and HTML code, everything we can manage in one window, that is one editor. So no need to go somewhere and come to no need to go somewhere and save with .py and come to the command prompt and execute like this. These are not required. So it will ask you to reboot now, but you can do reboot now later whenever you are doing installation. But I want to do manually reboot later. You just finish it. Now PyCharm editor is ready here. So let's open PyCharm editor, how it look like for the first time when we open PyCharm editor. So here I'm opening PyCharm editor. Look at this community edition only how to open. Let's click on this. And I'm not importing old settings. Look at this. This is the PyCharm community editor for the first time when we open. So you'll be able to see this window. In this window, it will ask you to create a new project, or do you have already existing projects? Then you can open it, or else you have a code from version control system. You can open it from there also. But I'm trying to create a new project at this moment. So click on this new project and just notice this here. It will ask you the location of the project from daily. Once we create a project, from where you want to save your files and folders and all these things, the location is very clearly it says saying that C drive, users, and Python project like this only. But this is not correct location. I will not recommend to locate the C drive everything, because C drive is reserved for all softwares dealing, and that's what your files and folders, all these things we can strongly recommend to move to other folder. That's better. So I have already so many projects which we handle currently in E drive only. Python related stuff is there in E drive. I'm selecting E drive, so that you can name it your project. So I'm giving Python full stack 7 AM is my project name. From now onwards, this is our project till the last session, Python full stack 7 AM. But look at this, after giving the project, you need not to do anything. So simply you can see in the below, one button is there that is called create button. You can create it and automatically it will create a new environment, that is virtual environment. Using it will create new environment. So what is the virtual environment actually here? The virtual environment is an isolation environment, which is going to create a separate environment for your project. That means later in your project, whatever the libraries you are trying to install or install, that impact will be there on your project only. It won't available that impact on your other projects, which is available in your current system. So that's what it's always Python projects will create under the separate environment only, which is isolated from other environment. So after that, you just simply click on create button. So it takes bit time. For the first time, you can see creating virtual environment for your project. Updating interpreter, which is already available. So I'm loading the file, but by default, for the first time when we create Python project, so it's available, but look at this, the look and feel of PyCharm editor is this one, and one file will come by default along with your project. Your project name is left-hand side Python full stack 7 AM, and that main.py file is available. This main.py file is having right now built-in function. This is the function actually. So if you know that Python function, so that you can understand this code is not required to understand at this moment. You can leave it about this code. So this is the function code only. I created already built-in function created. Function is having parameter. So if it is a main method, then PyCharm will be passed as a parameter name. So print hi PyCharm will print here. Do you want to execute this built-in file main.py file? You can also execute it. Simply go to run menu. So run main is there. Click on it. So you can see output window hi PyCharm is available in the bottom corner. but I don't want to work with this existing file, but I need to create a new file, sir. But before going to create a new file, I want to do some small settings. So how do we change the background theme of this PyCharm editor? So by default, this is the theme called Durga. Do you want to change for clear visibility? So you can go to File menu of PyCharm editor on the top, click on Settings, and in the left hand side you can see this. There is the appearance option is there, and also here theme drop down list is there. We can expand the theme drop down list. The theme is by default Durga, but I'm trying to say IntelliJ. It's completely white background color. So IntelliJ, and click on OK. So now we can see look and feel is completely changed. And coming to this, do you want to increase the font size of your coding? So you can also increase the font size of your editor. So how to do that font size changing? Again, file menu of PyCharm editor, click on settings, and the left hand side you can notice that the editor window is there in the editor window, and in this font is there. You can click on font option, and it will ask you to give the size of the font. I'm just making just 20 size or 18 size. I'm taking this is 18, and the font style also you can able to set JetBrains Mono or many font styles are there. You can keep it this one and click on OK. Now font size is increasing clearly. So this is basic file which is available, but I don't want to work with this existing file. So now you can see that. Tell me any question.
Yeah, so I'm stuck with the location. Do we have to put up any specific location?
No
Can I
need.
save under the C drive?
Yeah, if you have only C drive in your computer, no other drives, then go through them.
Okay.
If you have any other drive, you can right hand sides. You will get that one folder icon. You can click on that folder icon. You will be able to prompt to your computer location where you want to save. You can select that folder.
Okay, so for environment using, I have to select the virtual, right? Virtual environment.
Yeah, by default, it's there. You need not to do any
Okay.
changes. You just try to hit the create button.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you can see here, left hand side Python full stack 7 AM is there. In this, I don't have any files apart from main.py. So if you want to create a new Python file to write the code, and simply right click on the project folder and go to new. And there are two options are there. One is file and more is Python file. What's the difference between these two? Look at this. This is a text file. You can also select this text file, but the matter is, while giving the name of the file, you should provide the extension called .py. And if I select this Python file, so you are selecting already Python file, no need to give any extension that is .py. So simply select this Python file and give the name is test or any name. No need to give any Python.py file. So hit the enter button. Automatically test file is created for you. From here onwards, you can write the code. But notice that as soon as whenever I'm typing some print option, so you will notice some IntelliSense is coming. So you need not to type continuously print function, just hit the enter button. Automatically you can capture from IntelliSense, say hello something. So if you
is
want,
this in
yeah.
sorry, Mohan, is this in a virtual environment running currently?
Obviously, he can see this virtual environment here.
Oh, VNV. Okay. So if we want to run multiple virtual environment, how we can do it?
You can create separate virtual environment by using command prompt. So first we have to install in your computer virtual environment, pip space install space virtual env. After that, you can create your own virtual environment. Command is virtual env space your environment name. After that, you can activate the virtual environment. So your environment name /script /activate, automatically it will activate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll suggest
so if
you.
we activate two environments, we can parallelly in the same UI, we can have two different projects running parallelly.
No, actually we can't work with same window two virtual environments.
Okay.
You can open into different windows. That will be possible. Which environment you want to activate, you can activate it, and we can work on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Thank you.
Sir, how did you change the background of the PyCharm? Yeah.
I said no, you can go to file menu and click on settings. And in the left hand side, you can see this, there is appearance and behavior is there.
Mhm.
And click on appearance. And then background is IntelliJ light I'm setting, and dark light is there, high contrast is there. Anyone you can choose as your wish. And say OK.
Okay.
So this is print hello. If you want to run this test.py, you can see this. I'm just going to run menu. But look at this. When I go to run menu, automatically it shows run main only, but run test is not there. Do you want to run test? So you can go to this. One more option is there, run. And after that, you can see main is there, test is there. Multiple files are present in your project. So you can click on test. So test file is running. This here in the window, terminal window, here output window is available, test file is there. But look at this one more file I'm trying to add here. So right click on Python full stack 7 AM, go to Python file, and let's say the test one. And test one, I'm writing just again print welcome to Durga Soft. Just a normal script I'm writing. Yes. So this is, do you want to run this test1.py? So again, no need to go to run and no need to go to run menu here. And every time you can need not to select any file. Simple like that. So which file do you want to run? On the tab, you can right click on it and simply run test1. And already you have executed test1.py once. You are seeing the output here in this, but you are doing some modification onto this file. Simply you can see, I can say again something like this. After changes modification, do you want to run same file? Again, no need to go to here test1.py, right click, because already you are you have executed recently test1 only. You can hit this simple console button, run button, automatically it is updation is effect here in this output window. But notice that if you do any mistake as a programmer, okay, spelling mistake or syntax mistake, but the IntelliSense is showing like this clearly underlined red squiggly is all project, test one, and here also. When we place mouse pointer over there, clearly will indicate that error, what error here. So expected symbol is there. Even if you run forcefully this file, so you'll be able to get the error like the syntax error was never closed, bracket was never closed, so that it will be clear. So while writing the Python code only in this Python editor, you will come to know that clearly the errors, what mistakes we are doing like this. But these notifications may not possible to do with ideally or notepad writing on shell script, shell window like that only. So this is more convenient channel to write a Python script with properly without facing any issues. I'm suggesting you as a beginner level, if you are beginner level, so better to go for this PyCharm editor or VS Code editor. So this is best practice, at least for a few days. So once you know how to manage the code and syntax rules and regulations, then you can go through any editor because you can handle the code or syntax rules easily, no problem at all. But in the initial stage, I recommend this editor. It's a good for practice clearly. So this is about installation process and making setup and editor setup. From now onwards, then I'm going to use every day this project only. Every day I'm going to discuss a lot of topics. No, each and every topics I need to create separate files and write the code and execute, and every time we can manage the code here, everything in this PyCharm only. Not only this Python files, you can create all HTML files, all files also you can create. For example, you can see file menu. So I'm creating file menu. Right click on this project, new. You can see Python file, HTML file we can create. But this is PyCharm Community Edition, so few options are available here. If it is a professional editor, PyCharm editor, there are a lot of options will show that. So you can use any frameworks code, Django, Flask, React.js, and everything it will show you in PyCharm Professional Editor. That is the difference between PyCharm Professional Editor as well as Community Editor, sir. But right now, core and advanced Python, those who are focusing only Python, that's PyCharm Community is enough. So it's not required PyCharm Professional. Anyway, in our upcoming sessions, once I complete Python course in 45 days to 50 days, so after that we start with Django, REST API, Flask, and so on. So that purpose I need to use PyCharm Professional only, sir. So that's all from my side today. This is installation process. You just try to make the setup same like this so that it will be clear for tomorrow's session. So tomorrow I'm going to write the conceptual coding, like fundamental concepts and all the concepts I'll explain, and I'll write the code in this PyCharm only. But just give a try one time. So how to write code in interactive window and script window and run this file into command prompt, and ideally, so it will be good. And finally, you can go with proper editor like PyCharm only. So that's all from my side today. So if you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now.
Can you please show us how to change the font size?
Again, you can go to File menu and Settings. In the left hand side, you can notice this editor window, editor. And
Okay.
there font option is there, font.
Okay.
There you can change the size and save this.
Yeah.
What number did you put your size? The font size.
8, 18, 18. Whatever you want,
18?
you can do it as per your convenient.
Yeah, okay. So yours is, I think, looking good. So I want to keep that same.
Yeah. So, sir, once every day classes are over, class is over, are you going to share the recording video?
Yeah, for sure. Because still we have conducted only 2 sessions. I completed last 2 sessions, and this is the 3rd session. And this Zoom meeting link will work only for 5 sessions. First 5 sessions you can consider as a demo session. Once the 5 sessions are completed, so we will maintain your mails from Durga Soft. So I'll collect that all mails, those who are already enrolled for my course, I'll collect the mails from them. Then I can start sharing my PDF and video lectures in daily basis. These videos, lectures, also 5 videos, whatever we complete the demos, that also I'll hand over it to you in Google Drive. You can able to download it.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Yes, sir. When will you start the regular classes, sir?
When?
When will you start the regular classes?
See, you can consider, according to me, these are regular classes, but according to you, these are demos only, first 5 days. And that first 5 days will not repeat again. It's a continuation process. These are the important classes. It's a regular classes for you only. Only you have to consider first 3 or 4 days demo. So how I am teaching, you can judge like that. You can, whether you are interested, you can join it like that. For you, demo it is, but for me, it's not demos. Like directly, the regular sessions only happen. Again, it will not repeat this.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say that course will be started. When will we start the main course?
That's what, ma'am. I'm saying that main course and already started. It will be continued for 4.5 months, right? Yeah. So these lectures, whatever I'm conducting now, it won't repeat again because it's a continued process. Only first 5 days, they'll give chance to listen my lectures. If you feel comfort, then they'll allow you to join like that only. And that's what this Zoom meeting link will work only first 5 days. After 5 days, obviously the link will come from my side personally. That will hand over. That session can be completely in my hand from after 5 days. Now this is monitoring and session is going to be conducting by Durga Soft only first 5 days.
Okay, sir. Okay, got it.
Sir, how much is the fees, sir? I did not see anywhere in the website. That's why I'm asking.
So I can't disclose the fee. It's
Oh,
not right platform to discuss because this will be go to directly YouTube channel, upload, they'll upload the videos so that our team will contact you because anyway you have registered with your mail, no? So today you will get clear mail and fee structure and everything, how to do this, all this thing, they will let you know that.
Right, sir. And total duration is 45 days, no?
45 days to 50 days for only core and advanced Python. And actually, this is full stack Python development. If you are looking Python, obviously 45 days to 50 days. And full stack, it takes 4.5 months minimum.
Full stack.
Means Django, REST API, Flask, UI, and MySQL, all this will come under full stack development.
Okay, right, sir. Because no, in the course website I saw, I think only core and advanced information is there.
Generally, even whenever we announce the full stack development for every faculty, then two slots, two schedules will give. First, somebody wants to do only core and advanced. For them, separate batch, first 45, 50 days. And later that is extension, full stack. Those who are interested to join for full stack, they'll enroll for them also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
May I know what will be teach in MySQL in future?
MySQL basics, which is relevant to Django handling process, that all basics we will discuss in MySQL. But don't expect complete MySQL database. Again, it will take 2-3 months. But that will not teach you, because the reason is we are handling with web application development with Django. So database minimum knowledge is required. That's what we are going to cover, basics of MySQL. And even that MySQL, even though if I covered basics, we will not use MySQL stuff in our Django, because Django is completely ORM tool based. So we can create Python files and Python class through we can generate database tables and all. ORM tool integrated already.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
tell me.
Can you show the drive location, sir, where we'll get the all videos from your backend team? Once again.
Tell me.
Can you show the drive location, sir?
Drive location means which drive location? Video drive.
Google Drive. Yes, sir, Google Drive. They said after enrollment, they will share some videos to us.
See, that's what we will collect the mails, your mails, then directly the videos will come to your mail into your Google Drive. Directly you can access it and download it.
Okay, so far I don't have. So far I didn't get any videos from them.
That's what, man, I'm saying. You don't get any videos. No one will get videos up now. After 2 days, no. This Zoom link, whenever it will finish for after 5 days only, then we will check with the backend team how many students enrolled, and all mail IDs by default. I'll collect them. I'll collect from them. I can maintain your data from my side. I can share daily basis video.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the procedure.
I have a question about creating the files under the Python. You just right click on the main, or how do you create the file under the Python? Yeah.
Right click on the project and go to new and Python file.
Okay.
And give the name and enter, or enter
Okay.
button. Yeah.
So if we enter, if we select the file, so right now we have already opened Python, right? So if we select the file, what will happen? This one, yeah.
Nothing will happen. You can give the file name and extension with .py.
Okay.
And if you select Python file, no need to give that extension .py.
Oh, okay. Okay, understood. Okay. Thank you.
So that's all. And for those who are newly attending my session today, you can, I strongly recommend to watch my 2 lectures of videos in YouTube channel, Durgasoft YouTube channel. Anyway, our team will send that YouTube link also for demo purpose. You can do it. Okay. So WhatsApp group, that's not possible, because according to our institute policy, no faculty should maintain their personal WhatsApp group. So that I don't recommend. So you can feel free to interact with me at any time, so that anyway daily basis material and video will come from my personal mail. So you can interact with through mail only.
Through mail? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, we'll talk about this, what we can say, interaction and all these things whenever I'm going to, what we can say, conduct the sessions from my hand side. So that will be good. So we'll discuss that later. So that's all for now, and see you tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Let's start today's session. So in the last session of Python, we were discuss about how to download Python software and also how to install it. and complete setup of Python we were discussing in the last session. In today's session, I'm going to discuss about language fundamentals. That means most important fundamental concepts which related to Python. Before going to discuss that, let's open our project which I was created in the last session, especially in PyCharm editor. So first let's move to PyCharm editor. So PyCharm community editor. So let's open it. And to open existing project, so in general, whatever we open in the last time in the PyCharm editor, that project will be loaded by default. In case if you want to open or if you want to go to your project location, simply you can go to file menu in PyCharm editor and click on open. So I know not to create a new project because already created in the last session that I want to open it. So click on open and you can find the location where you saved last time your project. I have saved that project into E drive. So let's select this Python full stack 7 AM is the project name, and that project need to be selected and open it. And there are few options are available. This window means completely the project 7 AM project will be override with this Python project 11:30. But new window means it's completely open in new window. Attach means that Python project 7 AM is going to attach it onto this window, means both projects can be simultaneously can work. But I'm trying to do this window, so it's open into here. Now this is previously what we created project and what we discuss also. So a simple basic programming I have started in the last session. So how to deal with a Python project in PyCharm editor, and you can able to write many files here. So easily we can able to manage the codes are here. Okay, so this is what. Now coming to this, in today's lecture, most important fundamental concepts I'm going to discuss are. So these fundamental concepts are very, very important. So you must and should aware of these fundamental concepts. Then it will be easy to write the program in all the topics in upcoming sessions. So what are the fundamental concepts means? First important concept is Python indentation. So this is most of the beginners get confused here in the context of Python indentation, but I'd like to tell you clearly what is indentation, how it will work. So difference between other languages and Python in the context of indentation is what we'll discuss. And coming to this next fundamental concept that is called comments in Python. And next keywords are reserved words, also we can call it as keyword or reserved words. And next identifiers. Next variables, and then finally multiple assignment. Yes, multiple assignment. These are the fundamental concepts which is really required to start logical programming in Python. So you should know about these all rules and regulations in Python programming. First, let's talk about Python indentation. So indentation means what? Okay, let's see this. So I'm writing the program here, which is not possible to execute in Python. I'm writing program just to explain the indentation levels, how it is possible in Python. But this program is completely related to other languages like C, C++, Java, okay, other languages related program it is. So it will not work in Python, but just I want to compare that. So in any language like C language or C++ language or any language, so this is the code int I equals to 10. This is declaring the variable and assign the value. And if condition I'm writing, don't worry about the if condition. I'll explain if condition syntax and everything in coming sessions in the logical statements. But here in my intention is to explain about indentation. You just concentrate on indentation. So if I equals to 10, So this is what actually comparison. I declare I value 10. So 10 equal to 10. That means what? 10 is matching with the 10. Then I can say I should come into if block. So if block, if it is Java, for example, system.out.println, it is what print statement. True, I can say that, for example, true. Else, if I equals to 10 is not matching, then I can say else block, open bracket, close bracket. So now here s dot out dot system dot out dot println false, I can say that. This is actually program, but this will not work in Python. But just I want to compare this, how other programming language code and same program in Python, how to write. Just I want to compare. Look at this program closely. There are two blocks are there in this program. One is if block, next one is else block. But in general, in other programming languages, to consider a block of code, we use generally curly braces. These are the delimiters also, we can call it as delimiters or curly braces or flower brackets, anything. So these two open and close in between, how many statements are there? That all statements under comes into if block. And here also else block is having again delimiters, open delimiter, close delimiter is there. And these also in this bit in between, whatever the statements are there, these are under comes into else blocks. So here two blocks are there. Two blocks are clearly available. So each block will execute separately. So my requirement is what? If else block I'm using. So if else condition process means what? If this condition is true, it evaluates to true, then control flow will jump into if block only. If this condition is evaluates to false, then control will jump into else block only. So this is the logic actually. But this style of code is common in every language like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET. But in Python, it's not work. The reason is in Python, to consider a block of code, we use indentation, not curly brackets or delimiters. So the indentation is how it is means 4 spaces indentation generally. 4 spaces. 4 spaces. So to consider a block of code in Python, we must and should use 4 spaces. But 4 is not compulsory, but at least 1 space is required. I'll tell you why 4 I'm suggesting you. So 4 spaces is nothing but indentation to consider a block of code. So for more clarity, let's look into this. I'm going to write same logic in the context of Python. But where I'm writing the logic, you can observe here, I'm writing this code into Notepad, so that you'll understand why I'll not suggest to write a code in Notepad now. Because there is no IntelliSense, there is no suggestions, and there is no guidance. So directly you should take care how to write a program clearly. So let's write a code in Notepad first. Let's open a Notepad. Notepad is also one of the text editor. It's a plain text editor. So here I'm writing code in Notepad, sir. Just look at this Notepad code. So I equals to 10. So in Python, you need not to specify any data type. That's what I didn't use any int I equals to 10 like this. Even semicolon also not required in Python, but if you give also, it will not be wrong. So it is correct only, no problem. So here I'm writing if I equals to 10. So colon is must here. This is Python syntax. But as I said that I'm not explaining about if block, else block. I'm explaining about indentation, just concentration on indentation now. Later we'll come across about if block, how it will work, what is the syntax and all. But look at this, if I equal to 10, as soon as when we hit the enter button, cursor is blinking in the starting position. Usually programmer can start writing the code from there. That means true. Again, next line, else block I'm writing here. And again, programmer starts writing the code from starting only, false. Done, sir. This is a very simple statement. That logically it look like good, but structurally it's not like good. It's not good. Okay, the reason is why I'll tell you. So I value 10. 10 I'm comparing with 10 because double equal to is a comparison operator or relational operator. Even operators also will discuss in detail. So print true. If it is condition is true, print true. Else condition is what, sir? If condition is false, prints false on. Like, let's save this one. Control S, and I'm saving into my E drive. The file name is just I'm taking test1.py. Okay, test1.py. I'm saving into E drive, sir. Let's click on save. You can minimize it because I have to edit it later. So I have saved the file in E drive. So let's open command prompt. So you know how to run the code or script file using command prompt. So I'm just moving into E drive location. After that, to run this Python script, simply Python space test1.py. Look at the code once which we have written. According to this code, I value 10, 10 equal to 10 matching, but we are expecting true. But look at the output here, Python space test1.py. Then you are going to get some indentation error. Look at this indentation error. So expected an indented block after if statement on line number 2. Okay, that you just observe here closely this notepad script. Now, what is the problem here? In this program, each and every line is going to treat it as a separate line. There is no block code. That means if block don't have any statements, else block don't have any statements. These statements are there, but it's not treated them in a block. So why? Because all are in the same line. There is no indentation levels. But in other languages, programmers generally use to consider a block of code delimiters like curly brackets. But in Python, we should use spaces instead of curly brackets. So I have not used any space here after if block statements. So to bring these statements under the if block, at least one space or 4 spaces or any number of spaces also, but at least one is required. I'm just giving here 4 spaces, and this is coming to if block now. And also I'm giving here 4 more spaces here, else block, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this statement under comes into else block. Now it is correctly work. Now Control S, save it, and go back to your command prompt and write this command again, Python space test1.py, enter. We expected the result correctly, that is true. The reason is here I value 10, 10 is matching with 10, comparing this, and if it is correct, it will true. For example, if I use 100, now Control S for saving, 100 equal to 10, not correct. If not correct, then control will jump into else block. Inside the else block statement, what is that? False. Let's run this again. Python space test1.py, then false. So this is the way to write the code. So why I don't recommend initially writing Python program in Notepad means you have to take care the block consideration like indentation levels where it is required, and it will not suggest you as a new to Python programming. So that's what you will get confused. So this is what to manage the code. But sir, 4 spaces compulsory required? No, at least 1 space is required. You can see this. 1 space is required and more spaces also required. Any number of spaces you can take, no problem. But at least 1 space is required. 1 space if you give also, then it will work fine, sir. No problem. Even 1 space if you give, then it will work fine. Just a moment. See here. Go ahead, go ahead.
So in PyCharm, we don't have to put the space, right? In Notepad, we have to put the space, at least 1 space.
Yes, yes, 1 space you have to put, otherwise it will not allow you to execute the code. So because this is indentation levels, automatically it don't capture actually. You have to take care all. But in PyCharm, that is not required. You can see this, I'm writing same code in PyCharm editor also. So let's add a new file. Right click over there in your project and new Python file. So test2. And now you can see same code I'm writing here. Int I equals to 10, I equals to 10, matching. as soon as when we hit the enter button, now you can see here, oh, just a moment, test.py. If I equals to 10, and as soon as when we enter this, so look at this cursor is blinking after 4 spaces, leaving automatic indentation level. And no need to get any confused here while writing PyCharm code. So that means it's clearly indentation levels automatically traced according to programming structure, where it is required, where it is not required, it will capture easily.
So in what condition do we have to use 2 equal? In the second line, there is a 2 equal, I is equal to, there are 2 equal sign, right?
Yeah,
2 equal symbol and the second line. And
that's what actually, this is, my intention is now indentation explanation, but operators and logic we will explain in upcoming session. But anyway, you're asking, no? So single equals to means assignment. Just I am assigning 10 value to the I variable. And double equals to means comparison. You can compare the values. So I value holding already 10. 10 is comparing with this 10. Both are matching. Then control shift into if block. If not, then it will go to else block.
Okay, thank you.
This is relational operator, double equals to, and single equal to is the assignment operator. So this is now coming to this. These are the indentation level only in Python. To consider the block of code, then we use indentation. Any block, not only if else block, even in upcoming session, we will write some for loops, while loops, and also inside the function, inside the class, so many blocks we can write, no? So in that context, automatically 4 space indentation level will be set. Suppose look at this here, I'm writing code inside the for loop. Suppose for loop, this is actually for I in the range of 10. So you need not to think about how it will work, but in upcoming session I'll discuss. But look at this, as soon as when we enter the key, so automatically cursor is blinking where? Here. This is what cursor is blinking here, 4 space. But even in the next program, in the previous program, you can see this, I'm hitting Control Z. Even if you don't follow the indentation levels in PyCharm also, you can go back to the cursor here, you can see move back. So again, you will get indentation error. But error clearly here notifying in the writing the code only. When we place mouse pointer here, you can see statement expected or statement expected. And now when we place mouse pointer, something is raising here and the underlined red squiggly here clearly. Okay, that means you will notice that something is going to wrong. So let's run this one. Again, you will notify this indentation error in this error list. So at least 1 space indentation error. So 1 space is required, sir, and more spaces also. Okay, fine, no problem. Let's run this. We got the output clearly. So this is Python indentation, and please take care. So you should you should follow the indentation levels completely, especially whenever you are writing the block code, if block, else block, for loop block, while loop block, inside the class, inside the functions. So you have to leave the spaces, curly brackets instead of. Okay, so this is indentation, 4 spaces. Look at this in PyCharm editor. Why 4 spaces is recommend by default means this is the default setting actually. Even we can able to change the settings also. You can continue with 2 space indentation, single space indentation also. But note this point in the PyCharm editor on the bottom corner, we can notice that some standards are there here. 4 space indentation already sets here. Indent 4 spaces in this. In the bottom corner, right hand side, you are looking 4 spaces in PyCharm editor. Yeah, that's it. So this is about indentation, very basic and fundamental concept. You should take care while writing the code. Other fundamental concepts are pretty simple. And now you can see comment section I'm doing. So sometimes in this comment section is common for every programming language. So programmers, they'll write a lot of code into their code. But if they don't want to execute sometimes some lines of code, then they'll put that lines of code into comment section. So what is the meaning of comments means? Generally, if you don't want to execute some lines of code, then you can ignore that lines from the execution, then you can put that lines into comment section. Whenever you put some comments for lines of code, then your Python interpreter will exclude that lines from the execution. It will not include. So whenever you don't want to execute the code, I don't recommend to delete that code. Instead of delete, you can put this into comment section. So later, whenever it is required, so if you want to execute that back code, then you can uncomment that. So comments are useful for that, one of the reason. Another main reason is, so you are a programmer. Right now, you are involving the code in the application environment, but you have written a lot of code and lot of application statements. But due to some reason, you left from the company. So in place of your role, some developer came. So if some developer, the developer should understand what the previous developer has written the code and what was the purpose of that code. So you should understand well. So that's what you can better to leave the comments or description about your program. So whenever the new person or new developer can hand over your code, they can understand easily by looking your comment section. So whatever the comments you want, you can write in your program. That comments you cannot, it will not include in the execution part. Your interpreter will exclude from the execution. But how to do the comments in Python? Simple. See here in my program right now, you're looking a lot of statements. So simply I can say hello also. So this is total one block of program, and this is my additional statements print hello. So once I execute this test2, now you can see we got this program output and also hello also printing in the output window. Both are coming here. True because of this program logic, and hello also is here. But I don't want to execute line number 7. How to do this? You can put this line into comment section. How to do comment section in Python? Simple. Before line, you can give the hash symbol. This is comment. So now this will not execute in the execution process. It will not consider this line in the execution process. It will exclude. Again, uncomment means you can remove this hash symbol. But look at this. I'd want to do comments all 5 lines here. Each line I need not to visit, and I need not to give any hash symbol before the line. Because if you think like 100 lines of code is there, 100 times you need not to keep this. So how to set this all lines into at a time comment section, that is called multiple lines if you want to set the comment. So there is a shortcut key. So you just select this all lines, how many you want to comment, and control /. So you can hit this control /. I'm writing this command here in the comment section, ctrl +/. Again, if you want to uncomment, now you can see these lines are in the comment section. It won't work out now. So hello is only working because it's not in comment. Again, you want to release this comment, that means uncomment, select these lines, again, hit this control +/. So it is uncomment now. So this is very simple. It's not a big deal. So whenever you don't want to execute any statements, just put the comment, and whenever it is required, you can uncomment it. Or else you can write your description of program also. Any description you can write. Just I'm using junk code here. So this is description, you can fill it. You can write your own statements like this. So these statements will not be considered at the time of execution. So this is another simple concept, comments. Now coming to these keywords or reserved words. See, every programming language is having keywords or reserved words. So reserved words means what? The words which are reserved for particular purpose. The words which are reserved for particular purpose, you can use that words for the same purpose only. Purpose should not be changed. So if you change the purpose of the word, it won't work. I mean to say, some keywords or reserved words are designed in Python for particular cause. So for what cause purpose that was designed, you should use for same cause only. You cannot use as your own purpose. So every programming language is having keywords, and keywords will convey a special message or special meaning to the interpreter at the time of execution. For example, in your program, if I use one keyword, that keyword through interpreter can recognize programmer is expecting something. Suppose if I write a keyword called def, keyword is there in Python, for example. So when I use def keyword, then interpreter can get the signal to define the function. So we are conveying a proper message to the interpreter by using keywords in our program. So how to get the keywords list in Python? So what are the keywords are there? I want to see in Python programming means it's very simple. So let's add a new file. So I'm writing just new program every time. So for clarity, otherwise we can also edit in one program also, no problem. So to get the keyword list, I recommend this. Import is a library, keyword, and keyword is a library, sir. It's a library name. As I said that Python supports huge standard libraries. So these libraries are I'm using directly here. So after that, if you want to print the keyword list, print keyword.kw list. Okay. So keyword is a library name, which I'm importing here. And KW list is a class name. This class can have all the keywords within it in the list format. Let's see this. Once I run this, look at this. Whenever you run this test2 is running. Previously, what I executed test2. So in the output window, it is available test2. So if you want to run test3, so you can right click on test3.py tab and run it. So note this, you have a lot of keywords in this list. So keywords are available here, keywords. So here all keywords are available. All keywords are available. False, none, true. These all keywords are there. But in this all keywords, false, none, true are starting letter as capital. But remaining letters are small letters clearly. So you can see this because Python is a case sensitive programming language. Okay, so false, none, true, only starting letter as capital, remaining are all small letters. These are all keywords. In our upcoming session, each and every topic, I'll include clearly each and every keyword. But notice this, in this program already I use one keyword called import. Import is also one of the keyword which is used to import the library. So any library, if you want to import in your program, that we can use by using import keyword. So this is the keyword list. This code will execute anywhere, sir, not only in PyCharm. Even you can go to Ideally software, which we have included in the last session. This is just default editor. So here also we can able to write the same code. Import keyword, and here print is not required. Keyword.kw list, then enter. So you got this keyword list here. Even this code you can write in Notepad, 2 lines, and save it and execute in command prompt. There also you will get keyword list. And make sure that each and every keyword is reserved for particular purpose. For example, here del is a keyword. This is used to delete object in Python. Okay. So here, for example, import is a keyword which is used to import the libraries. Def is a keyword which is used to define the function. If is a keyword which is used to perform the conditions. So like this, all keywords are having its own purpose. You should use for that purpose only. You can't use, no keyword can be used as a variable. For example, look at this. I am trying to use one of the keyword as a variable. Look at this def. Def actually it is a keyword, but I am using as a variable, sir. Look at this def. It's a variable. I'm using as a variable, but not. So it will not execute. Look at this. It's raise error. What error? Obviously, syntax error. Invalid syntax. Because the def is a keyword, it's designed for define the function, but you are using as a variable. So now let's remove this f. And can I use this as my variable? Yes, absolutely. Because this is your own name. So de is a variable name. It's a valid name. It will work now. 10 values printed. Okay. So what I mean to say, you don't use no keyword can be used as a variable only. So it's having complete purpose separately. Each and every keyword you have to use for what purpose it's designed. So you will come to know each and every keyword on the flow, topic to topic. So in each topic, we will introduce a lot of keywords. Okay. For example, if I go in future, exception handling, yeah, you can go ahead.
So I have a question about the second command, print bracket open keyword. In that one, there is no colon. So
Where,
is it
where?
the second one? Yeah, that one. Print bracket open keyword dot kw list. That one doesn't have a colon. Do we have the inside the bracket? Usually you write it, right?
There is no semicolon you are asking. This is
No,
one.
no, no. Inside the bracket. Inside the bracket.
Inside the bracket.
Double
What?
colon on the second, yeah, double colon or yeah, like that one. So is it?
This is not. This is our own statement. Whenever you want to display something to the user with your own words or own statements, you should include within this double quotes. This is not our own. It's a standard one.
Okay.
It's a built-in one.
Okay.
See, generally, if you want
So
to.
did you import it? Did you import this one keyword? Okay. Yes, I was talking about.
If you want to display something to the user, you can display. This is printing output statement. What I want to print here, this keyword library inside lot of KW list is there. That means keyword list is there. This keyword list I want to print. That's what I'm using print function.
Okay.
If I don't use print function here, keyword list will not print here in PyCharm. But without print, we can do it in ideally. Ideally, printing is not required. That was interactive window. That is just you can put the commands and directly it will print.
Okay.
As when we press enter. In PyCharm, if you want to print something, either it is predefined things or user-defined things, you must and should use print. Do you want to display keyword list to the users?
Okay.
So that's what print is required. This semicolon is
I got it.
not required. This semicolon is end of the statement. It's not required to use in Python. Even if you use in Python also, it's not wrong. It's correct only. Optional, that is. So these are the keyword, and we will discuss each and every keyword. It's having separate purpose. So you have to use for that purpose only. Now coming to this identifiers.
Sir, I have a quick question.
Yeah, carry on.
See, if I have I have written a code of like 100 or 200 lines of code, right? So will that automatically take care of the indentation? So
obviously,
there is yeah, sometimes like if I've written it in Notepad and I wanted to execute it, there is a possibility that I might miss out some indentation, right? So will PyCharm will automatically cook it? I mean, will automatically format the whole code?
That's what I said. No, just now I have written some if else condition, but automatically whenever it is a block consideration is there, immediately next line will leave the spaces of indentation automatically in PyCharm.
Okay, so it won't be able to format it, is it?
I'm not getting what is it. If you miss that format, then automatically it will not. But again, you have to rearrange it. And sometimes it will show you that format also. Whenever you miss the format, all these things like this, sometimes it will also rearrange the format or something. Links will be there. So automatically you can able to click the link, automatically it will rearrange the format clearly in PyCharm.
Oh, okay. Sir, actually I'm from the Oracle background. So if you're using SQL Developer, right, we use the format Control F7 and then it automatically formats the code in a readable way. It maintains, right? So that in that fashion, I'm asking like, will any other tools will help us out if there is any, formatting issues, just like the indentation?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's actually the format here. It is not there actually. So look at this, that something is wrong here. You can see when we place my mouse pointer, it's showing error actually, but auto format is not there. But sometimes when we write the block of code, it will suggest you there is a blue color link indication. When you hit that, automatically it will format it. I'll show you clearly. Don't worry.
Okay. Sir, and one more thing, like, will all the tools like the PyCharm or IDE will it give the suggestion or it has the intelligence behind the screen to give you?
No.
So instead of
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, instead of print, right, I write printf. Printf is not recognized in Python, right? So will it give the intelligence to automatically fix it?
No, automatically. see, automatically fix is not. You can see this here. Printf is there. No, when we place mouse pointer over it, create function printf is available here. When I try to create printf function, what it's suggesting that it's a called as function. It's created with a name called def. It's a function name.
Okay.
Okay, it's a fixing, but actually it is not suggesting, because look at this underline red squiggly is there. That indicates that you are doing something wrong here.
Oh, okay.
And
So is there?
If I miss this now, it will okay. But this
Okay.
kind of things will not be available in the ideally or notepad like that. You don't look this one.
Okay. Is there an option like that? Do we have to turn on, turn off like that to give that suggestions?
No.
The minute you printed, you move the cursor and print, right? It came out a drop down there with a lot of options in there, right? So
yeah, that's what suggestion intelligence is by default will come in PyCharm editor. Sometimes even if you are importing some function, that function is not available, for example. So for example, you can see this here. I'm using what function? Reduce function I'm using. Generally, I'm saying reduce is a function actually in Python. But all of a sudden, I want to use reduce function, but this is saying that a red color squiggly is there, but it is suggesting me to import this functools module. When I click in the moment, automatically the library is available. Reduce function is clear. It's available in this module only.
oh, okay. So
even if you do any function naming, if that not present in the particular module, if you didn't import that, it will suggest you to import the module. If you know how to import, you can write your own way. Or if you don't know how to import, you can look at this one. We place mouse pointer on red squiggly. So it will suggest you to do this action directly. You can hit the link. So automatically it will available. Respective module and library will be placed at the top of the program.
okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Now coming to this here, identifiers. See here, identifier is nothing but what you know. It's a naming rule in Python. So naming rule in the sense, generally, every programmer in Python programming, so usually we should provide the name of the variable or name of the function or name of the class, okay, like that. So a name is compulsory to recognize the value or to recognize or to call the function. Function name, you have to know that. To create object for the class name, you have to use it. So the naming is compulsory. So what are the names and its rules? That is called identifier. Identifier is just a name. Either it can be a class name or function name or variable name. But in Python programming, while giving the names, so you should follow some rules and regulations. What are the rules and regulations? Let's try to give this. Now, generally, you can see the rule number 1. You can give the name lowercase or uppercase. Okay, but I suggest you uppercase. Recommended is lowercase, not uppercase. If you give uppercase, there is a problem. It's not a problem, but intention will be changed. So lowercase or uppercase is possible, but identifiers are case sensitive. That means what? How the way you provide the name, so same way how to access that. So these are the identifier rules. That 8 rules are there. In these 2 rules I'm explaining now first. Lowercase, and it can be uppercase or lowercase, and case sensitive also. Let's see this. For example, my variable name, okay, is like this: emp id equals to 1, 2, 3. So print emp id. So it's a valid. So okay, it's a valid expression because how the way I just gave the name, same way I have accessed here. So emp id equals to 1, 2, 3. It will work, sir, now. So look at this, output is coming. So 1, 2, 3 value only here. But if I try to access that into capital letter, so emp id, so it's an error. So this emp id is defined in lowercase, but you are attempting to access into uppercase. That's not possible. The name error emp id is not defined. emp id lowercase is defined, but you are accessing through uppercase. But look at this. If I'm giving here emp id, so this is the valid. But I'll not suggest you to do this declaration of the variable names as capital. What is the problem actually? In general, when we declare the names in Python, okay, either it can be a function name or class name or anything, in a capital letter, that meaning is it's a constant. Constant means in other languages, other language programming rules. So if the variable, if they declared constant, that means the value cannot be changed. But even in Python also, whenever you are going to declare the variable name on capital letters, that indicates that constant. But even you are conveying a message to the other developers by declaring your variable name in capital letters, that is a constant, other developer can understand that this value cannot change. We should not change. But even intentionally, if they want to change the value, they can do it. Why? Because Python do not support any constant variables. Only just for conveying purpose, we should declare the variable name as capital. If you give the capital, that indicates that you are saying that this value is a constant value, don't change. To the other programmers, you are giving indication. But if they want to change, they can change it also. So recommend is lowercase generally. If you give uppercase, they'll think that this is a constant value. So if really you want to convey the message to them constant, then you can declare that as a capital. Otherwise, you can maintain lowercase only. But look at this lowercase characters also I'm giving here generally. So look this here, this is EMPID. But note this point in this Python, whenever I'm trying to write the declaration, you can see this some standards are there to write the programming also. Suppose EMPID 123 is there. So there is some silver color squiggly is highlighted in the EMPID. When we place mouse pointer over here, so now we can see that is showing warning like PEP8 standard, that is Python enhancement proposal. Some standards are there. So now we can see when we place mouse pointer over, missing white spaces around operator. Here, what is the operator? Equal to is operator. They recommend to give white spaces around the operator completely. But I have not given any space, but even it will work. But this is not right way to write the code. Format is not correct, but it will work, no problem. But we have to maintain some standards. So how to do this? Now we can see this. Here you can see that is asking like this, reformat the file. So once we reformat the file, now automatically it will adjust. To reformat the file, then Alt plus Shift plus Enter keyword is there. This is a shortcut. So when I use this, automatically reformat, and now we can see white spaces is around created within the operator. So this is good, but still it is arranging okay. But still one more line is available in this EMPID declaration of variable. Generally in programming languages, whenever you declare the variable name in two words, like EMP is one word, ID is one more word. Now when we place mouse pointer here, you can see this typo rename to word only it is saying. So that means what actually, if it is word, that they are suggesting you to rename the word actually here. Why? Because the words need to be separate. If you are using two words variable, better to combine them using underscore. So I'm using underscore. Look at this. I underscore as soon as when we use the error and squiggly, everything is neat format. So this is what snake convention. So each and every word should be separated with underscore symbol. That is called snake convention. Generally, variable and function names in Python can be suggestible with snake convention, and the class name suggestible called camel case convention. Camel case convention. I'll talk about that in the class orientation. So this is the declaration of the variables are actually here. So in case you are trying to declare the variable in two parts, better to use underscore. So if you don't use underscore, just a warning it will give that's a format is not correct. So it's okay, no problem. That is standard format. So lowercase or uppercase, you can declare the variable, but it's a case sensitive only. How the way you declare, same way how to access. And rule number 3, identifiers means any names. Allow digits. Yes, sir. It will allow digits. You can include digits like 0 to 9 digits. You can include the names, but identifier or any name should not start with digit. It should not start with a digit, sir. Compulsory. So for example, you can see here EMP, okay, 1, ID 2. It's a valid. So EMP1, ID 2 is a valid. So this will work fine. But where the digits are there, somewhere like not starting. If I provide the digit starting point like 5 and then 5, it's invalid. So no name can start with a digit. So this is invalid declaration. So this is the rule number 3 and 4. The names allow digits, but it cannot be starts with a digit. And coming to this rule number 5. Okay, rule number 5. Identifier allow underscore, as I said that, and identifier allow underscore, sir. If you want to declare the two parts of the variable, then better to use underscore by combining them. And make sure that if an identifier start with the underscore, then we can say it is private. Then it is private. So identifier allow underscore. Okay. If an identifier starts with underscore, then we can say private. Generally, according to other languages, private, public, protected, some access modifiers are there. So using that access modifier, they will decide that this variable is private variable or public variable or protected variable, like that. Private variable generally we can access within the same limitations. Public variable, no restriction, anywhere we can access. But in Python, how we can recognize once we declare the variable that is private or public means, just look at this here, identifier allow underscore. If you want to declare two parts, then better to give this underscore symbol. As we mentioned, like emp id is there, no? So this is only two parts actually, emp id. If I give the space, it will not allow you to do this. Now you can say space, I'm providing emp space id, that is valid, not that is invalid. So better to combine them by using underscore. This is valid. But I mean to say, if you start your variable or variable names or method names, okay, underscore, single underscore means that is protected. Protected means that is what actually, if we have a two classes, assume that parent class and child class. Inside the parent class, I declare single underscore through one variable. That variable I can also access in the child class. That is protected means parent class variables we can access into child class. If you starts with your name is single underscore. If I starts with double underscore, it's a strongly private search. Even the child and parent relation is there. Once we declare this double underscore variable inside the parent class, even the child is inherited from them, child can never access because it's a strongly private. This is not right situation to discuss about these private variables and public variables more. So we'll come across in upcoming session when I starts with object-oriented programming class. There it will be useful concept. Okay. So this is rules. Underscore is allowed. Yes. Okay. So if an identifier starts with underscore, then it is called as private. And rule number 7, no keyword or reserved word can be used as identifier. We can't use any keyword or reserved word as identifiers. As I said that, so look at this here, I'm using if is a keyword, but you are declaring that as a variable. But is this possible? No. No keyword or reserved word used as variable. It's not possible. Suppose here I'm taking IFF. It's a variable name. It's a corrective name. So this is your variable name working fine. So keywords or reserved words are not required to use. No need to use the variable names. It's not possible actually. So lowercase or uppercase is possible. Identifiers are case sensitive. It will allow digits like 0 to 9. And identifier should not start with the digits. And identifier allow underscore. So underscore in the sense we can combine two parts of the identifier easily by using underscore. If an identifier starts with underscore, then it is private. We can say that private in the sense restriction will be there. Sometimes in Python programming, we need to provide the restrictions on the variables, because if someone by accidentally or wantedly someone is accessing your variables, then that we should not allow them, because once we make the variable as private, then they don't modify the data. They cannot able to access the data. Possibility is there here. So these are the rules and regulations of identifiers. So these rules you must and should use while declaring the names clearly. Lowercase or uppercase, it's possible, and case sensitive. It will allow digits. Okay. and it should not starts with digit. An underscore is possible. And if an identifier starts with underscore, then it is what actually private. And no keyword or reserved word we can use as a identifier. These are the identifier rules and regulations. You must and should follow each rule and regulations like this. And coming to this variable section, what is variable? Variable also called as identifier. Yes, as I said, that identifier means any name in Python. Either it can be a variable name or class name or function name. Just names are called identifier. The name rules are these all name rules. Okay. So next, variable. Variable is having a separate definition. So variable is nothing but it's a named memory location. We can say that it is a named memory location. It is a named memory location, sir. And while declaring variable in Python programming, so you need not to specify any data type, because as I said that Python is a dynamically typed language, and based on the value which we assign to the variable, Python will decide the data type of that variable. So it's not required to decide the data type of the variable. It's a named memory location actually. Let's see this. Why named memory location? For example, a equals to 10, I'm saying. Then if I ask you 10 value, where it will go and store means you can say the name of memory of 10 is what? A. A memory it will store. So every variable has its own values. So print A, so this is correct. So this is variable declaration in Python, and it's a name memory location. We can say once I run this, you got this output clearly. Now you can see int A equals to 10, print A here. Okay. So this is variable declaration and multiple assignment also there. We'll discuss this into tomorrow session clearly. So that's all about today. So these are the very important fundamental concept and basic concepts you should consider this while writing Python code. Indentations, comment section, keywords or reserved words, identifiers, and variables, and multiple assignments. These are the rules available. I think I missed one rule. Let me show you something like this. Wait a moment, just a moment. Just wait for one day, you will receive this complete code Python documentation to you, so that it will be easy to manage your code and all. Okay, so I'll save this. Yeah, fine. I didn't miss any rule. Okay, I thought that it's I missed rule. Yeah, fine. So now you can ask the questions. If you have any questions regarding today's session or previous sessions, you can feel free to ask me. And tomorrow we'll see multiple assignment concept also. Then after that, we can move forward to other concepts.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, actually, the thing is, today it's my first class in this
Okay.
Python course.
Okay.
And I didn't attend the previous courses. Actually, I just called yesterday to Durga shop and they just provided me the link today only. So I don't
Yeah.
have the previous section knowledge.
No
So
worries. No worries. You can do one thing. Today, I think you will receive my previous lecture, 3 videos lecture link, also YouTube link, so that you can also watch that 3 videos. And this is the 4th session. No, tomorrow I think it's a 5th session. Tomorrow is the last session, which is going to happen for demonstrations on this link only. So Saturday onwards, we are going to change the link. So up to Saturday, you can enroll for the sports. Only enrolled students will get the new link from our side, short link that is, not Zoom meeting link. So you can go through that 3 videos lecture. Anyway, in once your enrollment process is over, then I'll share my all the video lectures up to now, whatever I conducted into your Google Drive, and you can download it also. Right now, just watch the 3 videos. They'll send the link also, YouTube link, or else you can also go directly Durga Soft YouTube channel. In the recent playlist, you will find my videos, 3 video lecture videos.
Okay, just for the installation of Python and the PyCharm,
Yes,
all
yes.
these things, right?
First 2 days only completely theoretical, then features and versions and history of Python and why Python and what subjects which I cover in Python, full stack development. And the third day, yesterday only, I did complete setup and installation. That was also there in video clearly, so it's not a problem for you.
Okay, I can install from there only. Actually, I don't know how to install, so I'll just watch the video and I will install all this.
Sure, sure. It's a very simple and straightforward. There is no complexity. You can go through that. It will be clear. If any problem, then we will discuss in upcoming session. No worries.
Certainly, sir. And one more thing. So after tomorrow class and other classes will be on a chargeable basis, right? The subscription we have to take it, right?
Yes, exactly. Who enrolled? Then for that, we will send a link that is completely go to meeting link only. That link will, once we create, that will come around 2 weeks continuously. No need to change the link every time.
Okay, so
from day after tomorrow, the session is completely controlled by me only. So I'll control the session. I'll start and I'll stop and everything. I'll record and I'll send that video completely. But only first 5 lectures are Durga Soft will hand over the sessions completely. They'll organize.
okay, sir. So for making the payment, they will send us the link, right?
Yes, exactly. After tomorrow.
Okay, certainly, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Reddy. Can you please show us the problem which you were having yesterday, that you were not able to execute file from the command prompt?
Command prompt,
I'm having the same problem. Yeah.
No. Actually, the problem is I have executed command prompt, but it's unable to move to desktop. That is the problem.
Yes. From the day I'm having the same problem,
Okay. I'll find out that. But actually, this is not a problem. Something went wrong at the system level, because I was working many sessions like this only in the same device. It was moved previously, but I have to rectify. But sir, that's what temporary solution I find, that if I can able to move desktop. That's what I use. The location is E drive. That there I can execute. No, clearly.
Okay, but I'm getting the same. What should I do at this point? I'm getting system cannot find the path. I'm getting the same
Nothing.
message when I change it to the desktop.
Nothing to do. Then I'll find the solution. Even it's useful for me also, because I did many times in my previous lecture. But I'm wondering really what's happening in this case. Let's find
Hello,
out.
sir. Hello, can I? Hello.
Yeah. Carry on.
Sir, sorry for the interrupt. The solution is to go to your menu desktop, sir. Main desktop. There we can create the one folder.
Already folder is created.
Yes. Right click on properties. Check the properties. Show me more options. Click it.
Yeah, properties.
Okay, I will check mine then.
Where
is the properties?
That's what I'm saying. Actually, I am using this new device, which is available in what you can say Windows 11. It was
yes, sir. I think desktop before you have some folders, sir. That's why it's not command prompt not working.
Okay.
I have only C drive. I have only C drive.
So C drive, you have to create the one folder, new folder. There
Okay.
will be there between the desktop and C drive. Somewhat is there. That's why it's not working.
Okay, fine. We'll find the solution. But previously I was worked clearly, so there was no problem at all. But I'll try to find. But even I don't get time. That's what I didn't concentrate much more on it. We'll see this. It's not a problem.
Yes, sir. I executed, sir. It's working fine.
Yeah. It will work.
Okay.
I know that. Previously I did only, so that's what.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Any more question from anyone?
Can you repeat this one? The point number 5. Sorry, point number 5.
This
Point
one
number
variable.
5. No, the upper. The identifier sub point. Yes.
See, identifier. if it is any name is, if you want to declare the two parts of the name, like for example, so you can see my is one word and name is one word equals to, I can say Mohan. So if I print this my and space name, it will not work because the word is two parts. If you want to combine these two parts, you should not give the names in the space orientation. So you can give the underscore symbol by joining the two words on. So that's what
Okay.
names can allow underscores, you can use it.
Okay, so as you said before that the first point, Python indentation, right? Indentation. So
Indentation.
by default, we have
Indentation.
indentation. Okay, indentation. By default, Python have four space, right?
Four space, but is only block level to consider a block, but it's not a block, it's a name.
Okay. No, okay. So the one which you said that you run on the notepad for the four space. So in what cases in what situation we will use that one on the notepad? Usually we will use the PyCharm, right? On PyCharm there is a by default there are four space on it.
That's what in notepad also you should have the clarity. So whenever you want to consider a block, for example here if block is there, or else function block is there, df function is there, function block it is. As soon as when we enter four spaces leaving here, function it's a block. In the function body you can write any number of statements like this only. Like this indentation levels only how to write it, this function block. Only block consideration we can use indentation, or else you can go for class block. So class is there, class name is there. Now you can see cursor is blinking in the indentation levels only. But you are not writing any class or any block, directly writing statements here. Hello. It's a normal statement, no? So you are looking only one line, and after that you are jumping into other lines, not a block. Same starting position only, it will start. No indentation like this. These are all individual statements which we are writing.
Okay, and yesterday you run one command from the command from, and then it execute the file. You saved file on idly. Can you show that again yesterday? You save the file on notepad and then execute that file through the command prompt.
That's what actually in E drive I have saved like this. So in E drive, so let's go to E drive. You can able to execute that. Suppose you can see I have saved that files in E drive only. So you can see E drive. We have a file called test1.py file. This you want execute, then you can write execution is possible. Normally you can go to command prompt and move to E drive, and the file name is what actually you can decide that. So that is test1.py. So that file you can use it. Now E drive, Python space test1.py. That's it.
Okay.
Or else py space test1.py also we can use it, no problem. Py space test1.py. Anyone it will work. Py space test1.py.
And I have a question about this comment. I've seen in other YouTube videos they are talking about single line, single comment, and multiple comment.
No, that was not a single
Is
line.
it different from this one?
This one only. Single line means every line you can start with
one hashtag, right? Hashtag common
multi-line means it is only multi-line. Multiple lines at a time you can do. But comments in Python is only hash symbol. There is no other way. Somebody will like this. This is actually comment only. This is not a correct. This is a description. I'll give you clarity on this. So whatever we started with triple quotes, starting and ending with triple quotes, this is not a comment. It's a description. Even if I run this code, you can see this. It is a what we can say. It will execute. But you may get doubt why this is a program not printing. Means it's not printing, it is a description, but Python interpreter will consider this also in the execution.
Oh, okay.
But if I give this one, now Python interpreter will not consider this as an execution. Look at this. This is I'll tell you one simple logic so that you'll understand clearly. So generally, normally, whenever you want to declare the block of code inside the block, if you don't want to use anything, then I recommend to use pass keyword. Pass means what? Python interpreter indication that the programmer has not given any code. That is the meaning. Okay, pass is given, fine. So if I call this function, it will work fine, sir. It's a very neat code, fine. But instead of pass, so if I don't give anything, means what actually here? Nothing is there in the block. If nothing is there in the block, it will not allow you to execute. Something should be there in the block. Something should be there in the block means I'm giving this is description, but something is there. That means Python interpreter is considering this something is there. That's what it allow me. But look at this same thing if I do this comments, but is this Python interpreter consider something is there like this? Nothing is there. Still it is an error. So you must and should use pass. So it will work. Okay. So this is comment. This is not consider and the execution part. That's what if it is not going to consider it, it's take like nothing is there in Python function. Nothing is there means you should pass it. Suppose if I give this into triple quotes, this is a description, means here no need to use pass because Python is considering this as a body of the function in the execution. So it will work fine. So this is the proof. This is not a comment, it's a description. It will consider Python interpreter execution. But when we give the hash symbol that is comment, it won't consider in the execution.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all for now. See you tomorrow. And you have only option tomorrow only. You can able to attend this on this link. And after tomorrow, you should decide that to join my session if you really wish to continue. So otherwise you can go through your own way. It's not a problem. But tomorrow only you have a chance, 5th day. And after that, we will provide a short link from my end. But those who already enrolled and we have already your mails with us. So please wait for one day. You will receive 5 video lectures and complete soft copy of material core Python. So just wait a minute, okay? Yes. I'm going to ending this session because some other session need to be organized. They are waiting for my end. This problem is only for this link only. Next link onwards, you can able to ask any doubts at any extent time. No problem. I'll ready to do this.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me, guys? Please unmute. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay.
I have on my screen, it said connected to go to training.
Okay.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Yeah, are you able to see my screen? You are able to see my screen?
I'm not seeing your screen. I just have this connected to go to training. That's what I see.
Yeah, just go with that. Okay, once you connected, right, you will able to see my screen.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Okay. So this is what we need to discuss here. Like completely, it's a manual testing, right? So anyone know what is testing? Anyone know what is testing, guys? What is meaning of testing? What is an idea of what is your idea on testing? Can anyone? What is meaning of exactly? What is meaning exactly of testing? Can anyone tell me what is testing means? What you know or you don't know? Anybody?
I think testing
Go ahead.
is, for example, when my understanding is, like, when developers, for example, develop like a website, and then you will like test it to see if it's functioning or not. If it's not functioning, then you write a report telling them what's wrong with it, and then they can
Yes.
fix it.
Yes, correct. What else you want? Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Good. So what is testing means, we can say that simply we can say that whether the application or a software is working as per the given requirements or not. So they will provide some requirements, right? Based on that, sorry, based on that, you need to test your application was working as per the given requirement or not. We need to check. Yes, absolutely. What you said is correct. You need to check whether it is working as per the functionality, as per the requirements. That we can call it as what? Manual testing. Okay. So before we go to the testing, before we need to know what is software. Say we will work a lot of softwares, right? What is software? So software is a collection of what? Programs where it will take input from the user and it will do some process, and finally it will give what? Output, right? That output we need to check. Okay, we need to check whether whether you are getting correct output or not. We need to check. Okay, that's one of the most important. But most of the people are saying what is testing means finding the defects. No, it's not finding the defects. Defects can find anyone, not only you. Okay, not only a tester. Okay, defect can find by the developer, the defect can find by the client, the defect can find by the end user. Anyone can find the defect. But don't say testing is for only finding the defects. That is the wrong assumption. Okay, so what is testing means, you can simply say that test any kind of application to check whether the application is working as per the given requirements or not. Understanding, right? Is it clear for everyone? Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now, what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing? People, or a lot of people are confused. What is automation testing and what is manual testing? So what is manual testing and what is automation testing? Can anyone, what is manual testing and what is automation testing? So manual testing means what and automation testing means what? You want to share anything? Okay. So this is one of the most important one, guys. What is manual testing? Okay, what is manual testing? So manual testing means what? We are not using any tools or any script. Okay, we are not using what? Any tools, or we are not using any script. So generally what we are doing, the manual test cases are executed without support from what? Without support from what? Tools and script. That kind of testing we can call it as what? Manual testing. See, now I want to test any application. Now I want to test Amazon application. Okay, so here I'm not using any tools. Manually I'm doing what? I'm clicking what? Amazon, and I'm clicking the enter button. See, I'm doing myself. Okay, I'm not using any tools for this. Okay, now I'm entering what? Amazon application URL. I'm entering the URL and I'm clicking the enter button. Everything is done by myself. Okay, I'm not using any tools. I'm not using any script. Okay, so these kind of testing, what we can call manual testing. Manual testing means what? I'm not using any tools. Okay, I'm not using any script. Here I'm not using any script. Here I'm not using any tool. Then how I'm testing? By manually. I'm passing the URL here. This is what URL. I'm passing the URL and I'm clicking the enter button and I'm doing the testing, like I'm clicking this button, I'm clicking this link, I'm clicking each and every link, and also I'm checking the functionality of the application. So these kind of testing we can call it as what? Manual testing. Okay, and what about automation testing? Most of the people will ask, what is automation testing? Automation testing means what? So there are a lot of automation tools will be there in the market. Selenium, there are a lot of tools will be available in the market. Okay, but how we will do the automation testing? Okay, they are executed with the support from what? Tools and script. Suppose you want to do automation for any application, what is required here. You need to require some tools, as well as also you need to require some scripting knowledge. You need to require, like Java is required, Python is required, C# is required. Suppose you want to write the script in Python, you need to learn the Python. Suppose you want to write the script in Java, you need to learn the Java. Ruby, you want to write the script in Ruby, you need to learn that language. Based on that, you need to write the script. Based on the tools and script, we will execute the application. Such kind of testing we can call it as what? Automation testing. Okay, but don't say automation means Selenium. Selenium is what? One of the tool for the automation. There are multiple tools will be there in the market. Okay, there are number of tools will be there in the market. Okay, so it's very clear, right? So what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing? Suppose you want to do a manual testing, means what you need to do, you need not use any tools or a script. Okay, just you need to launch the URL and you just enter the URL and click the enter button. You can do your manually means without taking any support from the tools and script. But whereas if you want to work in automation, what is required? You require some scripting and some tools. Based on the tools and script, we can execute all our test cases. Such kind of testing we can call it as what? Automation testing. Is it clear, guys? So this is one of the most important one. Okay, before we start to the manual, you need to understand what is manual testing and what is automation testing. Okay, anybody have any questions here? Is it clear? Is it clear, guys? Okay, so this is clear, right? What is the difference between manual and automation? Anybody have any questions here? Okay, can you hear me, right? Okay, so okay, you know, right, what is the difference between manual and automation? Now, what is the drawbacks of manual process? See, what is manual process? Just now we discussed, right? So if you go with manual process, what will happen? It's a time consuming and more employees is required, and it is also what we can say that it is costly. Okay, we can say that it is costly. Guys, can you hear me, right? Can you please confirm? Can you hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, good. So is it clear,
Are
right?
we gonna
So
have
manual.
access to this lesson?
Yeah, today we will discuss what is the basics from the manual testing, what is required to learn the manual testing.
No, I mean, are we gonna have access to this
Sorry, come again. What you are expecting? Sorry, come again.
Are we gonna have access to this? Are we gonna be able to read this lesson?
No, not required. I will explain you and I will share these documents to you. Okay, you can
Good.
after the class you can prepare the notes, or else you can read yourself. Okay, just try to understand the concept. Okay, once you have any questions, please stop at the same moment. Okay, you can stop at the same. Okay, you can ask the questions. Okay, if you have any questions, just stop me. Okay, you can ask the questions. Okay, if you are not understand, just stop me. Okay, so I don't know, right, whether you are understanding or not. So you can stop me at any point. If you are not understand that point, I can repeat one more time. I can explain that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you understand, right, what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So what is the benefits of automation? See, if you are using automation testing, means what will happen? It will reduce the time. Yes, if you use the automation, means what? It will reduce the time, and it will reduce the human resources, and finally it will save the cost. Okay, so this is what the mainly the difference between automation testing and manual testing. Okay, so what is testing? This question is very, very important. In interview they will ask you, so what is testing? Mean the tested developed application, any developed application What you need to do? We need to check whether it is working according to the client requirements or not. So you need to test that application, make sure whether it is working according to the client requirements or not. So here the requirements they will provide you guys. Okay, don't worry about the requirements. Okay, they will provide the requirement. Then what you need to do? You need to test that developed any application, any developed application. You need to check whether it is working according to the client requirements or not. You need to check. Okay, so that we can call it as what? Testing. Okay, so what is the objectives of testing? So ensuring the quality. For what reason we are doing the testing? Quality is one of the most important one. For what reason we are doing the testing? Not finding the defects. Okay, we are doing the testing for what? Quality purpose. So quality is one of the most important one. So that the reason testing is required. Okay, is it clear, right? Ensuring the correctness and robustness and ensuring the reliability. What is meaning of correctness and robustness? Okay, correctness means critical functionality also we need to check. Okay, robustness means we need to check whether it is working as per the given requirements with all the areas or not, we need to check. Okay, and reliability, one of the most important one. Reliability means what? Whether this application is what user friendly or not, we need to check. Testing, while you are doing the testing, right, you need to check this application is what user friendly or not, you need to check. Okay, and this is what objective of testing. For what reason we are doing the testing? To ensure means what? Make sure the quality is getting or not, make sure that is correctness or not, make sure that it is robustness, critical functionality also we need to test, and ensure reliability. What is called reliability? Reliability is what? Is nothing but reliability is nothing but make sure this application should user friendly. What is called user friendly? User need to accept your application, so that we can call it as what? User friendly or not, we need to test. Okay, I will explain you, don't worry, how we need to test the reliability and all the things. And finally, what we can say that ensure the product is what? Bug free before shipment and release. So before we are going to the release, okay, we need to check whether the product is or whether the application is what? Bug free. Okay, now tell me guys, can we do 100% of testing? Is it possible? Can we do 100% of testing? Is it possible? Can we do 100% of testing?
I guess it is possible.
No, we cannot. So yeah, we can, but see, 100% we cannot test, because some environmental issues will come. Some way you can follow the wrong instructions at the time, you will miss that scenarios. So 100% testing is not at all possible. So once we release the product in the market, still we hit some issues, because we cannot test all the environments, right? We cannot test each and everything, but we will test before we release the product in the market. But we cannot say there is a single bug in this application, we cannot say like that, because once it is released in the market, see, still we have Amazon, lot of issues will be there, still the Facebook we have a lot of issues will be there, in Twitter we have a lot of issues will be there, in Walmart we have a lot of issues will be there. See, we cannot do 100%. See, you cannot say there is no bug in this application, you cannot say like that. Definitely there are some bugs will be there, no doubt at all, there are few bugs will be there. But what we are doing, we are resolving that bugs and we are giving the quality of the application to the customers. Okay, if you go with, if you develop any application, you cannot say that it's 100%. So you cannot say that it is 100% testing is completed. Okay, there is, you cannot say there is a no bug in this product. After release also, suppose your development is done and the product is ready, and now we are releasing in the market. After releasing in the market also, we will get some issues, that we can call it as what? Client issues. Okay, is it clear? We cannot do 100% of testing, it's not at all possible, but we are giving the assurance to the client, hey, don't worry, We already tested your application. We find lot of issues. We already fixed that issues. We already verify that issues, and you can happily launch the product in the market. Then only the client will launch the product in the market. Understanding, right? But we cannot say to the client, hey, you will not get a single bug after the product launch. No, we cannot promise like that, because we don't know what kind of issues will come. See, in the real time, what by using of that application, we'll get some issues. Will get it, definitely will get some issues, no doubt at all. Okay, is it clear?
Yeah.
So we cannot give the 100% of assurance. Okay, so we can, no one will cannot test, even no one will cannot test 100% of testing is done. Okay, but we are giving to the client, hey, don't worry, we already tested, we find some defects, we already fixed that one, and you can launch this application happily in the product. So then they will launch the application in the market. Okay, but still after launching the product, they will not get huge issues. They will get one or two issues. That one or two issues, we will rectify that one. Again, we will release in the product in the market. Okay, but we cannot say a single bug is not there in the product. Okay, we cannot say like that. Okay, it's not possible. Okay. Yeah, anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so why testing is done? See, this is one of the most important. Why testing is done? Quality. So one of the most important is what? Quality. Okay, the testing is done to assure means what? Make sure whether you are getting the quality product or not. So this is one of the most important one, guys. Don't say the testing means finding the defects. Okay, it's a wrong answer. Okay.
I did.
Yeah, okay. You have any question?
No, this is okay.
Okay. So what we can say that the testing is done to assure the quality, make sure that whether you are getting the quality product or not. How can you define the quality? Can anyone tell me how can you define the quality? How can you say this is your quality product? So how can you say you are getting a quality product? Can anyone? How can you say you are getting a quality product? So suppose you are saying that I'm getting a quality product. How can you say you are getting a quality product? So what we can say that, see, you have the requirement 1, requirement 2, requirement 3, requirement 4, and requirement 5. Suppose you tested all the requirements. You test requirement 1, you test requirement 2, you test, and requirement 3 also you test, and requirement 4 also you test, requirement 5 also you test. No doubt you will get quality product. No doubt at all.
Is it the
Suppose,
one that he doing the blah blah thing that showing? Yeah, I seen it, but I just not hearing.
It's not. It's an example he giving. It's I guess is how I think the product to get a quality. I think that these are the steps that can be involved to get a quality product, right?
yes. So I'm giving the example how you will get a quality product. So see, in the real time, the requirements they will provide you.
Well,
Okay,
I'm talking, but what I would do now, I brace the hand thing, you're not even hearing me. They say red thing, they say red thing, I did. I see what he doing with the blah blah thing, but I'm not hearing him.
Oh, how you not mute yourself?
That
Because if
because
you
your phone on, that why I hearing him.
oh
sorry, can you speak in English so I can help out on you?
Okay.
she says she raised her hand up, but you don't know whether you pay attention to it as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Tell me, you have any questions? Let me know. You have any questions?
No.
You don't have any questions? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's closed for me.
Yourself.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I hearing him.
okay. So see, the testing is done for what? To assure the quality. Quality is one of the most important one, for the reason why we are doing the testing, for the quality purpose, right? So how can you define the quality? How can you say you are getting the quality product? Okay. So how can you do? You can say you are getting a quality product. They will provide some requirements. Okay. They will provide some requirement 1, requirement 2, requirement 3, and requirement 4 and requirement 5. Okay. If you covered all the requirements, okay, you covered all the requirements, you covered requirement 1, you covered requirement 2, you covered requirement 3, you covered requirement 4, and you cover requirement 5. So what you will get, you will get what? A quality product, no doubt at all. You will get what? Quality product. Suppose you miss the requirement 2, you are not understand what is this one, so you miss the requirement 2, so what will happen? You will not get a quality product. So what I'm telling here, how can you define the quality? How can you define the quality? The quality is defined the justification of what? All the requirements. What are the requirements they provide, right? You need to fulfill all the requirements. Then only you will get what? Quality product. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. So a need for software testing. Suppose you want to go for a software testing side. What is required? Always remember, guys, you need to delivering the quality software product or not. Always you need to check whether we are delivering the quality software product or not. We need to check. Okay. And satisfying the user requirements or not, you need to check. Okay. Make sure that whether you are satisfying the user requirements or not, you need to check. Okay. And I told you, right, making the software is what? More reliable. What is called reliable? Reliable means user friendly. You always need to test that application, make sure that it is what? More reliable or not. And also you need to remember one thing, reducing the maintenance cost. Once the product will launch in the market, you will not get too many issues. If you are getting too many issues means the maintenance cost will be increased. Okay, so you need to reduce the maintenance cost. That's one of the most important one. And avoiding the customer dissatisfaction. So once the product will launch the market, the customer feels need to be happy. Otherwise it was getting too many issues, too many bugs, the customer is not able to access the application, then what will happen? The customer dissatisfaction. So you need to avoid that one. Okay, so one of the most important one is what? How you will get quality product. Interview question, how you will get the quality product? To justification of what? All the requirements. What are the requirements they will provide, right? You need to fulfill all the requirements. In that case, definitely you will get a quality product. Okay. So now another point, what is the advantages of testing? Why we need to do the testing? One of the most important one. Why? Is it required? Yes, it is 100% testing is required. Okay. So without testing, we cannot launch any product in the market. Okay. Take any technology, artificial intelligence, anything, any technology. Okay. Cloud technologies. Okay. For any technology, what is required? Testing is required. Even you want to test any artificial intelligence, your testing is required. Even you want to work in cloud technology, Google Cloud, AWS, GCP, these all are what? Cloud technologies. In that case also we need to require testing. Without testing, they won't launch any single product in the market. So what is the advantages of testing? What is the advantages of testing? Quality product. Why we are doing the testing? For quality. Why we are doing the testing? Client satisfaction. Client will have more satisfaction. If your product is working fine, the client will happy. And more business, we will get a more business. If client is happy means what? We can get more business. And finally, what we can say? It's a bug free product. We can say bug free product, but we cannot say it's 100% a bug free product. Okay, you understand, right, the difference between bug free product and 100% bug free product. No one will cannot test 100% of testing is not at all possible. We can say to the client it's a bug free product. Okay, anybody have any questions here? Is it clear?
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, good, excellent. So don't worry, I will give you more examples. Okay. testing qualities. So what qualities is required for me to test that application? Okay, so what qualities? No compromise on the quality. See, suppose you find any defect, what you need to do? You need to report immediately. If you compromise on the quality, then you will not get the quality product. Suppose you find any defect, what you need to do? You need to report immediately to the developer. So that is one of the most important one. No compromise on the quality. If you saw any spelling mistake in the application, you need to report. If you saw any silly issues also, you need to report. Okay, so you cannot ignore that issues. What are the issues you observe in the application? You need to report immediately. You need to report immediately to the developers. So no compromise on the quality. If you compromise on the quality, you will not get the quality product. So you always need to remember this point. And what is negative thinking? Okay, there are two things, like testings are two types, like what you can do: positive testing and negative testing. Can anyone tell me what is positive testing and what is negative testing? Anybody have any idea what is positive testing and what is negative testing? What is meaning of positive testing? Positive testing means what, and negative testing means what? Anybody have an idea? The phone number. Okay, you need to enter the phone number. The phone number is how many digits? So in India, it's a 10-digit number, right? In India, it's a 10-digit number, right? So if I give the 10-digit number, okay, so it is what kind of testing? Positive testing. If I give invalid number, if I give one invalid number, I'm not giving a complete 10-digit number, I'm giving what? Invalid number. So this kind of testing, we can call it as what? Negative testing. Okay, so we need to do the both testing, like what is that? Positive testing and negative testing. Okay, so while you're testing that application, you need to check what both things, like positive testing as well as negative testing. Is it clear? See, I will give you one more example. Now, you're testing the login screen. You're testing what? Login screen. So what is positive testing here? What is meaning of positive testing? The positive testing is nothing but you are giving the valid username and valid password. If you click on the login button, it should work. That kind of testing, we can call it as what? Positive testing. What is negative testing? I'm testing invalid data. I'm testing with invalid data also. See, I'm giving what? I'm not giving the positive data here. I'm not giving the negative. I'm giving what? Invalid. Okay, I'm not giving valid one. Okay, ABC. Here also I'm giving what? ABC. See, it should not work. In case it is working, means that is a bug. See, it should not work. See, what is say that? Incorrect user ID or a password. So while you are doing the testing, you need to do the both things, like a positive testing as well as you need to do the negative testing. Is it clear, guys? So this is what you will not do only a positive testing. You need to do what? Negative testing also. Negative testing means what? You need to test with what? With the invalid data. You need to test what? Invalid data. Is it clear? So testing is not only you need to go with the positive testing. What is meaning of positive testing? Giving what? Valid username, valid password. See, I'm giving what now? I'm giving what? Both are valid only. Username is valid and password is also valid. Now I'm clicking login button. What will happen? It will take me a respective page. So it is working as expected. So this kind of testing, we can call it as what? Positive testing. So what is meaning of positive testing? The positive testing means what? We are providing the valid user ID and valid password, valid credentials. Okay. What is negative testing? I need to check. Suppose I'm giving not null. Both are I'm giving null values. I'm not giving any values there. Okay. I'm giving what? Null value. I'm giving null value. Now I'm trying to clicking login button. So it should not allow. So this kind of testing, we can call it as what? Negative testing. Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, good. So this is one of the most important one. While you are doing the testing, You need to check both things, positive testing and negative testing. First, what kind of testing you will do, guys? First, you will do negative or a positive? Can anyone answer? First, what kind of testing you will do?
Positive.
Absolutely. Excellent. So you always do what? Positive testing first, not negative. Okay. First, you need to go with valid username. Second, what you need to do? You need to go with valid password. Okay. Then, oh, it's working correctly. Yeah. Then next, what you need to do? It's working. Okay. With the positive data is working. That's not, your testing is not completed, right? You need to check with the negative also, because sometimes end user might forget is not giving the valid one. Okay, might he is giving invalid one. In that case, it should not work. It is working means that is a bug. Now I'm giving what both are invalid only. Now it should not allow to log in. If it is allowed to log in means that is a bug. See, incorrect user ID and password. It is not allowed invalid data. So while you are doing the testing, you need to check both the positive testing as well as you need to test what negative testing. So what test qualities is required? For suppose you want to go for testing, no compromise. You never compromise on the quality. Negative thinking like positive testing, negative testing, you need to check. And analytical skills, you need to think what is what is the expected result, what you are getting. So you cannot go with the blind testing. Okay, you need to think what is the output, what this output is correct or not. You need to test while you are doing the testing. You need to analyze the things whether it is correct or not. Okay, so this is all are very important, and patience is required. See, you will not get immediately output. You need to spend some time. You need require some patience. Patience means what? Immediately you cannot get the result. You need to do a lot of testing. You need to do everything. You need to select that item. You need to add to the cart, and you need to do the payment. Lot of instructions will be there. You need to follow all the instructions. Then only you will get that output. Okay, you will not get immediately. So a lot of patience is required. And finally, one thing, guys, if you want to go for a testing side, and communication is required. One of the most important is what? The communication. So you need to speak, you need to talk, because you observe one issue, right? So you need to tell to the team what you observed. You need to communicate in the proper way. If you are not telling in the correct way and you are miscommunicated and all the things means, then the developer will not understand where the defect we got. Okay, so communication is one of the most important one. What are the issue you observe? You need to report it to the developer, and also you need to write the mails like returning skills, like you need to write the mails and all the things. Okay, that's one of the most important one. You want to become a good tester, what is required? Technical skills is required. Lot of technical skills is required. If you know Linux, then well and good. If you know Python, then it's well and good. If you know more and knowledge, then it's well and good. You need have some technical skills. And analytical skills, what is called analytical skills? You need to observe the things, not only go with the things blindly. You need to analyze the things. Okay, you need to think why this defect is got, what happened, you root causes. You need to identify the root cause for the defect. Okay, and passion, you need to love the job. Okay, if you love the job, you can enjoy that job. Okay, so first you need to love the job. Okay, and attitude, body language, the communication is one of the most important one, because sometimes now you are reporting the issue but developer is not accepting. In that case, what you will do? Can anyone answer? Do you understand my question? You are reporting the defect but developer is not accepting. Then in that case, how can you convince that you are getting the defect? How can you convince the developer? You are reporting the issue but developer is not accepting it. So in that case, what you will do? You will ignore that issue?
Maybe you try to show them what you're talking about and maybe do the testing in front of them, maybe.
Yeah, that's correct. You can show, but you can say that, yeah, absolutely, it is correct. What you can say that you can show the screenshot. So I'm telling, but your people are not listening. So I saw that issue, but your people are not listening means what I can do? I can show the screenshot. I can show the log files. I can show that where exactly it is hitting that issue. Yes, that we need to do. You need to take a screenshot. Okay, so see, we cannot.
Can I have a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Speaking of the technical skills,
Yeah,
you are talking about, do you have to know like a programming language in manual testing? Is it
no.
something
See,
that
not for a manual, you not required any programming knowledge.
okay.
Zero programming knowledge, you can easily survive.
Okay.
Because I will tell you, in manual, we never write any code. We never write any script. I told you, right, that I told you what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing. So
Right.
manual testing, if you go with manual, you not required any single programming knowledge, not required. But why I'm telling here the technical terminologies, if you require, suppose you are working in cloud environment. Cloud, you know, right? What is the cloud technology? If you work with the cloud, first of all, you need to understand what is cloud, how it will work. Suppose anyhow you are working in Walmart, okay? So how this Walmart will working, how its e-commerce website is working. So that technical skills, at least you need to have some knowledge on that area, how that application, the domain is very important, right? Domain knowledge is very important. Now you are working in banking application, so how banking application is works, how it works. So there are a lot of things will be there, a lot of cards will be there, debit card, credit card, corporative card. So these all are not the same functionality, right? There are the different functionality. Credit card has a different functionality, debit card has a different functionality, saving account is completely a different functionality, and corporative account is what a different functionality. So you need have some domain knowledge. What is the domain knowledge? Is nothing but which you are working in that product, you need have some product knowledge is required. So in that case, you need have some technical skills, means what we are using, for what software we are using to develop all the things that you need to know. But you, for a manual tester, not required any programming knowledge. Okay, is it clear?
Yeah. So you were speaking of working in the cloud.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you do this manual testing, right? When you're doing it, do you, what if you have a program that requires you working in the cloud, but you just did manual testing? How do you figure that out?
Yeah. See, they will give you, I told you, right, they will give you the requirements, how you will test that one. We need to test whether it is working according to the client requirements or not. So they will give the requirements. Based on the requirements, you need to test that application. Now you are working in the cloud application, right? So suppose they ask you to create a cloud account. They ask you to create cloud account. So this is what your task. So what you need to do, you do, so they will tell you how to create that account. They will give you step one. Okay, you need to follow the step one. Okay, you need to follow the step two. Okay, you need to follow the step three. So here I'm not writing any code here, just I'm following what this is what requirements, this is what requirement. See, I always follow what requirements. As a testing team, we not write any code. So in the cloud, I'm testing this. I'm able to create a cloud account or not. I'm able to check by following the document. We always follow the documents, the requirement specification documents. We always follow the requirement specification. That is what I told you, right? As a testing team, we always follow what requirements. How you can say that it is working as expected? How can you say it is working as expected? Suppose requirements, what they're given in the requirements and what you are getting in the output, you both are the same, means you can say that it is working as expected. Actual result is equal to expected result. So you can say that it is working as expected. Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, no problem. Okay, good question. So that's one of the most important, guys. So we not required any programming knowledge. Don't worry about the programming. But what I'm trying to say, if you know how cloud works, you're testing some product, means first of all you need to know how that the functionality, right? Without knowing of functionality, how you will test? Understanding, right? So you need to know how it works. What is the technology for that? So first of all, you need to understand they will give you KT. What is called KT? Anyone know what is called KT? KT means what? Knowledge transfer. Once you get into the organization, right, they won't give immediately to work on that items, okay, and they won't give the immediately to work on the task. They will provide KT session. What is called KT session? KT session is nothing but what? Knowledge transfer. They will tell you how to test, and what steps we need to follow. They will tell you each and everything they will tell you. But as a tester, you need to check whether it is working as per the given requirements are, and as per the functionality, it is working as expected or not. You need to check. Okay, is it clear? So that's one of the most important one, guys. They will provide
Yes,
the
thank you.
requirement. Yeah, thank you. They will provide the requirement. Based on the requirements, you need to test. Okay. So sometimes the developer is not accepted your defect. Then what you need to do? You cannot ignore that. You can show the screenshot and you need to show the logs. So what are the logs you find? And you need to report all the things. Okay. Then developer definitely accept your defect. Okay. And finally, what we can say that productivity. So productivity means what? Whatever you do the work, you should have the quality work. Always you need to get what? Quality work. Okay, make sure you need to test proper way. Okay, you are spending too much of time but you are not done testing properly means that you are spending a lot of time but you are not following the process, you're not following the requirements, you're not following the documents, then you will not get the productivity. When you will get the productivity, if you work with the quality of work, okay, if you follow the proper requirements, if you follow the correct documents, then you will get what? The quality of the product. So productivity is one of the most important one, guys. So you need to check the productivity. So you are doing some work, okay? What is the productivity on that? Okay. So you are getting a quality of the product or not, you need to check. Okay. Not only spending of too much time. Okay. What you need to learn, whether you are getting the quality of work or not, you need to check. Okay. I'm spending 8 hours, I'm spending 12 hours. What is the use of spending of 12 hours or 8 hours? What is the result? Results are very, very important. So while you are doing the testing, you need to check the quality of work. Okay, productivity is one of the most important one. You need to check whether you are getting the quality work or not. You need to check. Okay, so this is all or what for a good tester. You need to learn the technical skills, analytical skills, and passion. Yes, I like this job, and you can enjoy your job, and attitude and productivity and written communication. So if you know all the things, you can become a good tester. Okay. Tomorrow what we can do is tomorrow we'll see one of the most important. So far what we know, what is testing? The testing is nothing but to check whether the application is working according to the given client requirements or not. They will provide the requirements, we need to test that application. For what purpose we are doing the testing? I told you, right? For what purpose we are doing the testing, guys? Can anyone answer? What for what purpose we are doing the testing? Defects? For what purpose we are doing the testing? Anyone answer for that?
Quality.
Yes, absolutely. Quality. Okay, not
Uh,
for different.
for, for quality for
Yes,
quality product.
yes, quality product. Absolutely correct. Yes, correct. So
Client,
the test.
client
Yeah.
certificate.
You're saying something?
No,
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay. No issue. So the testing is done for the quality. What is positive testing and what is negative testing? Can anyone answer? What is positive testing and what is negative testing? So positive testing means what?
Testing done
Positive
by
is the good
positive
result,
data.
negative.
Hmm. Yes. Positive testing with what? With good data. Yes, that is correct. Like that. What is negative testing? You need to give the invalid data. In that case, it should not allow. Okay. So that's good. Tomorrow, what we can do is we will see one of the most important one. What are the testing types? Okay, and there are two types. One is structural, and another is what functional. So what is white box testing and what is black box testing, we'll see tomorrow. Anybody have any questions today's session? You are able to understand anything you want to discuss? You want to go with slow, or you can give the suggestions, okay? So based on your things, then I can follow.
Yeah,
Is it clear? You are able to understand? Yeah, go ahead. You are saying something?
you were basic. You explain about analytical skill. What does
Yes.
that imply?
See, analytical skills is nothing but see, while you are doing the testing, right? You cannot go with the same way, same path. Okay, what is happening in that application? You need to analyze. This is, see, now I find the defect. Okay, before finding the defect, you find the defect, right? What is the causing the problem? Where it is causing? Okay, you need to analyze that one. You cannot take simply a screenshot and report it to the developer. That's not a good one, right? Everyone can do that job. But you are analyzing the things like why it is hitting, what is the problem, what is the problem in that defect. Okay. If you analyze all the things, that is very, very important as a good tester. You need to think broadly, and you need to get the things in depth. What is the causing the problem? What the problem is causing? So you identify some defect, but you need to know what is causing that problem. So that all will come somewhere in analytical skills. Like you need to have some deep knowledge on that. Understand, right? If you work on the product, then only you will get the thing. Okay, it won't get normally while you are testing the application, right? First of all, you need have some domain knowledge. Domain knowledge means what? Product knowledge. Product knowledge is one of the most important one. Okay, I cannot test the banking application until unless I know what is banking application, how it works. So what functionality we need to test. First of all, you need to know what exactly I need to be tested. Without knowing all the things, you cannot test any application, right? So they will provide you KT. KT is nothing but what? Knowledge transfer session. They will provide all the knowledge transfer session. Based on that, you need to understand the domain first. How Walmart works, how Amazon works, how Flipkart works. So first of all, you need to understand the domain. Domain knowledge is very, very important. You need to analyze the things, okay? So how it works. So once you know that, then your testing part is very, very, very easy. Very, very easy. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah.
That's good. Good. Uh, Anybody have any question? I think.
So how many days is this class?
See, it's
A week.
almost. We go with only weekends. We don't have the class. Max, it will take 20-25 classes. Max 20
So
25.
it's what? It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
It starts from Monday to Friday.
Oh, so Monday to Friday. So weekend, no class. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the class.
Okay.
So as we end the day, then that's how you send the notes to us.
Yeah, we will send you the material, video recording. We will send you each and everything. Don't worry about this one. They will provide you material. What we are seeing here right now, what you are seeing in the slide, they will provide a complete material to you. And also they will provide you the video recording. What we done in the video, right? The class session video they will provide you. Okay, you can refer that. If you miss the section also, not a problem. You can just go with the video. That's fine.
Okay.
So you're gonna send it. You're gonna send this one to us tonight.
Yeah, I think yes. Today after it will take within the day that they will send it. Okay, I'm talking IST. Within the day they will send it.
You're gonna send it to our emails, right?
Yes, yes, yes. They will create account and then they will create email.
Okay. It was a good class.
Okay, then. Anything else to discuss?
Not really.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your time. Have a nice day. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see. We will discuss about what types of testing tomorrow. We'll see. Very interesting. We'll see tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your time. Have a nice day. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, good morning. I'm really sorry, my system was restarted, so that's the reason it took me almost 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. That's good. So, yeah, yesterday what we discussed, can anyone tell me what is testing, guys? Can anyone? What is testing? Can anyone tell me the definition of testing? Anybody? Yesterday we discussed, right?
Testing is when a developer develop an application and then they test it to make sure that it's working properly.
Excellent. Excellent. Good. That's good. Any developed application, right? Make sure that application is working as per the given requirements or not. Yes, that's correct. So, see, what is testing means, don't say finding the defects, okay? That's not a correct answer, okay? You need to always say that what is testing means, you need to say that the testing is done to make sure the application is working as per the given requirements, okay? So that's one of the most important one, okay? Why we are doing the testing? Can anyone tell me why we are doing the testing? For what purpose we are doing the testing?
For product quality.
Absolutely, excellent. So why we are doing the testing, guys? For quality purpose. Okay, the quality is very, very important. How you define the quality? How can you say you are getting a quality product? How can you say you are getting a quality product?
It must be bug free. A justification of all the requirements of a consumer or customer
Absolutely.
application.
Yes, to justification of all the requirements, and also you can say that it's a bug free, right? Yeah, you can say that also. But see, how can you define the quality? How can you say this is the quality product? Means you need to justification of all the requirements. Suppose they ask you to test in all the areas. Okay, you test all the areas. You what you can say that you justification of all the areas, then definitely you will get what a quality product, no doubt at all. Suppose you miss the requirements, okay, you miss the requirement, you are not understand, you miss the requirements, in that case you will not get the quality product, right? So how can you define the quality? That's one of the most important one. Okay, for what reason we are doing the testing? Quality purpose, right? How can you define the quality? Means you need to justification of all the requirements. What are the requirements are given them? You need to fulfill all the requirements. Then only you will get what quality product. Okay, so this is also one of the most important one. And what is positive testing and what is negative testing? Can anyone, what is positive testing, guys, and what is negative testing? So the positive test, yeah, go ahead.
Positive testing is to get the valid
Yes,
the valid
inputs. Yeah, yes, correct.
input, yeah. The
Yeah,
valid input, and then negative testing is to get invalid input.
yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Good. So see, generally while we are doing the testing, right? So we need to do the both things like positive testing and negative testing. Okay. So what is meaning of positive testing? The positive testing means what? See, now this is what login screen, right? In this login screen, I need to give that values like what valid username, valid password. Then only I can log in the application, right? This is what we need to test in the real time also, right? But if I want to see, suppose the end user is given invalid data. Suppose the end user is given what invalid data. Now I'm giving what invalid ABC. Now here also I'm giving ABC. Okay, it should not allow. Okay, because both are invalid, right? The username is invalid and password is also invalid, right? It should not allow. In case it is allowing means it is a bug. See, now I'm trying with what negative data, like invalid data. Okay, so invalid data means it should not allow to log in into the application. So while you are doing the testing, you need to check both things, like positive testing and negative testing. See, it should not allowing me into the application because I given what invalid username, invalid password. So in this case, it should not allow to me to log in the application. So is it clear, right? So these all are very, very important, guys. While you are doing the testing, you need to check. So no one will tell you do the positive testing, do the negative testing. So no one will tell you, okay, as a tester, you need to test the both things like positive testing and negative testing. Okay.
Okay.
Now today's session is very, very important, guys. What are the types of testing? So this is one of the most important one. Okay, the basic one. So before we go into that, we already discussed, right, what is testing. Let's see. Yeah. So testing means what? To ensure. To ensure means what? To make sure. To make sure that whether the application is working as per the given requirements or not. I told you, right? They will provide the requirements. Based on the requirements, we need to test the application. Okay, we need to test that application. And one more thing you need to remember, guys. Software testing is a process of verification. It is a we can call it as what software testing is a process of verification whether the project will be acceptable to the end user or not. The finally who need to accept your application? End user, guys. So you need to test like the application end user need to accept means, because if the client is not accepted, if end users is not accepted your application, means it is failed. So you always test like an end user point of view, how end user wants, how end user what end user expecting in that software. So you need to think like an end user perspective. So the finally who need to accept your application? End user. Understanding, right? So this is one of the most important one. The software testing is a process of verification whether the project will be acceptable to end user or not. Suppose the end user is rejected, means what will happen? If end user will rejected, means no one will use that software, right? So you always think like end user, how this application is useful for to the end user or not, you need to think. Okay, while you are doing the testing also, you need to keep on mind that how end user will use this application. You need to think that point also. Okay, and there are two types of testing. So this is one of the most important one is what? Structural testing. Another is what? Functional testing. So what is meaning of structural testing and what is the functional testing? Okay, structural testing is done, we can call it as what? Structural testing also we can call it as what? White box testing. See, there are two types, white box and black box. So black box testing we can call it as what? Functional testing. Now who will do this thing? Who will do the testing? Like who will do the white box testing and who will do the black box testing? We'll see. Anybody have idea who will do the white box testing? Anyone know? Okay, I will explain you. Okay, don't worry. So far we know what is testing. Now we are telling the testing are two types. One is what? Structural testing, another is what? Functional testing. The structural testing we can call it as what? White box testing. So who will do the white box testing? Let's see. Who will do the white box testing? We'll see. The testing is based on knowledge of internal logic of application code. If you know the code, okay, if you know the code, so what kind of testing you will do? White box testing. So generally, who knows the coding? Can anyone tell me who knows the code? Developer or tester? Who knows the code?
Developers.
Yeah, developer, right? So what we can easily say that white box testing is done by developers. Yeah, simple. No need to worry about in this. So simply you can say that white box testing is done by the developer. Now, why developer need to test? We already there, right? QA team is already there, right? Then why the development team need to test? Can anyone tell me why? Is it required? Why developer need to test that application?
But make sure it's okay on the right track.
Absolutely excellent. Yes, to make sure it is in the right track or not. Hey, correct. Absolutely correct. Because see, I'm writing some code, right? I need to check before I need to send to the QA, right? What I'm writing the code as a developer, I'm implementing the code. Or what I'm writing the code, I cannot directly send to anybody, right? Before I'm sending to anyone, I need to check whether my code is working properly or not. So that's the reason the white box done by the developer. So simply you can say that the testing is based on knowledge of internal logic of application code. If you know the code, so what kind of testing you will do? You will do the white box testing. The internal software code working should be known for this type of testing. If you know the code, if you know the logic, then what kind of testing we can do? We can do the white box testing. So we know, right, who knows the code, who knows the logic. So generally this logic and code knows by the developer only. So you can simply say that white box testing is done by the developer. Simply, no
Okay.
need to you no need to ask anyone. Simply, white box testing is done by the developer. Why we can call it is a white box? Because I'm able to see the code. See, the developer can able to see the code. So that's the reason they call it as it's what white box. White box means in the white box, if you write anything, we can able to see that code, right? So that's the reason they call it as it's a white box. Okay, so or as they call it as a structural testing. Okay, so generally they call it as a white box. Okay, see, the test based on the coverage of code statement, branches, path and condition. Developer is always to test this all the things, whether the code statement is working correctly or not, branches is correctly working or not, path is working correctly or not, conditions are working correctly or not, if condition, all the things. Okay, don't worry, we never involve that. So always unit testing. Generally, we can call it as what? White box testing. We can call it as what? Unit testing. So whenever the development is done, right, then the developer will do what kind of testing? Unit level testing. So once the unit level testing is done, then they will, so unit level or a component testing. Okay, unit and or component testing or belongings to what? White box testing. So this is one of the most important interview question, guys. What is structural testing or what is white box testing, or they will ask you what is unit level testing. So unit level testing is always done by the developer because they know the internal logic of the code, and before they sending to the QA, at least one time they need to check whether my code is working properly or not. So that's the reason that we can call it as it's a white box testing. There are many names: glass box, transparent box, open box, clear box. So the people are call it as like many box. I'm calling as it's a white box. Some people they call it as what? Transparent box. Some people call it as what? Open box. Some people are call it as what? Clear box. So but all are belongings to what? White box testing only. So there are many names. Okay, don't confuse here. Okay, white box also known as clear box. Clear box means what? I'm able to see the code. Open box, I'm able to see the code. Glass box, I'm able to see the code. Transparent box, transparent box means I'm able to see the code. So there are many names will be there. Okay, so white, you need to only remember one point: the white box testing is done by the developer. At least before they sending to the QA, at least they need to check whether my code is working properly or not. Okay, is it clear? Anybody have any question here? So this is one of the most important one, guys.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, good. So the developer is also do some testing techniques like see, control flow testing, data flow testing, branch testing, path testing, and statement coverage and decision coverage. Don't worry, we are never involved here. Okay, the developer take care of all this part. Okay, so control flow, data flow, branch testing, path testing, and statement coverage and decision coverage. So these all are taken care by whom? Your developer. Okay, so structural testing is also called as what? White box testing. Now, one of the most important one, guys, what is this? Black box testing. See, this who will do? Anyone have an idea? Who will do the black box testing? The black box
Tester.
testing tester. Yes, correct. The testing team will do what? Black box testing. Why they call it as it's a black box? See, we are not see any code. See, if you observe that, we can test any kind of application. I can test any kind of application. I can test Java related application. I can test the .NET related application. I can test Python related application. See, I'm never see the code. Understanding, right? We never got the chance to see the code also. Okay, so that's the reason they will call it as what? It's a black box testing. Then how you will test, guys? Can anyone tell me how you will test? We don't know the code. Then how you will test? In what basis you are testing? Anybody
We
have idea?
can, yes, we can test it manually by writing test cases.
Yeah, the test cases and all the things. But here we don't know any code, right? Any code and anything is nothing. Here it's a what? It's a completely black box. Then how you will test? In what base you are able to test that application?
You want to
Based on,
test the functionality.
yes,
To make
based
sure
on
that
requirement. So this is what they will provide, right? I told you, right? So they will provide you what? Requirements. Based on the requirements and based on the functionality, we need to test because we never see the code. So that's the reason we can test any kind of application. You just ask me to test Amazon application, I'm ready to test. And if you ask me to test the Flipkart application, we are ready to test because we never see the code. Yesterday, someone asked, right? Do you know the programming knowledge? No, not required. Then how you will test that application? See, the test based on what? Requirements. They will provide the requirements. What is the requirement? They will tell you how we need to test. Okay. Now you say that, right? Test cases and all the things. In case they provide the test cases, based on that also we can test. But we never see the code. So that's the reason they call it as it's a black box testing. What if we can call it as what? It's a black box testing. So this is one of the most important, guys. So the black box testing is done by whom? The testing team. So black box testing is always done by whom? Testing team. Is it clear? This is one of the most important one. So
yes.
yeah, internal system design is not considered in this type of testing. Okay, here we are not bothered about what code is written, but how you will test that application, how you are test that application. The tests are based on requirements and functionality. So they will provide the requirements and they will based on that requirements, we need to test that application. Understanding, right? We need to test that application. Okay. See, I will show you one best example how we will test. We not see the code, right? But how you are able to see the how you are able to test that application. Okay. So we generally they provide what documents. Okay, and they will provide what requirement documents. Okay. So based on that, we need to test that application. Okay, and based on that, we need to test that application. See, they will FRS. Okay, they will provide what document requirement documents. Okay. Hmm. Now we need to test that application. How we need to test that application? So they will provide you what requirement specification document, right? So this document they will provide you. Okay. So based on requirements and functionality, let's see. See. Now they will provide this one was what document, right? See, simply they will give you what requirements. See, this is what requirement. So you need to understand this is for requirements. See, this is what on the project. In the project, login page will be there, right? In this login page, the fields is like what? User ID and password will be there. So what you need to test, you need to log in into the application. You just enter the URL and you need to check the login page. In the login page, what fields will be there? User ID and password will be there. Suppose if you log in with valid user ID, admin valid user ID password, click on the login button means what page should come? It should come admin home page. It should come what? Admin home page. So you are able to see what? Admin home page. If you are logging with the branch manager, what page should come? It should come branch manager home page should be displayed. So like that, they will provide you what requirements. They will provide you what requirements. If you log in with agent, what page should come? Agent home page should come. So see here, we are not depending on the code. So we are depending on what? Requirements.
Requirement.
Yes, yes, correct. This is what if you this is one of the most important one. We are depending on what requirements. They will provide the requirements. As a tester, I don't know what code is written in the back end. What is the as a tester, I just log in with what user ID and password, and I need to click the login button. Then it will take us me directly what an admin home page, right? So that is one of the most important one. You need to check whether you are see that is what the testing what we discussed, right? The testing what we discussed, make sure the application is working as per the given requirements or not. So I'm testing as per the requirement. My application is working correctly or not. I'm testing with that. See, I log in with the admin user ID password. Click on the login button. If I click the login button, what page should come? Admin home page should come. See, I'm getting admin home page or not. I need to
Can I
check.
ask a quick question, please?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this document that we're looking at right now, is that the document that the developers will send to you as the tester? And these are the requirements that would be within that document that you need to check
Yes, we need to
and that
check,
you
right?
need to test?
Yeah, yes, yes, we need to check. The developer is also write the code based on the documents only. We have it's a good question. Like we have a design documents will be there. So based on the design documents, the developer and they implemented the code. Once it is done, then once the development is done, right, then they will move to the QA. Now, as a QA, we don't know the code and we never see the code. Then how you will test this one based on the requirements? So in the requirements, it's very clearly mentioned that login with valid username, valid password. Click on the login button means you can able to see what admin home page. So this is the way you need to test that up. Is it clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I told you, right, that black box testing, see the black box testing is always depends on what the requirement and what is the functionality. What is the functionality? If both are valid only, both are valid username, valid password, then only it should log in. Otherwise, it should not work, right? So login functionality we need to test. So black box testing done by the QA, we never see any code. How we will test? The test is always based on what requirements and functionality. These two are very very important. We need to test on what requirements. Requirements. Requirements based on the requirements and based on the functionality, we need to test that application. Other than unit testing means I told you, right, unit testing is done by developer. Other than unit testing, remaining types belongings to what? Black box testing only. So in real time, we are the black box testers, we are the functional testers. Okay, we will do what? Functionality. We need to check the functionality and we need to check whether the application is working as per the given requirements and functionality. Okay, is it clear? Anybody have any questions? It's very very important. The testing are two types: structural and functional. The structural testing is done by the developer and functional testing is done by the QA. Okay, anybody have any questions here?
No.
Is it okay? Good. So we will do what? Black box testing on it. Okay. So here, see the black box testing techniques, we follow some techniques, okay, while you are doing the testing: equivalency, partition, boundary value analysis, cause effect graphing. So we will discuss later when the project will comes, we will discuss all the things. But I want to give you one example, one of the most important one, boundary value analysis. So suppose the requirement is what, you know, right? What is requirement? So now what is your requirement? Requirement is what? There is a text box. The text box you need to fill 5 to 500. Okay, you need to enter all the values. Okay, so how you will test this one? Can anybody have any idea how you will test this one? You will go with 5, 6, 7 like that, or you have any idea how you will test this one? You need to test 5 to 500 numbers. How you will test this one?
First, we give a valid number which is present between 5 to 500, for example, 401 or 499. After that, we give invalid data, which may be the lowest possible is 4 and highest possible is 501.
Absolutely good, excellent, good. Okay, good. So see,
Can
this
you
is what,
please repeat what she said? I couldn't
yeah,
understand.
yeah, I will tell you. Don't worry. She's telling that take the lowest value of the file and take the greater than value of 500. Okay, like invalid number. So see, invalid number is what, you know, right? What is the invalid number? See, valid number means what? 5 to 500. In between only you need to provide, right? That is all, or what? Valid number. Suppose if you give the invalid number, suppose you are giving 4, it's a valid number or invalid number? 4 is what? Valid or invalid?
Invalid, sir.
Yeah, invalid. So it should not allow. So you need to check that one. How to check with this one? So simply you can take minimum value is what? What is the minimum value here in the requirement? 5.
5.
Yeah, 5. What is the maximum value here? Maximum value is what?
500.
500.
500.
Yeah, 500. So you can do simply one technique. Okay. Minimum value minus 1. Okay, minimum value minus 1. You can do the simple one. So what you can do, minimum value minus 1. Okay, so 5 minus 1 is what? Okay, 5 minus 1 is what? 4. Your value is what? 4. All right. So you just enter the 4. It should not allow. In case it is allowing means what? It is a bug, right? And also you can take the maximum value is what? Maximum value plus 1. Okay, you need to take plus 1. Okay, if you're taking plus 1 means 5 not 1. Okay, it should not allow. In case it is allowing means what? It is the bug. So you need not test all the values 5, 6, 7, 8. Or you cannot test all the values, right? It will take a lot of time. So what you can do, you can use BVA. What is called BVA? Boundary value analysis. Take the minimum value, take the maximum value. Minimum value minus 1. Okay, less than 1. Okay, you can take minimum value. 5 minus 1 is what? 4. 4 is invalid, right? It should not allow. In case it is allowing means what? It is a bug. Similar way, you can take the 500. Okay, greater than value you can take plus 1. Okay, 5 not 1, it should not allow, because if it is allowing means what? That is a bug. Understanding, right? So this is the way you need to test that application. Okay, because there are large numbers will be there. You cannot test 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 like that. You cannot test that one. So you need to take what? A minimum value, and you need to take what? Maximum value. Minimum value minus 1 and maximum value plus 1. So it should not allow. Okay, 4 is allowing means that is a bug. 5 not 1 is allowing means that is a bug. And also you need to test in between. In between you can take any number, it should work. Suppose you can take 400, it should work, because in between. Okay, you can take 9, it should be work. Randomly you can test that one. So this is the way we need to test boundary value analysis. So where we can use this one? This is one of the most important one where we can use. Now in the document, see, this is one of the most important one. Let's see how we will work. Now the branch name is there, right? The branch name is there. The branch name, the field is accepted is what? How many characters you need to enter in the branch name? 4 to 15 alpha numerical values only. 4 to 15, right? So what here you can use what? BBA. How you will use the BBA? So you can simply do one thing, like 4 minus 1. How many? 3. If you enter the 3 characters, it should not allow. If you enter the 3 characters, that is what? Invalid data. Understand? If you enter the 15 plus 1, 16 characters, suppose you are entering the 16 characters, it should not allow. If it is allowing means what? That is the bug. So in the fields like the branch name, branch code, there are a lot of fields while you are testing the application, right? They will give you some requirements. Okay, what is the requirement here? 4 to 15 alpha numerical value only. Means what are the you are giving the input, right? That input should be the rate should be what? 4 to 15 only. But if you are giving 3 characters, that is invalid. If you are giving more than 16 characters, more than 15 characters, that is invalid. So in this case, what technique we are using? BVA. What is called BVA? BVA is nothing but what? Boundary value analysis. Is it clear now? Is it clear? So simple, guys. Again, I want to tell you. See now, simple example. Phone number. Phone number is how many digits? In India, 10 digits, right? Phone number is what? A 10-digit number. Now I want to check the BVA. BVA means what? Boundary value analysis. So I told you, right? 10 minus 1. Okay, you need to test like 10 minus 1. Like how much? 9. Right? 9 digits. Yeah, 9. So it should not allow, right? This is the word. This should not allow. 9 digit is not allowed. And what I'm doing, one more test case. I'm doing what? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1. How much? It's 11, right? Like 11. So it should not allow, right? So always while you are doing the testing, we need to check the BVA. BVA is nothing but what? A boundary value analysis. The previous example, what we took, we need to test 5 to 500 numbers. Okay. Suppose we need to test this thing. So we cannot add all the numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will take a lot of time. So how I need to test this one? Simple way. So what I can do is I can take the minimum value. So minimum value is what? 5. Okay, and also yeah, 5. And maximum value is what? Maximum value is what? 500. So yeah, 500. So what I can do is how I need to test this one. Minimum value minus 1. Okay, I'm giving minus 1. It should be 4. The 4, it's a invalid. It should not allow. So here I'm taking what? Plus 1. So if I take plus 1 means what will happen? 501. So in the 501, it should not allow. So this is working as expected. It is not allowing 4 and it is not allowing 501 means my code is working fine, my application is also working fine. But in case the 4 is allowing and 501 is also allowing means that is the bug. No need to ask whether it is bug or not because it is allowing invalid also. Understanding, right? So this we can call it as what? BVA. BVA is nothing but what? Boundary value analysis. BVA. Understanding, right? So this is the way you need to test the application. So here, location. Location is what? You need to enter your location. But application is what? It is allow what? 3 to 15 characters only. So 3 minus 1, 2 characters should not allow. 15 plus 1, 16 characters should not allow. So you need to test while you are doing the testing. You need to check all the things. Okay, whether it is allowing the within the range or not, you need to check. Okay. So this kind of testing we can call it as what? A boundary value analysis. This technique, this is what one technique we are using to test that field. Understanding, right? Is it clear? Okay, good. See, what is the difference between the black box testing and white box testing? If you observe that white box testing is done by the developer, right? He knows his logic. See, he knows his logic. He knows his output. He knows the code. He knows the code because he can able to see the code and all the things. Okay. He knows his logic. He knows his input and he knows his output also. So the developer is always depends on its logic and the application code. The always depends on. When you're talking about testing team, like we are QA. See, we are giving the input, we are getting some output, right? How can you say this output is correct or right? How can you say? Can anyone tell me? You are giving input and you are getting some output, right? This output is correct or not? How can you say? You are getting a lot of questions, right? Whether it is correct or right, or whether it is wrong, or whether it is right. How can you say this output is right? Can anyone tell me how can you guess this output is correct or not?
If the
Based
I
on the
think
recording
if the
document.
oh, I'm
Hmm.
sorry. I
Sorry,
think
come
if the output matches the
Hmm.
oh, if the input matches the output.
Yeah, input we will giving, right? But you will get some output. This output is correct or not? How can you if you know the code, you can tell that, right? The input will matches with the output. But you are giving input, you will get some output, right? This output is correct or not? How can you say? How can you guess that this is correct? I told you, right? The testing team is always depends on always.
Requirements.
Yeah. So you need to refer the requirement. Just you give the input and you need to refer what? Requirement document. So here what will happen? That's correct. You are very near to that. So now what you do? You don't know what code is written there. You are giving what input? You are giving what input? Valid username, valid password. Now you are clicking the login button. Right now you are clicking the login button. Then what is the output? Suppose you are able to see admin homepage means as per the given requirements, you are able to see output as a admin homepage means it is working as expected. Understanding, right? Suppose you are not getting admin homepage, you are getting some different page. Then it's a bug. So in the based on the requirements, they will provide. I told you, right? They will provide the requirements. Based on these requirements only, you need to test that application. We don't know the code, right? If you know the code, you can guess what page should come. But we don't know code. We are just giving the inputs based on the requirements. You are giving the input is what? Valid username, valid password. You are giving both are valid only. Now what you are doing? You are clicking on the login button. So it will take us what? Admin homepage. Suppose if you are getting admin homepage means what you can say that your application is working as expected. Suppose you are not getting the admin homepage, you are getting some different other pages, then you can reject it. Simply you can reject it. Hey, it is not working as per the given requirement. Understanding, right? So this is what one of the most important. The testing team is always depends on requirements and functionality. Is it clear? So we
Yeah.
always, yeah, we never depend on the code. Okay, we don't know the code. If you depend on the code means we can write the code and we can do all the things, but we never depend on the code. Understanding, right? We just given that input as per the given requirement, and we check that output. That output is getting correctly or not. We need to check that. That is what we need to do. So that is what the black box testers is always depends on requirements and functionality. Is it clear? Okay, good. Now, so today's sessions are very, very important. So generally the people are asked black box testing required programming knowledge? No, not required. If you want to go for a testing site, manual testing site, manual, not automation, manual testing site, the programming knowledge is not at all required. Implementation knowledge, logic and all the things also not required. Always be based on what? Requirement specifications. I told you, right? We always depends on what? Requirement specifications. We always depends on what? Requirement specification documents. Okay. What about developer side? Suppose you want to go for a developer side. Suppose you want to go with the development team. Programming knowledge, yes, it is required. Implementation knowledge, yes, it is required. The developers is always depends on what? Detailed designs and requirements. Understanding, right? So this is what the difference between the black box tester and white box tester. So today what we learn, what are the testing types? There are two types. One is structural, another is what functional. The structural testing is done by the developer and the functional testing is done by the testing. Why the developer need to do the testing? Interview question. Yes, they need to check at least one time whether my code is working properly or not before they send to the QA team. So that's the reason they always, whatever the code is written from them, they check at least one time whether my code is working properly or not. The similar way, black box testing. Who will do the black box testing? The black box testing is done by the testing team. The testing team is always depends on requirements and functionality. If you know the requirements, if you know the functionality, you can test any kind of application. Only we required what? Requirement. Only we required what? Functionality. If you know the functionality, if you know the requirements, you can start testing now itself. You can ask anybody, just give the requirement and tell me the functionality. I'm ready to test your application. Just check. That is what the testing definition. Whether the application is working as per the given requirements or not. So they will provide the requirements things. Okay, no need to worry about the requirement. They will simply provide the requirements. Simple. What is your job? You need to check whether this application is working as per the given requirements or not. You are logging with admin, user ID and password. You are clicking the login button. It is taking us to what? Admin page or not. Suppose you are getting admin page means it is working as expected. Suppose you are not getting admin home page, you are getting some different page, means it is not working as expected. So this is what the way we need to do the testing. Okay. Anybody have any question, guys? Is it clear?
So what
So,
is implementation knowledge?
sorry, come again.
So what is implementation knowledge?
What is? Your voice is low, little bit low. Can you speak loud? What is it?
Implementation knowledge.
Implementation knowledge means it's like a logic thing, like how we need to implement, right? The thing is required for the developer. So implement means, see, we need to depend on the logic, right? All the you're writing the code, but you need some have some logic also is required. So implementation means what? If you know that logic and all the things, then you can go with the development side. Understanding, right? So the developer is always go with the implementation knowledge, like the thing he knows his logic, okay, how it will work and all the things. But I told you, right, for the black box testers, we never see that one. Okay, we only go with what requirements and functionality. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good, guys. Good to hear. Like tomorrow, what we can say is that today there is a new topic, so we cannot start now. So what we can do is tomorrow we'll see what is SDLC, one of the most important one. So today's session is very very important. Just recollect these things after the class. What is testing type, structural and functional. So you know, right, who will do the structural and who will do the functional testing. So tomorrow what we will do, tomorrow we'll see what is SDLC, what is called SDLC. Tomorrow we'll see what is the SDLC, software development life cycle. We'll see this in the tomorrow. Okay. Anybody have any questions before I'm wind off? Anybody have any question, guys?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thanks for your time. We'll see you on tomorrow with the same time. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day. Yeah, yeah, go ahead. You're asking something?
No, I said, okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Bye bye. So what is structural testing? What is functional testing?
Structured text testing is done by the developers,
Yes,
and the functional testing is done by the testing team.
Yes,
and the structured testing is called the white box. The functional testing is called the black box.
Yes, correct. Good. So why developer need to do the testing? Is it required? Why developer need to do the testing? Is it required?
The developers need to do testing to know if the applications are working properly.
Yeah, correct. So what are the code is written by the developer? They need to check my code is working properly or not before they sending to the QA. Yes, correct. Good.
Yeah.
So what is the BVA? BVA, boundary value analysis. What is your meaning of BVA? BVA means what? So yesterday we discussed,
B
right?
is boundary value analysis.
Yes. How we will test this one?
We will test it based on the requirements.
Yes.
And the functionality.
Yes. Like here, BVA is nothing but boundary value analysis. We need to take the requirements like so minimum value and maximum value. We need to take minimum value -1 and maximum value +1. Understanding, right? Yeah. So that's one of the most important ones. Yeah. Today class is what is SDLC. So this is one of the most important, guys. 100% interview question. Okay. What is SDLC? When we start a new batch, this is new batch only, which start only 2 days back. Okay, just we gone with only the basic part. Okay, you can continue with this one. They will provide all the videos and all the materials. Okay, you can continue with that. Okay, is it okay? Or else I will explain you one more time. Okay, don't worry. Okay, just 2 days only we've done this class. That is also like a demo. Okay. Okay, so this is one of the most important one, guys. 100% interview question. So what is SDLC? What is called SDLC? See, let's see what is called SDLC. SDLC is the process followed for software projects within a software organization. Every organization, they follow what? SDLC process. Let's see what is exactly SDLC process. It consists of detailed plan describing how to develop. Suppose we got the project names, how to develop and how to maintain the project and how to replace in case we got any requirement changes. In that case, how we need to replace and alter or enhance specific software. Okay, this all we will done in where? In the SDLC process. So definitely 100% interview question. They will ask you, what is SDLC? What is SDLC? SDLC is nothing but what? Software development life cycle. So this is one of the most important. Let's see. The life cycle defines the methodology for improving the quality of the software. Why we are using SDLC process? Quality of the software. Why we are doing the testing, guys? For what reason we are doing the testing? Can anyone? For what reason we are doing the testing? For what purpose we are doing the defects? Not only defects, right? Defect can identify anyone. You can also find the defect. I can also find the defect. Developer is also find the defect. No. What purpose we are doing the testing? Not only for identifying the defects.
We'll check the whether the application is made as per the requirement or not.
Yeah, that I agree. And one more will be there. One more. For what purpose we are doing the testing, guys?
To give quality product to the client.
Yes, absolutely. Quality. So that word is very, very important. See, finding the defects can anyone do, right? You can also find, even end user is also find, or customer is also find the issues, right? So testing is not only to finding the defects. What you said is the last one is right. Absolutely, it is correct. For quality purpose. So quality is one of the most important one. So for what reason we are doing the testing means you can say that quality. Without quality, no one will use that product, right? And also we can say it's a bug-free product. Bug-free product means we already tested it. In that we are not find any defects, and so we can go for the release. Understanding, right? But always you need to say quality. Okay, is it clear, right? Yeah. So this is one of the most important. The life cycle defines the methodology for improving the quality of the software and overall development process. let's see what is SDLC process. Okay, there are see, require when the project will come, what we will do? We will do testing immediately? No, right? We will not test immediately, right? So once the project will come, what you will do? First phase is what? Requirement capturing. So don't say that when I got a task immediately I will work. Okay, first when the project will come, suppose we want to do one project. Okay, before we start that project, what we need to do? First thing is what? First phase is what? Requirement capturing. First they will collect all the requirements. Okay, what is required for that project? They will collect all the requirements. That is what the first phase of the project. Once we got the requirements, what we will do? We will not go immediately testing, right? We will not go immediately testing. What the next phase is? What? Analysis, whether we can do or not. So there, see, all the work we cannot do, right? First of all, whenever we got the requirement, we need to go for analysis. Okay, in the real time there are a lot of analysis will be there, metric analysis, what we can say, a lot of things will be there, understanding, right? So we will not go for all the things. Okay, once we got the requirement, then we will go for analysis whether we can do or not. Okay, once the analysis part is done, risk analysis, risk strategy. So there are a lot of things will be there. All the projects we cannot do, right? So once they got the requirement, then they will go for analysis part, whether we can do or not. See, I want resources. If resources is not there, then who will do the project? Development team is not there, QA team is not there, then who will do this project? So analysis part is also one of the most important. Once the requirement is done, then we will go for analysis. Once the analysis is done, then next phase is what? The design phase. Design is one of the most important one. Once the design is done, then coding. See, the developer, when they started, after the designing is done. Okay, what coding? Who will do the coding? You know, right? Developer will start writing the coding. Once the coding is done, then the testing will be started. So in interview, they will ask you one question: in which phase you are involved in SDLC? In which phase you are involved in SDLC? Testing phase. So we will not start immediately testing, guys. Please remember, this is one of the most important one. When you will involve in the testing? After coding. Without coding, we cannot do any testing, right? So this point is very, very important. Okay, in SDLC, in what phase you are involved? Means you need to say that I involved in testing phase. So when the testing phase will come? After coding. So these all are what? SDLC phases. When the project will come, right, they won't start immediately testing. First they will start what? The requirement capturing. Once they got the requirements, once they got all the requirements, then they will go for analysis. Once the analysis part is done, then they will go for design. Once the design part is done, then the developer is start working on the coding. Once the coding is done, then you are involved. So in interview, definitely they will ask you, can you define what is SDLC? In what phase you are involved? So testing team is involved after coding. So you need to tell all the things: requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding, after coding, testing. Once the testing is done, what we need to do? We need to go for implementation, means we need to go for the release. After the release, what we need to do? Once the product will be launched in the market, what we need to do? We need to give the support and maintenance. So this is what SDLC faces. So whenever anyone asks you in interview, can you define what is SDLC means? You need to tell all these things, like definition you need to tell. SDLC is nothing but what? Software development life cycle. And what are the phases in SDLC? Or requirement capturing. When the project will come, first phase. What is the first phase in SDLC? Requirement capturing. Once we got the requirement, then they will go for analysis. Analysis is very, very important. Okay, don't worry, we will never involved in this area. We involved only in the testing phase. Okay, don't think too much. Okay, we never involved in the requirements, analysis, designing, coding. We never involved all these areas. So only we involved in where? In testing. Once the coding is completed, that task will be assigned on your name. Once the task is assigned on your name, what is you need to do? You need to do the testing. You need to check whether this application is working as per the given requirements or not. Okay, once the testing is completed, coding is done, then we need to go for implementation. Implementation is nothing but we are going for the release. Once the implementation is done, then we will go for what? Support and maintenance. Once it is released in the market, still they got some issues and some maintenances will be there, right? That also we need to give the support and maintenance. So this is what every organization, even you can go for all the organizations like Microsoft, Google, any organization, they follow what? SDLC process. This is what one of the most important one. Without analysis, we cannot go for design. Yeah, you have any question? Someone is raised the hand. You have any question? Okay.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So this is very, very important. Once the requirements is done, the analysis part is done. Once the analysis part is done, then we will go for design. Once the design part is done, then we will go for a coding. Once the coding is done, then we will go for a testing. Once the testing is done, we will go for implementation. Once the implementation is done, and we will go with the support and maintenance. You cannot break this one. Okay, without requirement we cannot go for analysis. Without analysis we cannot go for design. Without design we cannot go for a coding. Without coding we cannot go for a testing. So in interview you need to tell in the particular order only: requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding, testing, implementation, and support and maintenance. Okay, is it clear? Anybody have any questions here? Is it clear? Is it clear, guys? Anybody have any questions? Okay.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, good. So you can tell, see, you can tell either this way or else you can tell this this same way. Okay, this is what the terminology is different. Okay, here what we are saying, the requirement capturing, right? Here what we are saying, that planning, defining is nothing but analysis. Okay, designing, building means coding, testing and deployment. Okay, either you can tell these words or either you can tell these words. Okay, anything is fine. Okay, but the both are the same only, but terminologies are different. Here see, planning, defining, designing, building and testing and development. When the development is done, then we will go for the release. So this is what SDLC. SDLC is nothing but what? Software development life cycle. What are the phases means? You need to tell all the things: requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding, testing, implementation, and support and maintenance. Or else you can tell this one also, not a problem. But it is a good terminologies like planning, defining, designing, building means coding, testing, and deployment. Okay. So this is what SDLC. SDLC is nothing but what? Software development life cycle. Now, one of the most important one, guys, requirement documents. We heard about the documents, right? How you will test. Testing is based on what? Requirements and functionality. So let's see how project will comes in the real time. Okay, we never involve all the things. Today I want to tell you what developer will do and what tester will do. So I will explain you overview what developer will do and what tester will do. Let's see how project will come, guys, in the organization. Suppose I'm a businessman. Okay, I have a lot of business will be there. I want a web application for that. I want software for that. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to approach the software companies, right, to build the application or to build the software. So first of all, I will give the one document, RFP. What is called RFP? Request for a proposal. I'm giving what? Hey guys, can you please build that application? Can you please build the software for me for my business? So I will give you what? I will give the request for a proposal to all the IT companies. Then what IT companies will do? They will give the proposal document. They will give you what? One proposal document. Hey, we will do your project. So in the proposal document, what they will mention, what are the technical solution, what is the cost of the project, what is the schedule, what is the timelines of the project delivery, each and everything they will given in where? In proposal document. Who will give this one? IT companies will give to me, because they will give the proposal. Hey, we are okay with do your project. Okay, I'm giving the proposal. If I accept that proposal, okay, I'm okay with that proposal, then what they will do, they will go with SOW. What is called SOW? Signed statement of work order. Now if you observe that IT company and the client will got agreement, agreement. That agreement we can call it as what? SOW. SOW is nothing but what? A signed statement of work order. Now IT company got what? Work order. Now the IT company will start the project. Before they start the project, what they will do, they identify the project manager. See, this is one of the most important one. Before they start the project, okay, who is required? The project manager is required. Why? The project manager will prepare one document. That document we can call it as what? A PMP, project management plan. In the project management plan, they define each and everything, how we need to execute the project, how we need to monitoring the project, what are the requirements, each and everything will be defined in where? In PMP document. The PMP document will be done by project manager. So the project manager will prepare before we start the project, the project manager will prepare one document. That document we can call it as what? A PMP. What is called PMP? Project management plan. In the plan, each and everything, how we need to execute the project, what are the requirements, each and everything will be defined in where? In the PMP. Okay. Now one more document is very, very important. BRS. What is called BRS? Anyone know what is called BRS? BRS means what?
Business requirement specification document.
Yeah, correct. Good. BRS is very, very important. How? See, what is the tester job? The application is not ready for the testing. Yeah. See, what is your job? If the application is not ready, but you have some requirements, right? So you need to go with that requirements and you need to understand the requirements. Okay. In meanwhile, you can write the test cases. You can write the test scenarios. Okay. Is it clear? So someone is asking in the chat box, right? So if the application is not ready, then what you need to do? You need to go with the requirements. Okay, you need to go through the requirements and you need to start writing the test cases. You can identify the test scenarios. Okay. Okay. So what is BRS? BRS is nothing but what? Business requirement specification document. This is one of the most important one. Who will write this one? Business analyst will write that. Guys, can you put mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. So BRS is what? Business requirement specification document. Okay, this will be written by business analyst. You can also become a business analyst. What you need to do? Take the information from the client and pass to the organization. Take the information from the client and pass to the organization. In that document, okay, what are the information you are taking from the client, right? That all the information you are making as a one document, that document we can call it as what? BRS. What is called BRS? Business requirement specification document. This is one of the most important, because developer will not directly talk with the client, testing team will not directly talk with the client. In between the organization and the client, one person will be there. That person we can call it as what? BA, business analyst. You can also become a business analyst if you have a good communication skills and if you have a good returning skills. You can also become a business analyst. So business analyst, what's the job? What is the job of business analyst? Collect the information from the client. What client expectations? What is the client required? So what are the client needs? Each and everything, that all the information were taken in the one document. That document we can call it as what? BRS. BRS is nothing but what? A business requirement specification document. Understanding, right? So this is one of the most important one. Okay, people are thinking developer will talk to the client. No, we never interact with the client. Testing team will never interact with the client. In between us, the organization and the client, in between one person will be there. The person we can call it as what? BA. BA is nothing but what? Business analyst. Understanding, right? So now BA, all the information where we will get in BA, in business requirement specification. After that, that information we converted into where? In SRS. What is called SRS? Software requirement specification. Yes, good, excellent. Now, once we got the BA, right, information, see, guys, these are all not required. I'm just telling how project will come to the organization. It's not required for you, but I'm giving a knowledge on that how the project will comes to the organization. That is very, very important. Okay. First of all, you need to understand what developer will do and what tester will do. Now, we are in currently in where? In SRS. In SRS, if you see that the developer phase will be there and testing phase will be there. Okay. Now, what developer will do? Yes. Okay. What developer will do and what tester will do? Let's see here. This is one of the most important one. What developer will do, guys? You know, right? What developer will do? Developer will start coding. How they start the coding? Based on the designs. We have artist structural designs, DB designs, UI designs, UML design. What is called DB? DB means what? Can anyone? What is called DB? DB means?
Database design.
Yes, correct. Database designs. We need to follow the design patterns and design things, understanding, right? So where the data is inside, where the data is like where the data from the we are getting the information. So we need to check. Okay, they will provide all the documents. Don't worry, guys. It's very easy. They will provide all the documents. Okay, DB means database designs. UI means user interface. Okay, UML, unified modeling language. So they will provide some diagrams or some documents. Okay, based on this we need to the developer. Okay, the developer start writing the coding. So once the developer is writing the coding is done, what they will do, they will go with what? Code review. This is one of the most important one. What are the code is written by you, that will be reviewed by your senior person. Understanding, right? So once the developer write the code, right, that is not final code. Understanding, right? It should be go for review. Once the code is done, then they will go with what? Code reviews. Once the code reviews is done, then they will go with what? Unit level testing. What is called unit level testing? Anyone tell me what is called unit level testing? Developer is always do what kind of testing?
Unit testing.
White box
or
testing.
Yes, white box testing. Excellent. So this what we can say that I told you, right? The developer is always do one kind of testing. That is nothing but what? White box testing. So developer is always need to do because they need to check whether my code is working properly or not. So the developer will do what? Unit level testing. It's nothing but a structural testing and integration testing. After that, what they will do, they will go with what? Integration level testing. See here, the developer job is done. So every time the developer, what exactly they will do, they will go with the design and they will write the code. Once they written the code, they need to go for a code review. And once the code review is done, then they will start white box testing. That is nothing but a unit level testing. Once the unit level testing is done, then they will go for integration testing. Now the developer job is done. Understanding, right? The developer job is completed. This is what regularly what developer job, what developer will do. They will go with the requirement, they will go with the design, they will go with the coding. Once the coding is done, they will go with the code review. Once the code reviews is done, then they will go with unit level testing. Once the unit level testing is done, then they will go with what? Integration testing. Here, from here, the development is done. What about QA? Someone has asked me, right, what QA will do? What is my job? What is my role? So here we can understand. Test plan. This is one of the most important in testing. Test plan. Who will design the test plan? Anybody know? Who will design the test plan?
Test lead.
Yes, excellent. So the test lead will prepare what? One test plan. The test plan is very, very important. In the test plan, I will share you the document, don't worry. What is the test plan? In the test plan, they define what we need to do, what we not, each and everything, what kind of testing we need to do, smoke, regression, sanity, functional testing, non-functionality testing, regression, each and everything is defined in where? In the test plan. This test plan is designed by who? The test lead. The test lead will design the test plan. Okay, don't worry, we are not involved. The test lead will take care of or to prepare the test plan. Now once the development is done, right, just now we discussed, right, once the development is done, right, whenever this task is assigned on QA, okay, this task will be assigned to the QA. What you need to do, first of all, you need to identify the scenarios. Scenarios means what I need to test. Now I ask you to test the water bottle. In water bottle, what you will test? Can anyone tell me what I need to test in the water bottle? Can anyone? What exactly I need to test in the water bottle? There are a lot of things will be there, right? In water bottle, what I need to test? Cap, body,
Cap checking.
shape. Yeah, checking all the things we need to check. What is the cap?
Checking
What is
leakage.
the, yeah, whether, yes, that is also correct. Whether it is leakaging or not, whether it is accept hard water or whether it is accept soft water or what, you need to cold water or not, you need to check all these things. Scenarios means what? What I need to verify. First of all, you need to identify the scenarios. Now I ask you to test the pen. In the pen, what you need to test? Can anyone tell me in the pen, what are the scenarios you need to test in the pen?
It's writing properly or not.
Yes, it is writing properly or not. That is one we need to check. Yes, what is the color of the ink? That is also you need to check. And there are many things, right? Cap, body, shape, logo, what we can say, labels. These all are what? Scenarios. Scenarios is nothing but what I need to verify. Can anyone tell me what are the scenarios of what we can say that remote control? Or TV remote control or anything, you can tell me what we need to test in the TV remote control. Can anyone? What we need to, what you need to test in that?
Checking the functionalities.
Yeah, checking all the functionality, power on, power off. You need to check when you click the power on, it should on. When you click the power off, it should be off. So first of all, you need to identify the scenarios. Scenarios are very, very important. Whenever any task is assigned on your name, first of all, what you need to do? Identify the scenarios. Not only doing immediately testing. First of all, what I need to test in that. Now I ask you, verify the login screen. In the login screen, what I need to test? So login is what? One scenario. Reset is what? One scenario. Username, password is what? One scenario. You need to verify each and every scenario. Once you're done with that, then you need to write what? Test cases. Test cases is what? Condition. So now you say, right, water bottle cap should be what? Blue. In the requirement, they clearly mention that water bottle cap should be blue color, but you are not see the blue color. You are able to see the different color. Means actual result is not equal to expected result. What I'm expecting? I'm expecting the blue color of
Blue color
cap.
cap.
Yeah, but it is not there. So I'm getting a different color. So actual result is not equal to expected result. Means your test case is failed. So you need to write the test cases. Okay, you need to write the test cases. Once you
It
need
is
to
called as a
identify
bug or defect, Srinu?
defect.
Okay.
We can call it as a defect. Okay, the defect is accepted by the developer, then we can call it as a bug. Generally, we can call it as a defect. Understanding, right? In the real time, we can call it as a defect because actual result is not equal to expected result. What I'm expecting, blue color, but the water bottle is bottle cap should be showing a different color. So what we can say that it is a defect. Understanding, right? So it is definitely it's a defect. So this is one of the most important. First of all, you need to identify the scenarios, and next we need to go for the test cases. Now, whenever this build will come to us, right, we need to do for integration testing also. I will tell you, don't worry. We will, today I'm just giving overview what developer will do and what tester will do. Once we got the build, right, then we need to do the integration testing. Once the integration testing is done, then we need to go with the system testing. What is meaning of system? System means what? We need to test entire the application we need to test. Once the system testing is done, then we need to go for user acceptance testing. What is meaning of user acceptance testing? Alpha testing and beta testing. Once alpha testing is done, once the beta testing is done, then we can go with what? Production implementation, means we will go for the release. Once the release is done, then we will go with what? Support and maintenance. See, this is what our job. Every day we will follow the same thing. Whenever the task will assign, we need to go for the test scenarios. Once the test scenarios is done, we need to write the test cases, and also we need to check the integration, the checking the modules is combining properly or not, we need to check. And system testing, we need to test entire the application, and user acceptance testing we need to test, and we will go for the release and support and maintenance. Anybody have any questions here? Don't worry, guys. Today I'm just telling, we will go with each and every topic, okay? The coming sessions, we will go with each and every topic. But what tester job? What developer job? So developer is
Srinu,
always
in
go,
system
yeah.
testing, what we are doing?
We will
If
do
we are checking the compatibility, or
all
is
the
the
things.
operating system is working or not?
We will need to check all the things, not only on operating system. See, in the system testing, we need to check all the things like compatibility testing, usability testing, performance testing, security testing. We need to test all the things. System means what? It will comes to end to end. Completely, you need to test each and everything you need to test. Okay, that we will discuss. Okay, you need to test browser compatibility, and compatibility also you need to check whether it is working in Linux, whether it is working in Windows. You need to test in all the things, all the areas. Okay.
Performance testing is done by QA team, or
Hmm. Performance testing will see, performance testing also we need to do, we need to check the performance also, but we are not using any tools and any script here. Okay, generally we will do what manually. So how you will test? You are giving what request, right? Now what you are giving request, Amazon, you are giving request, and also you will need to check whether you are getting what response or not. So this one you need to check. In the performance, what you need to check, whether you are able to get the response properly or not, and how much time to execute, and also you need to play with the logs data. So these all things we will do. Understanding, right?
okay, thank you.
We will do, I will explain you that what kind of performance testing we'll do. I will explain you. See, the performance testing, if you want to do purely performance testing, means then we need to use some tools. But as a manual tester, you need to also check the performance. Okay, so you need to check whether you are getting a proper response or not. When you are click the URL, right, now what you are doing, you are giving the request www.amazon.com. now you are passing what request, what you are looking response. So whether you are getting a proper response or not, you need to check. Okay.
Some of my friend said to me, performance testing is done by
Yeah, I
one another
agree.
team is there.
Yeah, I agree. That is what I'm telling. If you are
Okay.
working with the purely performance, okay, if you're working with on
Okay.
purely performance, then we need to go with the performance side, like a JMeter, load runner. So these tools we need to learn. Understanding,
Okay.
right? But
Okay.
as a manual tester, now you are a manual tester. Now you are testing your application. Okay. Now you are giving the request. Now what you are doing, you are giving the request Amazon.com. It is loading. In the top, it is not getting response. You are getting loading. So there is something wrong here, right? There is something wrong. So you need to report that kind of issues. Okay, the request I am giving, the response is not loading. So these all will comes on where in the performance testing only. Okay,
Okay.
manual testing
What
is
is
also,
if you do, excuse
yeah,
me,
go ahead.
what is mean by
Yeah.
401 error, sir?
So it's a client error. It's a client
Okay.
error. See,
Okay.
there is a we have actually we need. I will tell you all the things. Topic will come, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I will show you. So how can you say that you are getting a good response? Okay, so manually how you will say that? See, are you able to see my screen, right? See, if you got 100 to 99 means informational response, okay? But generally we will always check what good response is what 200 to 299. So how can you say you are getting a good response? So you need to check what response code should be what 200. So now you are asking, right, 401. What is called 401? It's a client error response, okay? If you got in between 500 to 599 means it's a server error, okay? It's a server error. Now see, only not only performance testers only will test all the things. No, manual testers is also we need to test all the things. Now I am executing one site, okay? Request amazon.com. What I got response, right? Now I need to check whether I'm getting a good response or not. So what you need to do, press F12. You press what? F12 in your keyboard. Okay, now if you click again, if you just reload the page, I'm just reload the page. See what is the response you are getting. Are you able to see what is the response you are getting? 200, 200, 200, 200. Are you able to see, right? 200, 200, 200. So you can say that you are getting what? Good response. Suppose
Who
you are
fixed
getting
these errors, sir? Who will fix
developer
this?
only. Developer.
Okay. Okay.
There is no performance separate developer database. There is nothing. Only one development team will be there. They will fix all the things. Now if you observe that you are getting what 200 code, right? So what is that? It's a good response. Understanding, right? So you will always get what good response. Now you see if I click the customer services, see I am getting what 200, 200, 200, 200. So means what? You are getting what? Good response.
If we
Is
got
it clear?
any server side error, who will be fix?
Developer only, right? Anything
Okay.
should be fixed by the. See, one thing I think you are. See, you need to remember only one thing. What are the issues you find? You need to report to whom? To the developer. You will never write any code. You never change anything. Just what are the issues you find in the application? What you need to do? You need to report it to the developer. So developer will fix that one. Don't worry
So
about that.
what did you do to get on this page?
Yeah, good. So we are seeing the response code. What is the code of? I just now I told you, right? It's a good question. Now you are asking, right? How can you say you are getting a good response? Now this is already defined. See, in between 200 to 299 means what we can say it's a successful response. Suppose you got 200 means what you need to understand, you are getting a good response. See, now I'm executing any application, not only Amazon or any application. If you run this application, how I know whether I'm getting a good response or not? Okay, so in this case what you need to do, you need to press F12. Okay, in the F12 you can go with the network tab and you can see the status of the response. So here what is I'm getting the response is what 200. 200 means what? It's a successful response. Are you getting right what I'm trying to say? So how you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah, how you know you are getting a good response? Even I am not writing the code, right? So how you know? How you confirm that you are getting a good response? So what you need to do, simply you can open any application, just press F12 in your keyboard. In the network tab, you can observe that the status code is what 200. If you are getting 200, means what you can say that you are getting what a good response. Suppose you are getting here 401 or 505 means there is something wrong. Okay, if you are getting 404, 505 means that is something error. Okay, this is what Amazon is already tested, right? So we will not see the issues here. Okay, so you always get what 200 only. Is it clear?
Yeah.
So don't worry, we
Yes.
will discuss. Yeah, we will discuss each and everything. Okay, that's a good discussion. We will discuss each and everything. Don't worry. Okay, today I want to tell you what developer will do and what tester will do. Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever any task will come, what we need to do? We need to write the test scenario. Scenarios is very, very important. Can you anyone tell me what are the scenarios of the table? Table. What are the scenarios of the table? So they will ask you different questions. So thinking is also very, very important. What are the scenarios of the table? Table means what? You know, right? The table, chair, legs.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
durability, durability of
durability. Yes, that is also one of the most important. Material,
the design.
design. Yeah, because this is very, very important. Important. Understanding, right? Can anyone tell me the scenarios of dustbin? So they
Yeah,
will
size.
ask you. Yeah, go ahead. You
Dustbin
ask.
is
Yeah, size of the dustbin.
Yeah, size of the dustbin. Only
and shape
size.
of the dustbin, and it will be
Shape of.
working functional.
What is functional? Whether it is leakage or
Will
not.
it will
Yeah.
open properly or not, closing properly
Yes,
or not.
yes. See how you are thinking now. The same thing is required in the testing. I'm asking very silly question, but how dustbin means you need to think all the ways. Like, see, cap is opening or not, whether it is cap is there or not. If you put the rest, if you put on your leg, the cap should be open. If you open your leg, like you remove on the put rest on your leg, the cap should be closed. So these all are what handle, material, shape. These all are very, very important. See, the testing can do anyone, but what are the scenarios you need to cover? You need to think before only. Yeah, I'm asking to test the credit card. So what I need to test in the credit card? First of all, in the credit card, what I need to test? Card type, card number, how many digits of the card number, and the card name. What is the name of the card? The person name, first name or last name or a full name, that you need to check. Expiry date, that you need to check. CVV you need to check. So what is the card limit of the card limit, that you need to check. These all are what scenarios. People are thinking testing means only finding the defects. No, you need to think each and everything on that object. Take any object that you need to test in the proper way. You need to test in all the areas. You need to test what is the card color, what is the card shape, what is the card label, what is the card number, what is the CVS, what is the expiry date. So these all you need to test. Understanding, right? So while you're doing the testing, you need to consider all what exactly I need to test. If you identify that one, you can test any kind of application. You are become a good tester. First of all, you need to understand the requirement and you need to identify the test scenarios. Once you identify the test scenarios, what you need to do? You need to write the test cases according to that. Understanding, right? So these all are very, very important. Okay.
Is any database knowledge is required for manual testing?
If you have, that's good. If you have the knowledge, see, if you have the knowledge of database, that's see advantage. Like you can see, generally they won't give to access of database. Okay, in case in your organization the project is related to completely to the database side, then they will give to access the SQL. So if you know how to execute the queries and you know how to see the queries and all the things, then it will helpful for you, right? So that's is also important. If you definitely
Means
they will ask you.
front end and testing is no required for database. For back
Not
end
required.
testing, we are
Yes, correct. But if you know the
okay.
knowledge is required, if you have that knowledge in database, that is well and good. Because sometimes you need to verify the queries. Okay, database queries you need to verify. So in that case, you need to use database like joints, inner joint, outer joint, equal joint. Sometimes they will ask you database queries also. Okay, depends on your job. It depends on the
So,
database means they will ask you database related questions. Yeah, go ahead.
so
You're asking something?
who's responsible to write the test scenarios?
Tester.
Test
You need
lead.
to write. Yeah. No, tester. Your test lead also will write, and you also need to write the whenever any task is assigned on your name, right? What you need to do? You need to identify the test scenarios, right?
So you, the tester, will be responsible to do the test scenarios.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Because I'm assigning a task on your name. verify the card. So you need to identify the test scenarios on that, right? The test lead is also give some scenarios, but they will ask you to write some scenarios on that. So in the card, what I need to test in that card? So the card number, CVV, all expiry date. So all the things you need to write. Okay, but don't worry. I told you, right? Generally, we don't have that much of time to identify the scenarios and all the things, but generally we'll go with what requirements. Whenever any task is assigned on your name, right, in the task only they will provide all the requirements what we need to test in that task. So based on that you need to test your application. Okay, I will tell you how we can do all the things, but test cases we need to write. Definitely we need to write the test cases. Okay,
Sir,
I will tell
I
you,
have
don't.
small doubt.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Prasanna Kumar, sir. Today, this is my first class.
Okay.
Sir, if there is a testing team, will all members will write the test cases and scenarios, or some people will do this job, or some people will another job, or some doubt?
Okay, good. See, now I'm assigning one task on your name. See, suppose Amazon is there, right? Amazon application is too it's a big application, right? So one person cannot write all the test cases for this, right? Now I assign a task to what verify the best sellers. This is what I assign the task on your name. So what you need to do whenever this task is assigned on your name, you need to start writing the test scenarios, and you need to execute the test cases on it. Suppose this task is assigned on my name. Okay, it says mobiles is assigned on my name. So I need to write the test cases on for mobiles. So what are the tasks is assigned on your name? You need to write the test scenarios for. Okay, you need not write for all. Understanding, right?
Okay, okay, okay.
Got it, right?
Yeah, got it, got
So
it.
whenever any task is assigned on your name, okay, then only you need to write. Otherwise, you are not required. Because if you only one person is writing all the things means, then it's very difficult, right? So it's not possible.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So
Okay,
when
okay,
the
got it.
task is assigned on your name, only for that particular task only you need to write the scenarios. Not
Okay,
required
sir.
to write
When the
all.
when the tester is doing the test execution, once he find the bug, will he directly report to the developer, or is there any
Huh.
approach to?
There is a process will be there, but generally you can directly tag. See how you know that tagging. You just tag with the developer and report that issue to the developer. Okay, just tag with that person name.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Got it.
Okay, okay. I will explain you. Okay, no, in Jira we'll see all the real examples how we need to report it to the things.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. And one more thing, sir. Sir, can you brief about the course structure? Today is the first question
Yeah.
I not
Okay,
about.
okay, got it. See, we will go with what the basic things like what is testing types, the testing techniques, testing functionalities like a functional testing and non-functionality testing. Mainly, we will go with smoke, sanity, exploratory ad hoc testing. This all will comes on functional testing and non-functionality, performance, security. All will see in the non-functionality. But one of the most important for interviews is what agile methodology. We'll go with agile methodology. Okay, that is very important. Once agile is done, then we will go with the project. Okay, here we will do the three projects. One is what insurance project, one is banking application. I will show you all the documents how we will do that, and one live project will do. One live project, okay? Completely we'll go with one live application. One live application, then we will go with what Jira. Jira is also will do in the live. This is what completely within 25 classes we will complete. Okay, this is what live
Okay.
application, including all your test cases, how to write the test cases, how to execute the test cases, each and everything we will cover here. And along with this, we will go with the basic part of API also, API testing.
Okay. Sir, do we get any assignments kind of instantly? Yes, sir.
Like currently we don't have, because this is all or the theory part. When the practical will come, right, when we do the project, right, in that time we need to do the project and you need to identify the defects and you need to report the defects in the Jira. That time we need to have a lot of work will be there. That time you need to do. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, guys? So what we can do is we'll see the next class. One of the most important one, what is the testing techniques? Okay, so this is one of the most important one. But today's session is very important, guys. 100% they will ask you the question, what is SDLC? SDLC is nothing but what? Guys, can you put mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. So SDLC is what? SDLC is nothing but software development life cycle. What are the phases in SDLC? Requirement capturing, analysis. After analysis, what we need to do? Design. After design, what we need to do? Coding. After coding, what we need to do? Testing. After testing, what we need to do? Implementation. After implementation, what we need to do? Support and maintenance. So if you understand this one, half of the testing is completed. Because when we start the testing, we will not start immediately. Once the requirements is done, then we go for analysis. Once the analysis part is done, then they will go for design part. Once the design part is done, then they will start coding. Once the coding is done, then we involve in SDLC. In what phase we are involved means in testing phase. Okay, is it clear? So this is what the most important one. Okay, can anyone tell me what are the SDLC phases? Anybody? What
Yeah,
are the
requirement
phases in
gathering
uh,
and the requirement analysis.
hmm.
After that, designing. After designing, we'll implement the code. After implementing the code, we'll design the test plan or testing phase.
Hmm.
And finally, we'll deploy the software to the client and support, giving support.
Support and maintenance. Yes, correct. So when we involve means in testing phase. Okay, you involve in which phase means you are need to say that you are involved in where in testing phase. Okay. Okay, guys, good. So see, you need to understand the topic. Okay, when you understand the topic, it's very easy. We'll see the next topic is what testing techniques. Okay. Anybody have any question, guys? Last call. Anybody have any questions? Don't worry, we will explain you each and everything. Okay, today just I want to tell you what developer will do, what tester will do, what are the document, what are the BRS, what is called BRS, business requirement specification document, what is SRS, software requirement specification document. Yeah, what is PMP, what is called PMP, project management plan. And one more document will be there, FRS. What is called FRS? Functional requirement specification document. Okay, this is very important. Functional requirement specification document is very important. We'll see on that Monday. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Easy, guys. Easily we can get into this area, but communication is very important. You need to speak, you need to talk. That is very important.
Sir, from where I can get the document of last 2-3 classes?
Yeah, you can check with the front office. You can call them. They will provide all the documents and all the videos what we done. Only 2 classes is done. You want a recap? We can do the recap session also. You can collect all the information from the front office. Okay, they will provide all the information. Okay, you
Sir,
can call
final
them.
one doubt.
Yeah, go on.
Sir, is there any WhatsApp group or anything to communicate with team or
There is
to collaborate some work?
no. Currently, we don't have any WhatsApp group. We'll see when the people is confirmed, right? This is all our the demo sessions, right? When the all our people are confirmed, we will change the link. Then we can create. Okay, if you want, we can create that. Okay.
Yes, sir. If it is very helpful, if it
Yeah,
is
I
some group
understand.
or
I understand. But not now. Once the people or everyone is confirmed, right? They will change the link. But then we got a proper link. In that link, we can create. Okay.
sir, tomorrow is not class, right? As well, it's
No,
Saturday and Sunday.
weekends. No. We don't have the sessions on weekends, and only it's a regular sessions.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Tomorrow class is there, not sir?
Not there.
Monday
We have
onwards.
only Monday to Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your time.
Okay,
Have a
sir. Thank
nice
you, sir.
day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you have any questions?
No,
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You have any questions?
no.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Hello, can you hear me, guys?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can you put mute yourself? Okay.
You can
Say
hear
hi,
me?
guys. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You have any questions? You raise your hand. Okay, good. So, okay, what's it? Okay, the last class, what we discussed, guys. So anyone new, guys, today? Anyone new, guys, today? Okay, that's fine. Okay, just we done only 3 classes. Okay, and just recap the session. Okay, just we'll see what we covered all 3 sessions before. Okay. Before going to the testing, can anyone tell me what is testing, guys? Can anyone? What is testing? For what reason we are doing the testing? Can anyone? So for what purpose we are doing the testing? Anyone?
For quality purposes.
Yes, quality purpose. Good. So see, most of the people are say that the testing is for finding the defects. No, it's not finding the defects, guys. Testing is done for purely for quality. So quality is one of the most important one. Okay. So in case in interview they will ask you for what purpose we are doing the testing means don't say that finding the defects. You need to say that for the quality purpose. Okay. How can you define the quality? How can you say you are getting a quality product? Can anyone? How can?
Justification of all the requirements of a
Yes, correct.
customer.
Yes, correct. So how can you say you are getting a quality product? This is also one of the most important one, right? How can you say you are getting a quality product? Suppose justification of all the requirements. They will provide the requirements. You need to fulfill all the requirements. Okay, you covered requirement 1. Okay, you covered requirement 2. Okay, you cover requirement 3. So definitely what you will get the quality product, no doubt at all. Okay, so how can you define the quality? How can you define the quality? The quality is define the justification of what? All the requirements of the customer application. What are the customer is given, right? All the requirements, we will fulfill all the requirements. Definitely, guys, you will get what? A quality product, no doubt at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing? Anybody? What is the differences? What is the main difference? What is the meaning of manual testing and what is the automation testing? Can anyone? What is automation testing and what is manual testing? Can
In
anyone?
manual testing, we execute all the test cases without using any kind of tools. But in automation testing, we execute all the test cases by the help of some tools.
Mm, yes,
And in
correct.
manual testing, we don't use any kind of programming language. But in automation testing, there is need to use a programming language.
Yes, correct. So this is one of the most important, guys. Most of the people will confuse what is manual testing and what is automation testing. So this is one of the most important. See, manual testing means you need not required any programming knowledge or any
Okay.
scripting knowledge is not required. Okay, not at all. You not required any programming knowledge. See, now I want to go with manual testing. So if I want to do the manual testing means I'm not using any scripting and I'm not using any programming knowledge. Okay. See, simply I'm entering what URL. Okay. I'm just entering the URL myself. I'm clicking enter. See, each and everything is done from my end. Okay. So this type of testing, we can call it as what? A manual testing. This kind of testing, we can call it as what? A manual testing. So what about automation testing? Automation testing means what? You need to write some script. Okay, you need to write some script and you need to execute that script. Means automatically the browser will launch and the browser, it will click automatically all the links and buttons. That kind of testing we can call it as what? Automation. Okay, so this is one of the most important one. Manual testing means what? We are not writing any script or we are not using any programming. Okay, so such kind of things we can call it as what? Manual testing. Whereas when you're talking about automation means you need to use some scripting language or you need to use some coding language like Java, Python, Ruby. Some programming knowledge is required. Okay, is it clear, right? Okay. Now, what is positive testing and what is negative testing? What is positive testing and what is negative testing?
Positive testing is it'll give you valid result, whereas negative testing gives you invalid.
Yes, correct. Excellent. So generally, see, while you are doing the testing, we need to do the both things like a positive testing and negative testing. What is negative testing? People get confused here. What is negative testing? See, generally I will give what positive means valid data. Valid data is comes on where positive testing. Now I'm giving what valid data. So valid username, valid password. If I click login, what will happen? The login should work, right? So if I click login, what will happen? The login should work. See, the login is working. I'm able to see the dashboard page. So this kind of testing, we can call it as what? Positive testing. What about negative testing? Negative testing means what? What is the meaning of negative testing? You need to provide what? Invalid data. I'm providing what? Invalid data. In this case, login should not work. Okay, if login is working means that is a defect. So if I click login, if I click the login, it should not allow to login because it's what I given what invalid data. So you when you provide the invalid username, invalid password, it should not allow. Okay, so this kind of testing, we can call it as what? Negative testing. So as a tester, you need to do both kind of testing. What are there? Positive testing and negative testing is also you need to do, because sometimes end user might be give mistake, okay, but might be give some wrong data. In that case, your application should not allow to log in. If in case your application is allowed to log in means that is a bug. Okay, is it clear? So positive testing and negative testing. Okay, so that testing also will do. Okay, so what is advantages of testing? We know, right? The quality product. So for what reason we are doing the testing for a quality product? If quality is good, client satisfaction will be there. If client is happy, we'll get more business. And finally, we can say that it's a bug-free product. Guys, can you tell me, can we do 100% of testing? Is it possible? Yes
No,
or no?
sir.
No,
No.
it's not. No, right?
No.
No, yes, correct. No one cannot do 100% of testing, guys. It's not at all possible. But we can assure, we can give the trust to the client. Hey, don't worry. We already tested your application. We already verify your application. We find a lot of defects. We already verify. We already tested, and we are certified that build. Then only that bill will go to the market. But we cannot tell to the client, hey, you will not get a single defect after the release. We cannot tell like that to the client because we don't know what issues will come on the production side. Like might be it's an environmental issues, might be some user related issues, some kind of issues will come. Okay, but we cannot say it's 100% testing is done. We can say it's a bug free product. We can proudly we can say that it's a bug free product because we already tested, because we already verified. So we can say it's a bug free product. Okay, but we cannot do 100% testing. It's not at all possible. Okay, and testing qualities. Okay, what is the testing qualities, guys? No compromise on the quality. So this is one of the most important one. If you're compromising on the quality, see, you will not get the quality product. Compromise means what? You saw the defect, but you are not telling to anybody. You are not telling. You are not reported to the developer. So in that case, what will happen? So you compromise the things, right? You are saw the defect, but you are not reporting. Okay. In that case, what will happen? You will not get quality product. We will not get the quality product. So while you are testing, make sure that you need to you never compromise. Okay, if you compromise, there is some spelling mistake. You need to report immediately. Okay, so you need not wait for someone. Okay, if suppose you saw there is some spelling mistake, immediately you need to report. Okay, so this is one of the most important one. And one more important is for the 100% interview question. What are the testing types? Okay, what are the testing types? There are two types. One is what? Structural testing. Another is what? Functional testing. This is one of the most important one. What is structural and what is functional? Okay, who will do the structural testing and who will do the functional testing? See, just now we learn what is testing. Testing is nothing but what? Check whether your application is working according to the client requirements or not. Okay, so in the testing, it's very easy. They will provide what? Requirements. Based on the requirements, you need to test your application is working as per the given requirements or not. You need to test. Okay, so that's one of the most important one. Now what we are learning, there are two types of testing. One is structural, another is what? Functional. So what is structural? Structural testing means what? We can call it as it's a white box testing. And what is functional? The functional testing we can call it as what? Black box testing. Let's see who will do the structural testing and who will do the black box testing. See, who will do the white box testing? Anybody have idea? We already covered, right? Who will do the white box testing, guys?
The developer.
Developer.
Yes, developer need to do what? White box testing. Now you got a question mark. Why developer need to do the testing? Is it required? Why developer need to do the testing? Is it required?
Yes, it is required.
Yes, it is required because see, whenever the developer written any code, right, at least one time he or she need to check at least my code is working properly or not before they sending to the QA. Understanding, right? So developer is also doing one kind of testing. That testing we can call it as what? Structural testing. That testing we can call it as what? A white box testing. Why we can call it as it's a white box? Because the developer is able to see the code. See, developer is always able to see the code. I'm able to see the code. So that's the reason we can call it as it's a white box. Okay, the test based on the knowledge of internal logic of application code is also known as glass box testing. So the developer is always do one kind of testing. That testing we can call it as what? A structural or a white box testing. Understanding, right? If you know the code, if you know the logic, if you know the implementation, then what kind of testing you can go? You can go with the white box testing. But generally we don't know the coding, right? So that's the reason we never involved in the white box testing. So simply you can understand the white box testing is done by the developer. Understanding, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good. So these all are very, very important, guys. So yeah, so this white box testing we can call it as what? Unit testing or a component testing. So unit testing is also we can call it as what? White box testing. Okay, and we can say that it's a component testing. or belongings to what? White box testing. So please remember, white box testing is always done by the developers. Okay. And coming to the black box testing, who will do the black box testing? So the black box testing is done by testing team. See, so that's the reason they will never ask you, you know Java, you know Python, so not required. Okay. So okay, so this is one of the most important ones. See here, we never see the code. Okay, so that's the reason we can call it as what? We can call it as what? It's a black box. Okay, black box testing. Okay, so one of the most important ones. So we never ask the code. Then how you will test that application? Can anyone tell me how you will test? See, I'm able to test Amazon application. I'm able to test any kind of application. How I'm able to test without knowing of knowledge of coding and all the things? How I'm able to test?
Based on the client requirements.
Absolutely good. See, we always depends on what requirements and functionality. So that's the reason they won't ask any programming knowledge in the interview for the manual testers. Okay, programming knowledge is zero is also fine. If you don't know any programming knowledge, okay, you can go with what? Black box testing. You can go with what? Black box testing. Understanding, right? So we are what? We are the black box testing. So we are the black box testers. Okay. So programming knowledge is not required for us, but what you need to understand required. If you are not able to understand the requirements, you will fail in the doing in the testing. So first of all, whenever any task is assigned on your name, what you need to do? You need to understand the requirements. Okay. Okay, first you need to understand the requirements. Okay, if you are not understand the requirements, you cannot test any kind of application. First of all, not concentrate on defects. First of all, you need to concentrate on where? Requirements. What are the requirements is given? First of all, you need to check the requirements. Understanding the requirements, then you need to start the testing. Requirements are very important here. Understanding, right? For the testing team, requirements are very important. We always depends on what? Requirements and functionality. Other than unit testing, other than unit testing, the belongings to what? Black box testing. So unit testing means the developer, I told you, right? Developer will do the unit testing. So testing team is always do the functional testing. So we always called as they call it as what? A functional testers. Okay. Internal system design is not considered in this type of testing, not required any programming knowledge. Okay. The tests are based on what? Requirements and functionality. We always depends on what? Requirements and functionality. Other than unit testing, remaining the testing belongings to what? Black box testing. So this is one of the most important. The testing are two types. One is structural testing, another is what? Functional testing. So structural testing done always by the developer, and functional testing is always done by the QA. So what is, again, we also some follow some techniques. Okay, what is that? Boundary value analysis, what is called BVA. What is called BVA? Boundary value analysis. Okay, sometimes we need to follow the requirements, right? So
Value analysis is the minimum.
Yes.
Minimum testing. -1, and then the maximum
Correct.
+1.
Yes, correct. See, yes, excellent, correct. So I told you, right, the requirement is what? This is what requirement. Now I need to enter my username between this one, like 5 to 16 characters. Okay, the 5 to 16 characters only it will allow. So what I need to do here? Okay, I cannot go with 6 letters, 7 letters, 8 letters. I cannot go with like that, right? Now I want to test this one. Okay, now I want to test this one. So here I can use what? BVA. What is called BVA, boundary value analysis. Okay, so here what you can do is simply you can take what? The value of minimum value. What is the minimum value is what? 5. And what is the range? What is the range is what? 5 to 16. Okay, 5 to 16, right? So what is the maximum value here? Okay, what is the maximum value here? The maximum value is what? 16. So what I can do is 16. What I can do is simple logic. You can go with what? Minimum value minus 1. Okay, minimum value minus 1 means 5 minus 1 means how much? 4, right? If I enter the 4 characters here, if I enter the 4 characters here, so valid or invalid? This one. Can anyone tell me? A. So this is valid or invalid? What is this one? This is valid data or invalid data?
Invalid.
Okay.
Invalid.
Yes, it is invalid, right? Because what is our requirement? 5 to 16. So you need to take one more one, right? One more character, right? So this is what valid one. So here what you can do is minimum value minus 1, 4. You need to enter the 4 characters here. Now you can try to log in. It should not allow. In case it is allowing means it is a bug, right? So what is that maximum value? 16 plus 1, right? 16 plus 1 means 17. So if you enter the 17 characters here, okay, if you enter the 17 characters here, okay, it should not allow. In case it is allowing means that is the bug. So we need to test these kind of things by using of BVA. BVA is nothing but what? Boundary value analysis. Boundary values analysis are very, very important, guys. This is one of the most important one. Okay, boundary value analysis. Okay, minimum value minus 1 and maximum value plus 1. Okay, so whenever any requirements will come, a phone number, see the phone number, you can test with the phone number. The phone number is also we need to test BVA. How? The phone number is requirement is what? 10-digit number. Okay, 10-digit number. The phone number is requirement is what? A 10-digit number. So how you will test? Simple, guys. Minimum value is what? Here 10 minus 1. Do one thing like 10 minus 1. Okay, 9 it should not allow. So the phone number in India, it should be a 10-digit number. So it's an invalid number. Here now I'm going with the 10 plus 1. What I'm going to 10 plus 1. So 11 characters should not allow. So if I enter the 11 digit, it should not allow. So whenever any fields will be there, so the
Can it
requirement.
also be, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Can it
yeah, go
also
ahead.
be called negative and
Yeah,
positive
yes, we can call.
testing?
Yeah, we can call
Okay.
because that's correct. That's correct, right? Because we are giving what? Invalid data is called. We can call it as what? Negative testing, right? Yes, we can call. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. So that's the reason in BBA, see in the real time we not do all the things. Okay, no one will tell you do the BBA testing, do this kind of testing. Simply you need to understand the requirement. Based on the requirements, you need to start your testing. Suppose the username is what? It's very clearly mentioned 5 to 16 characters, right? So you need to test 4 characters. This is what negative testing. It should not allow. Now you are giving 5 characters. Now it should allow. That is what comes on the positive testing. Yes, you can say like positive testing and negative testing also. Okay. So one of the most important is what BVA. Okay. If you observe this diagram, what is the difference between the black box and white box testing? So if you observe the black box testing, we don't know what output will come. Okay. Then how you confirm what? How you confirm your output is getting correct or not? Can anyone tell me? You are giving input. You don't know what process is going on, but you find some output. This output is correct or not? How you will define? How can you say your output is getting correctly? Can anyone? How can you say you are getting correct output?
By following the SRS document.
Absolutely good. So we always follow what documents, right? Requirement document. Okay. If you see, I'm giving what input. I don't know what output I'm getting. Now you got some output, right? That output is correct or not? How you define? Based on requirements. Just go with the requirements. In the requirements, it's very clearly mentioned what is your output. So no need to worry. Simply you need to check whether you are getting what a proper output or not. You need to check. Okay. In the requirements, it's very clearly there will mention what is your output. Okay. So That's the reason testing is very easy. When it is easy, if you are understand the requirements clearly, if you know the functionality, then your testing is very, 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 very easy. Very, very easy. Okay, anyone can do the testing. When? If you understand the requirement. See, the branch name, you need to enter the branch name. Here it's very clearly mentioned. Alpha numerical only. Start with what? Alphabetic. Minimum value is what? 6 characters. Maximum is what? 40 characters. And it's a mandatory. Mandatory means what? Can anyone tell me what is mandatory? Mandatory means compulsory. You need to enter the
Blank
field.
space should not be allowed.
Yes, you need to enter compulsory. That field should not be empty. Okay, mandatory means compulsory. You need to enter that field, and it is a unique one. Okay, unique one. Unique one means what? It should be a unique one. It should not be a duplicate. Duplicate means what? Repeatedly you are adding the same name with the twice. It should not allow. Okay. So this all we need to test, guys. While you are doing the testing, first of all, I told you, right, you need to understand the requirements. If you are not understand the requirements, you cannot test your application. So the requirements are very, 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 very important. First of all, you need to understand the requirements. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay. So we are the black box testers, guys. We can test any kind of application. You can test with artificial intelligence also. How you will test? Based on the requirement. You can test the SAP applications also. How can you test? Based on the requirements. You can test Python applications, you can test Java applications, you can test ASP.NET application. So you can test any kind of application. Simply you need to understand the two things. One is what? Requirements and functionality. If you understand the both things, you can test any kind of application. Here one more point. So programming knowledge is not required, guys, for manual testers who are going with manual testing, right? Programming knowledge is not required. Implementation knowledge means logic and all the things, it's not required. Okay, for the black box testers. Suppose you want to go for a development side, programming knowledge is required. Okay, implementation knowledge is required. Okay, so this is all very, very important. And one more thing is what? It's 100% interview question. What is SDLC? What is called SDLC, guys? The SDLC is nothing but what? Software Development Life Cycle. For what purpose we are doing the testing? Quality. So every organization, they follow what? SDLC process. What is called SDLC? SDLC is nothing but what? Software Development Life Cycle. Okay, this is one of the most important ones. The SDLC is the process followed for the software projects within a software organization. Every organization, they follow what? SDLC process. Let's see what is SDLC. It consists of detailed plan describing how to develop the project. So see, when the project will come, right, they won't go directly testing, they won't go directly to the coding. First of all, when the project will come, right, they will check how to develop this project, how to maintain this project, how to replace means any changes will come, how to change the requirements, okay, or enhancements means newly added things, okay, we want added a new features, so that all will call it as what? Enhancements. Okay, so in SDLC these all will be there. Okay, these all will be there. Okay, let's see what are the SDLC phases. Whenever the project will come, right, the first phase is what? Not testing, not coding. The first phase is what? Requirement capturing. First, when we started any project, suppose we are started any project, first thing what we need to do, we need to get the requirements. First we need to collect the requirements. Once we got the requirements, what we need to do? We need to go for analysis. Analysis means what? Whether we can do or not. So that's one of the most important one, right? We cannot do all the things. It's not possible. There are a lot of challenges will be there. Lot of things will be there. We need to overcome all the things and we need to achieve the things. Understanding, right? So once the project will come, first of all, you need to go with all the requirements. So once we get the requirements is finalized, then we need to go with what analysis part. Once the analysis part is done, then we can go for a design part. Once the design part is done, once the design is completed, then what we need to do, then once the design is done, then developer is involved. In developer is involved in where? In coding part. Understanding, right? Once completely the coding is done, then we are involved. When we are involved, guys, in testing. So we are involving in where? In testing part. Okay. So you need to remember this one. Okay. When the project will come, we will not involve all these areas. We involved in where? In the testing phase. Okay. So when the testing phase will come after coding. So requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding. Once the code is done, then testing team is involved. So once the testing is done, what we need to do? Once the completely the testing is done, then what we need to do? We need to go for implementation. Once the implementation is done, then what we need to do? We need to go with what? A support and maintenance. So this process will be followed all the organizations. Every organization they follow what? SDLC process. So that's the reason in interview they will ask you this question. Can you define what is SDLC and what are the phases in SDLC? So you need to answer that: requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding, testing, and implementation, and support and maintenance. Okay, so this all are what very important, guys. So first of all, you need to understand where I need to work. Okay, so before, without coding, how you will work? Without requirements, how you will work? Without design, how you will work? Without analysis, how you will work? So while you are doing the testing, the code should be completed, the task should be completed. Whenever the task is completed, the task is assigned on your name, and immediately you need to start testing. So this is the process. You cannot break this process, okay? So first of all, in SDLC, the first phase is what? Requirement capturing. Once the requirement is done, then they will go with analysis. Once the analysis part is done, then they will go for a design part. Once the design part is done, then they will go with what? Coding. Once the coding is done, then you are involved. Testing team is involved. Once the testing is done, then they will go with what? Implementation. Once the implementation is done, then they will go with what? Support and maintenance. So
Sir,
this, yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I have small doubt that
Yeah,
will testers involve? Will testers involve in all the phases of SDLC, or there is
only,
some limitation?
there are some limitations because see, requirement capturing we are not involved. Okay, it's already done by your project manager and all the things. Okay, analysis also they will check. Okay, so designers also they will check. Okay, coding the developer will take care of that. As a tester, what you need to go, we need to check with your requirements. Okay, what are the requirements they provide, right? You need to follow with that requirement. While you're testing the requirements, right, you have any concerns and queries, right, you can clarify in that call itself. Okay, when we have the meeting will be there, in the meeting itself you can clarify your all questions and all the things, because we will get lot of questions, whether it is correct or not, whether we are following the correct documents or not. So we can see, generally in the real time they will assign what? A story on your name. The story is assigned to the developer, the same story is assigned to the QA. Once the story is completed by the development team, right, then they will assign the same story onto the tester. So while you are doing the testing, right, you have any concerns, queries or anything, then you need to clarify with the team. Okay, but you're not involved in all these areas. Design also you're not involved, coding also not involved, analysis also you're not involved, requirement capturing also you're not involved. You will involve mainly on where? In testing. Is it clear?
Okay, sir. And when there are different kinds of documents are there, like BRS, FRS, SRS. Does tester need to go through these all documents or any particular exact document that to write some like test case or test scenarios?
So FRS is one of the most important one. FRS means what? Functional requirement specification document. See, it's a good question. See, now this is what FRS document. Okay, you need not go with BRS and SRS. Okay, you need to go with what? Functional requirements. What is the functionality? I told you, right? We don't know the code. Then how you will test this one? So they will tell you username is there. It's a mandatory compulsory, you need to enter. Password will be there, you need to compulsory, you need to enter that field. So if you give the blank, okay, invalid, then what message should come? Enter the valid username. So these all the requirement specification documents, they will give you each and everything. Just you need to follow the FRS document. FRS document is nothing but what? A functional requirement specification document. Okay, is it clear?
Yeah.
Do we need to go to along with FRS with SRS also?
No, not required. Can I tell you one thing? See, in the real time, it's not there. Okay, in the real time, they will give you what KT. What is called KT?
Knowledge transfer.
Yes, knowledge transfer. When you get an opportunity to work in that organization, right, they will provide KT sessions. KT session means your colleague will be explaining you entire the application, how it will work. In case your lead will ask you to refer some documents, you can go with thoroughly with that documents, means you need to go with the documents. Okay, everything they will tell you, everything they will provide all the documents. Just you need to check your application or your product or your sub component is working as per the given requirements or not. You need to test. They will provide all the things. Okay, don't worry. Okay, but you need to understand the requirements. What is the requirements? Okay, how login will work. You need to understand the functionality. The functionality is also one of the most important one. Okay.
Okay, got it, got it.
Okay, good. I will tell you, I will give you more examples how we need to test with the tasks and all the things I will tell you. But this is one of the most important one. When the project will start, right, they will start with what requirements. Once the requirements is done, then they will go for analysis, whether we can do or not. See, the project is, first of all, analysis is very, very important. Whether we can do or not. I got a project, but resources is not there. Then development team is there, not there, QA team is not there, then we cannot do that project, right? So analysis means it will comes all the resources, metrics, each and everything will comes on analysis part. Once the analysis part is done, yes, we can do this project, and we have a sufficient resources will be there. Okay, then they will go with the design part. Designers will involve in the design part. Once the design is done, then they will start what? Coding. Coding, who will do the coding? We know, right? The development team take care of the coding. Once the coding is completed, then they will start work testing. Once the testing is completed, now you can say that my testing is completed, it is working as expected. From your status, from your status you are saying that it is working as expected, then only we can go for the implementation. Once the implementation is done, then we will go with what? Support and maintenance. So this is what, that's the reason definitely they will ask you what is SDLC in the interview. Definitely they will ask you this question. Okay, is it clear, right? So this is one of the most important one. Yeah, last class we discussed, right, this one, how project will comes, what exactly the developer will do, what tester will do. So this is one of the most important one, guys. When the project will comes, right, then they will conduct, the IT company will conduct one of the meeting. That meeting we can call it as what? A kickoff meeting. That is what? The first meeting. In the first meeting, they identify what? Project manager. The project manager is one of the most important person in the project. Okay, the project manager will prepare one document. What is that document name? PMP. What is called PMP? Project management plan. How we need to execute this project, how we need to monitor this project, So each and everything taken care by whom? Your project manager. So the project manager will have some plan. Without plan, we cannot do anything, right? So the project manager will prepare the PMP document. And what is BRS? Okay, what is called BRS? What is called BRS? BRS is nothing but what? Business requirement specification document. So the business analyst will collect all the information from the client. Okay, what is the requirement? What is the client expectations? What client is looking? So each and everything will be taken care by whom? Your business analyst. So the business analyst is also one of the major role. Understanding, right? The developer will not directly talk with the customer. That tester will not directly to talk with the customer. In between the organization and the client, one person will be there. That person we can call it as what? Business analyst. We can call it as what? Business analyst. Understanding, right? So the business analyst is one of the most important person. Okay, he will take all the information. He will take all the information and he will take care of all the informations, understanding, right? And that information will pass to the entire the organization. Okay, so BRS, you can also become a BRS if you have a good communication skills. If you have a domain knowledge, you can also become a BRS. Okay, business analyst, you can also. Okay, now SRS, what are the content will be there in the BRS, right? That content will be converted into SRS. SRS is nothing but what? Software requirement specification document. See, now what developer will do and what tester will do, these two are very important. What developer will do, you know, right? What developer do, guys?
Sir,
Yeah,
sir,
go ahead.
in previous page, there is a SOW.
Signed
Can
statement
you
of work
explain it,
order.
sir?
Yeah. SOW is nothing but what? A signed statement of work order. Now you are my client, right? Now you and organization, they want to go with agreement. Agreement means what? Terms and conditions, right? Now, so they will go with what? SOW. SOW is nothing but what? A signed statement of work order. Understanding, right? In between the client and organization, they need have some agreement. Without agreement we cannot do the things, right? Because I say that delivery will be within 1 year, but I'm not delivered within 1 year, I'm taking too much long time. So I invest money, right? But you are not delivering with the product, then what will happen? We will completely lost, right? So every project there some have some agreement will be there from between the client and organization. So the organization and the client, they will go with what? Agreement. Agreement is nothing but what? They will put the sign. Yes, I agree with your proposal. Okay, we are ready. Okay, we are the ready with to do that project. Then they will go with what? SOW. SOW is nothing but what? A signed statement of work order. Work order. Mainly we can say that it's a work order. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So we never involve, don't worry in this. Okay. We involve only testing. Yeah, now see in SRS, if you observe that what developer will do, everyone knows, right? What developer will do? See, generally we can call it as what dev means, dev, okay, developer. So what developer job? So developer will go through the requirements and designs. Based on the design, they start writing what? They start writing the coding. Okay, they start writing the code. Once code is done, what they will do? Code review. Review means what? The senior person will review the code. If the code is fine, then what kind of testing he will do? Unit level testing means white box testing. Unit level testing is done by developer. So if you observe that every time the developer job is the same, he will go through the requirements, designs, requirements and designs, and based on the requirements and designs, the developer will build the code. This is what code, okay? They will write some code, okay? Once the code is done, then they will go with what? Code review. Once code review is done, then they will do what? Yeah, unit level testing. Here the developer job is done. And what about QA? What QA needs to do, guys? See, you are a QA guy. So what is your job? What is your job? You need to test this one. You need to test this one. Now suppose a developer is implemented home page. Okay, now this home page you need to test. So how you will test? You will not directly sit with the developer and you cannot test, right? This is not a good way, right? You cannot sit with the developer. You cannot say test in the developer laptop. It's not the good thing, right? So what they will do? They will push the code. They will push the code into where? Into the server. Okay, this is what we can call it as what server. Okay, this server, what they will do, the developer will push the code into where? Into the server. Okay, generally they will call it as what? Check-in means what? The code they will check in into the one server. Okay, environment. Okay, they will provide into one server. Now where is the code? The code in where? In the server. Okay, see, this is what raw code. Raw code means what? Int a equals to 0, int b equals to, like that, right? We don't know what is this exactly, right? Int I equals to 20, whatever it may be. Okay, 2. So this code we don't know, right? So what they will do, this code they're converted in the form of what? Build. So one of the most important one, guys, this code we cannot understand, right? So what they will do, they will converted this one as into in the build format. Okay, so once the build we got, right, this build, okay, this build will assign to whom? To the QA. Now QA will not see the code. The QA will got what? URL means domain name. So you will always get what? Domain name abc.com. So whenever you open this URL, right, when what you need to check? You need to check home page is there or not. You need to check. Now when you click the URL, right, what you will get? Home page. If home page is there, means what you need to check? Yes, it is working as expected, because this code is implemented by one developer. This code is converted in the form of what? Build. This build will assign to whom? To the QA. Whenever the QA is open to the UI, we will not see the code. That is what I told you, right? We are the black box testers. We never see the code. So we will get one URL. On the build, you will get one URL. When you open this URL, right, what you need to check? Whether you are getting the home page or not, you need to check. Suppose you are not getting the home page, you are getting some other different page. Then what you can say that this is what? Bug. So this bug is assigned to whom? Again, to the developer. So developer, what they will do? Again, they will rewrite the code. They modify the code, and they will not send the same build. They will send what? Another build. Okay. Once they fix it, right, another build will be there. Once they fix it, that code, and this code will push into where? Into this build. Again, this build is assigned to whom? To the QA. This build is assigned to whom? Against the QA. QA will get what? URL. You will get what? URL, right? Simply you need to open abc.com. Check now you are getting home page or not. Suppose you are not getting home page, you are getting some different page, means that is a bug. Now you are able to see the home page. Means it is working as expected. So coding is done, testing is done. So we can close this task. So this is one of the most important one. You need to understand how development will be going, how QA will work. So QA will go with the test plan, test scenarios, test cases, and integration testing, system testing, user acceptance testing. This all we need to do. Okay, we will discuss tomorrow how we will do the QA and all the things. But in the real time, if you go with 1 year experience or 5 year of experience or 8 year of experience, the same thing will be there. Based on the requirements and design, the developer will go with coding. Once the coding is done, they will push the coding to the server, and it will convert it into the build format. This build will be assigned to the QA. When the build will come, you need to check whether you are getting exactly as per the given requirements or not, whether you are getting correct output or not, you need to check. Okay. So this is what how developer will do and what tester will do. Okay, so the next class we'll see the more about on this. Then we can go with what the testing techniques. Okay, we'll go with what the testing techniques. Okay, static and dynamic. Okay, Anything else we need to discuss, guys? Anybody have any question, concerns? Are you able to understand?
Yes, clear.
That's a good. So we'll see tomorrow, like what techniques we follow. Then we can go with each and everything. What is unit testing? What is integration testing? What is system testing? So we can go deep on these areas. Okay. So what we need to exactly we need to test. We'll see all the things. Okay.
Sir, my question is, until we get the soft material from the organization, can we get the screenshot from the class?
Yeah, you will get. You can talk with that. You can talk with the front office, right? They will provide all the documents. Okay, materials and all the. You can get the videos also.
Sir,
Sir, is there any time limit, sir? Like after 15 days they will provide us, or after
No,
three
no, no.
days they provide us?
Every day, the end of the session, right? Might be they will take 1 or 2 hours. After that, they will upload the class immediately. There is no time limit. Immediately they
Okay,
will
sir.
upload. Max 1 or 2 hours. Yeah, you are asking something. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, in actually the developer will do the you said that white box testing.
Yes. Here they will
Uh,
do.
uh,
They will test.
yeah, do tester will test the feature also only? Do they test only coding or will they test the features along with that?
Who? Developer or tester?
Developer, sir, developer.
Developer is only test whether my code is working properly or not. But as a QA, what you need to do, I told you, right? You need to check positive testing, you need to check negative testing, you need to check all the scenarios. Developer will
Okay, my
check
question is even they don't look at the features at least like after writing coding.
no,
They
no,
just
they will check the future also, right? Without functionality, they won't pass to the QA, right? At least they need to check one time whether my code is working properly or not. They won't, without testing the future, they won't send to the QA, right? That is what I
okay.
told you, right? By mistakenly, the home page is not working. This guy is not do the unit testing. Simply, he will push to the build. Immediately, QA finds that one, right? So to avoid this kind of thing, that's the reason we do the what white box testing. So that's the depth.
And will there be any another build for testing developers separately?
Yeah, they will have some. See, actually, yeah. In the real time, there are three environments will be there. Like this is what dev environment, this is what QA environment, and one more environment will be there. That is what production environment. Production means what? Live data. So we never and ever test with the live data. So this is what live customers. We never test with the live customers. So the dev is always tester. Where they will do unit testing and all the things in dev environment. Where QA will do, the QA will do in the QA environment. Understanding, right?
Yeah, got it.
They will provide that environments, okay? So don't worry. They will provide all the server setup and build setup, and they will do all the things. But as a tester, what you need to do, you need to check this code, this implementation, this home page is you are able to see or not. You need to check. Suppose you are not able to see the home page, you are seeing that some different page, then it's a bug. Understanding, right?
Yeah, got it, sir. Got it.
Then you need to reject that one. Okay, good. We will discuss all the things. Okay, don't worry. We will discuss more on this. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Uh,
Sir,
okay.
can we get any mail to ask any queries that your personal mail can?
Sure. I will share my email ID tomorrow. You can share it. Okay. You have any questions.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Oh, okay, guys. Thanks for your time. Have a nice day. We'll see you on tomorrow. Thanks for your time. We'll see you on tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, the last class, what, yeah. So last class, what we discussed, can anyone tell me what is SDLC? What is SDLC, guys? What is SDLC? Can anyone?
Yeah,
SDLC.
SCSC is a software development life cycle.
Yes, correct. Can you tell me what are the phases in SDLC?
The phases are
Yes. Requirement capturing.
Requirement capturing, analysis,
Yes.
coding,
Design. First.
design,
First. Yes.
implementation, support.
Yes, correct. So requirement capturing, analysis. After analysis, design part will come. Okay. So once the design is done, then the development team will involve. Once the development is done right, then QA will involve. Once QA is done right, then once the testing is done, then we'll go for implementation. Once implementation is done, then we'll go for what? Support and maintenance. Okay, good. So this is one of the most important one. Okay, SDLC. SDLC is nothing but what? Software development life cycle. Okay. What are the phases? Requirement capturing, analysis, designing. After analysis, we need to go for designing. Once the design is done, then what we need to do? We need to go for a coding. Once the coding part is done, then we will go for implementation. Once the implementation is done, then we will go for support and maintenance. Okay. So SDLC. What is BRS? Can anyone tell me what are the BRS document? BRS means? Business Requirement Specification document. Yes, correct. What is SRS document? Software Requirement Specification. Yes. What is FRS document? Functional Requirement Specification document. Yes, FRS, BRS, and SRS. Okay, we have the documents. Okay, in the real time, they will provide some documents. Okay, mainly we will work on what? FRS. FRS is nothing but what? Functional Requirement Specification document. Okay, so we'll see that also how with the FRS will be. Okay. Today is one of the important one. Testing techniques. Okay, see, generally we know what is testing. The testing is nothing but to check whether the application is working as per the given requirements or not, right? Now what we are learning, testing techniques. There are two types of testing. One is static, another is what? Dynamic. Okay, static means what? Everyone know, right? What is meaning of static? Static means in the testing terminology, what we can say that the testing techniques can be classified into two categories. One is what? Static testing, another is what? Dynamic testing. What is meaning of static testing? See, let's see what is meaning of static testing. The application is checking carried out without executing. Such kind of things we can call it as what? Static testing. See, we are not executing anything. Okay, such kind of things, what we can call it as what? Static testing. Let's see, can you give me any examples of static testing? Means what you can give the examples. Review means what is meaning of review? You are writing some code, your senior person will review, right? That will comes on review part. Suppose you are writing the test cases, the senior person review our test cases, so that part we can call it as what? A review part. Here in the review part, we are not executing anything, right? So that we can call it as what? Static testing. That we can call it as what? Static testing. Okay, because we are not executing anything, so that's the reason we can call it as a what? It's as a static. Okay. Inspection. What is called inspection? See, whether you are following the respective documents or not, whether you need to follow the correct documents, BRS, SRS, FRS, design document. There are a lot of documents will be there in the real time. So whether you are correctly follow the respective documents or not, who will check? Your lead will check. So here also I'm not executing anything. So that's the reason we can call it as what? It's a static testing. Okay. So
reviews, inspections, all will comes in where? In static testing. Okay. And what about walkthrough? See, in the real time, we have a lot of meetings will be there. In the meetings, like we need to explain the demos and all the things. Okay, here also we are not executing anything. Just we have some meetings. Okay, what is the action plan? What we need to do? All this comes on where? In walkthrough sessions. In walkthrough sessions also, we are not executing anything. So that's the reason we can call it as it's a static. So in interview, you can say that, can you explain what are the static testing things like a review, inspections, walkthrough, all will comes in with in static testing. Static means what? You can simply understand without executing the application, such kind of things, we can call it as what? Static testing. Okay. Simply you can say that it all will comes on what? Static testing. Okay. And yeah. So see, inspection, I told you, right? Inspection means what? Software artifacts like components, like such as requirement specification. You need to follow correct requirement specification document. You need to follow the design documents. Okay. Suddenly you came and you say that I'm getting a wrong output. I follow the different document, means you will not get the correct output, right? So you need to follow some respective documents. Okay, that all will comes on in which area? Inspection. Inspection is done by your lead. Okay, your lead will check whether you are following the respective documents or not. Okay, so these all will comes on where? We can simply say that these all will comes on where? In static. And what about dynamic? So just now we know, right? What about dynamic? The dynamic testing, the dynamic means the application is checking done by executing. So what are we are executing, right? All will comes on where? In dynamic testing. So executing means what? White box testing. The developer will execute the code. Black box tester, we are giving the validation. We are validating, right? You are giving the inputs and you are getting the output. Means you are also executing the things, right? So white box testing and black box testing, and one more box will be there. Interview question. What is gray box testing? What is gray box testing, guys? So the gray box testing is nothing but the combination of what? White and black. So sometimes we require the developer help. Okay, sometimes what is required? Sometimes we require the development help. So we need to both, means we are not write the code, but we are taking help from where? The developer. So sometimes the developer need help from the testing team. Okay, whether it is working correctly or not. So we both will do, means that kind of testing we can call it as what? Gray box testing. So dynamic testing means simply you need to remember with execution. So with execution. So testings are two types. One is static, another is what? Dynamic. Static testing, we are not executing anything. Dynamic testing means with execution. So can you give me any examples of static testing? Yes, code review, inspections, walkthrough, all will comes on where? In static testing. Verification part, this we can call it as what? Verification part. So dynamic testing, the dynamic testing we can call it as what? Validation part. So I told you, right, as a tester we need to do the both things, like verification part and validation part. So that's the reason in interview definitely they will ask you, can you define static testing and dynamic testing? Static testing means without executing the application, we can call it as what? Static testing. What about dynamic testing? Means the dynamic testing means with execution of the application. So black box, white box, and we can call it as what? One more box is what? Gray box. The gray box is nothing but what? The combination of what? White and black. Okay. So in interview, in case they ask you, can you tell me what are the static testing and what are the dynamic testing? Means don't confuse. It's very easy. Static testing is nothing but without executing the application is called the static testing. Dynamic testing means what? With execution. Okay. Can you give me any examples? Yes, we can give the examples. What are the examples of static? You can say that code review, inspections, and walkthrough all will comes on where? In static testing. And what about dynamic testing? The dynamic testing means with execution of the application. With execution means what? White box testing, black box testing, and what we can say that gray box testing. So the gray box testing is nothing but what? The combination of white and black. Okay. Anybody have any questions here? Is it clear? So static and dynamic. Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yes.
So yeah, testing fundamentals. See, this is one of the most important one. What is the testing fundamentals? We know so far what is testing. We know what are the testing types. Okay, white box and
Sir,
black box. Yeah,
sir, sorry for the
yeah,
interruption.
no problem. You can go ahead.
Sir, actually, when do we do the static testing?
So, see, when we will do the static testing, it's a good question. See, whenever they assign any task, right, first of all, you will do testing or you will go with the requirements. First of all, you need to go with the requirements, right? First, you need to check whether the requirements is correct or not. First of all, you need to understand, right, whether you are going with the correct requirements or not. So in that case, you can go with the first. You need to check the requirement specification documents. You need to check all the things. So right. So in that case, what we can call it as it's a static testing. But in the real time, no one will say do the static testing, do the dynamic testing. This is for our understanding, for our knowledge. We are understanding like what is static and what is dynamic. But in the real time, whenever any task is assigned on your name, right, what you will do first? You will not immediately start testing, right? First of all, you need to check the documents. What are the requirement specifications? Okay, so you are not executing anything there. You are just review the things. So that all will comes on called as a static testing. Okay, is it clear now?
Yeah, okay, sir, got it.
Okay, good. Good. So testing fundamentals, guys, these all are very, very important. What are the testing fundamentals? Unit testing and integration testing and system testing and acceptance testing. And mainly we need to learn functional testing and non-functional testing. So these all are very, very important. Okay. So what is unit testing? What is integration testing? What is system testing? What is acceptance testing? See, we'll see now all these things. Okay, so far what we learned, what is testing types, white box and black box, structural and functional. After that, what we learn, what is SDLC, software development life cycle, what are the phases, requirement capturing, analysis, designing, coding, testing, implementation, and support and maintenance. After that, what we learn, the testing technique, static and dynamic. See how much stuff you have now. Now what we are learning, we are learning the testing fundamentals. What are the basic fundamentals of our testing? You need to know what is unit testing, you need to know what is integration testing, and what is system testing, and what is acceptance testing. Okay, let's see all these things. Okay, what is unit testing? Everyone know, right? What is unit testing? So testing a single program or a module or a unit of the code. So these kind of testing, we can call it as what? Unit testing. So unit testing is generally done by whom? Your developer. Okay, module testing. So sometimes, so they ask you to test particular module. Okay, so module means, you know, right? What is the module in Amazon? Can anyone tell me what are the modules in Amazon? What are the modules? So
Like the
best,
payment module.
yeah, payment module. See, the best seller is the one module. Mobiles is one module. Customer services is one module. Today deals is what? One module. So if any application, you can go, any application will see that modules. Okay, first of all, you need to work on a particular module. Okay, they will tell you in what module we need to work. So don't worry. See here, the stock item is one module, suppliers is one module, purchases is one module, customers is one module, sales is one module. Now, what is unit testing? A group of code or a module or lines of the code, right? So that we can call it as what? Unit testing. Okay, a testing of a single program or a module or unit of the code. So in case they ask you to test the module testing, suppose they ask you to test this module, you need to work on that module. Okay, but generally I told you, right, the unit testing is done by the developers. Okay, before they will send the code to the QA, they will check whether the code is working properly or not. Okay, So that kind of testing we can call it as what? Unit testing. So unit testing, everyone know, right? Unit testing is done by the developers. In case they ask you to test any module, you need to test. For say the unit is ready for the testing with other system component. So my code is correct. My code is working fine. It is ready to work with the other component. Okay. Now, one of the most important one, integration testing. So this one interview, they will ask you, definitely they will ask you, what is integration? The name itself we have, right? Integration means what? What is meaning of integration? Integration means what? We are combining the modules, okay? We are combining the modules, okay? You are combining the code. We are combining the two components, right? We are combining the two components of code, okay? So that we can call it as what? Integration testing. So mainly in integration testing, what we will do, we need to check whether these two modules or whether these two units are communicating properly or not, we need to check. So that's we'll see the practically how it works. See, in the real time, I told you, right? Yesterday I told you, right? There is a developer will be there. This is one developer. This is what another developer. I told you, right? What developer job? The developer job is what? Always they will go with the requirements. Based on the requirements, they need to write the code. Right now, this guy is written some code. Okay, and this guy is also written some code. Okay, now this guy is implemented home page. Okay, this guy is implemented today deals, whatever it may be. Okay, now we need to, as a QA, what is your role? You know, right? What is your role? What is your role? You need to test these two things. Okay, home page and today deals. Now, how you will test this one? How you will test? So yesterday we discussed, right? Now, first of all, whenever they return the code, right? So what the same process I told you, right? Once the developer return the code, what they will do? Code review. Code review is done by senior person. Okay. Once code review is done, what kind of testing will they will do? Unit level testing. This is working correctly or not, they will check. Okay. Okay, the same way this guy is also do the same thing. Okay, code review. Okay, once the code is completed, they will send to the code review. Once code review is done, this guy is also do the unit level testing. Okay, white box testing. Because the developer is always do what kind of testing? White box testing. Now this guy is pushed to the code into the server, and this guy is also pushed to the code into the server. Right now, these two code. This is what code. This is what code. Two different code. They're into merged, and they will convert in the form of what? Build. This is what a build. Build is very very important. Okay. Okay. Build. So in this build, the two code will be there. This build will assign to whom? To the QA. Now QA guy will not see the code, right? You will got URL. URL we will get what URL. Okay, that's what abc.com. This, let us say this is what your domain name. Whenever the QA guy is open this URL, what he can see? He can see that what home page, and along with what? Along with what? Today deals page should be displayed. Okay, today deals page should be displayed. Understanding, right? So this is what generally it will happen in the real time. Now, what is our job? So as a QA, you need to check these two different units, right? This is what a different code. This is what different code. Now, as a QA, what you need to test, you need to check the communication between the two modules or not. Okay, the data flow between the two modules are working properly or not, you need to check. Suppose if you click home page, what should be happen? Home page should be displayed. In home page, you can see the today deals, right? If you click the today deals page should be open. In today deals page, you can able to see home page, right? If you click the home page, means home page should work. Means the both are integrating properly. So that we need to check in integration testing. You need to check combining the two modules. See, now I'm combining the two modules. What are they? Mobiles and today deals. If I click the mobiles, what page I'm getting? Mobile page I'm getting. Currently I'm in which page? I'm in mobiles page. Now I want to interact with what? The today deals page. See, I'm clicking the today deals page. The today deals page is working, right? Because they have both has the proper communication. Now I'm currently in which page? I'm currently in which page? Today deals. But I want to communicate with what? Mobiles page. If I click that one, the page is opening. So how it is working? They have a proper communication, right? They have a proper communication, right? So while you are doing the testing, the integration testing is very, very important. Whenever any new module is added into your application, whenever any module is added into your application, you need to check whether the module is communicating, whether the module is communicating with other modules or not. We need to check. Suppose if I'm today deals, currently I'm in which page? I'm in today deals, but home page, I'm clicking the mobiles, but this page is not opening. You are getting what? Server is not found. You are getting 505. You are getting some errors. Means what? This, there is something wrong. There is something wrong in this page. Means there is not communicating properly. So integration testing. So integration testing is also one of the most important testing. Integration testing is the process combining the modules. Just now I told you, right? The today deals and the home page. The combining the modules and the testing the data flow between the modules. Integration testing verifies that combined unit functions together properly or not. The two unit functions. What are the two unit functions? Home is one unit function. Today deals is one unit function. Now what kind of testing I can do? Now I'm doing what? Integration testing. What is meaning of integration testing? The combining the two modules and check the data flow between the modules. And also you need to check whether these two modules are able to access or not. We need to check. Okay, so that we can call it as what we can call it as what? Integration testing.
Integration
So
testing.
yeah, integration testing is very, very important. See, the developer will do the integration testing, and as well as QA is also will do the integration testing, not only modules. Okay, in case they ask you to test the two modules are integrating or the two modules are communicating, you need to check. Okay, see guys, whenever any new thing is added in your application, what you will do? It should communicate with other modules. It should communicate with other modules. Suppose it is not communicating with other modules, means something went wrong. So you can guess that and you can report it to the developer. Okay, so anything is added in your application, it should communicate, right? So that's the reason integration testing is very, very important. Okay, it will do the both. The developer will do from their end. See, developer here they will do integration testing because they need to check whether the code is matched properly or not, whether the two codes are integrated properly or not. They will check from their end. But as a QA end, you are also need to check whether these two modules are communicating properly or not. You need to check. That is what we discussed, right? I told you, right, the basic thing of QA, what developer will do, what tester will do. If you observe this one, we already discussed, the developer will start writing the coding with the designs like architectural, DB, UI. Based on the design, the developer will start writing the coding. Once the coding part is done, the developer will go with the code review. Once the code review is done, the developer will go with unit level testing. What is called unit level testing? White box testing. Once the white box testing is done, then the developer will start working on integration. So here the developer part is completed. So developer is also do a integration testing and QA is also do the integration testing. So again, one more developer is there. He will implement one more code. Okay, let us assume he will implement one more code. So the same thing. Now this code will check in into the server. This build is already gone, right? We will not get the same build. Okay, these two already matched, right? This two code will be matched here one more time. Okay. Now the three code, okay, this two code and this last code. Okay, now another build will come. Now you will get a fresh build. Here this guy implemented images. Let us assume this guy is implemented images. Okay, Now what you will get, now again you will get the bill, right? In this bill, what you need to test, simple guys. What we need to test, you will get URL. Now you need to check whether you are getting home page or not. You need to check home page you are getting or not, and also you need to check today deals is getting or not. Okay. Okay, and also you need to check images you are getting or not, you need to check. Understanding, right? So these all are very important images. So like this only they implemented entire the application. Don't think that only one day they implemented entire the application. Now, as a tester, you need to check all these combinations. Like you click a home page should work. If you click today, deals, it should work. If you click images, it should be work. From images, I want to click the home page, it should work. From home page, I want to click the today deals, it should work. So, the proper communication. So the data flow between all the modules or not, we need to check. So this kind of testing we can call it as what? Integration testing. So you can tell in interview, in integration testing is nothing but the combining the modules and the testing the data flow between the modules. Integration testing, what we are doing, for what purpose we are doing the integration testing? The integration testing verifies that combined unit functions together properly or not. This can facilitate finding the problem that occur at interface or a communication interface, look and feel, between the individual components. So that's the reason integration testing is one of the most important one. But in the real time, no one will tell you do the integration testing. You need to understand, you need to check whether the modules are communicating properly or not. You need to check from your end, understanding, right? No one will tell you specifically test the integration testing. Okay, you need to check as a tester, that is your job. You need to check. Okay, are you getting right what I'm trying to say? So this is what one of the most important one, integration testing. Okay, so this also we can call it as what, assembly testing. So assembled, all we need to assemble and we need to check whether it is assembled properly or not, we need to check. Okay, again, integration testing are into two types: incremental integration testing and non-incremental integration testing. Not required, but we'll see. So incremental integration testing. So what is called incrementally means what? We are not adding all the modules at a time. We are adding what? Module one by one. So incrementally means, the meaning is what? Incrementally means we are adding module by module. Okay, that kind of things we can call it as what? Incrementally integration testing. So incremental integration testing is the process of testing in which each unit is integrated one at a time into the system. So suppose you are taking as a incremental integration testing means what we need to do. We are adding one unit, okay, one module. Okay, again we are adding what? One module. What you need to do? We need to test two modules. Now again I'm adding what? One more module. So what you need to do? You need to test only two, or we need to test all three? Can anyone answer? We need to test all three, or we need to add only two and three? Like we need to test only two and three, or we need to test all three? When I'm adding a new module, we need to test all three or only two and all three, right?
All three, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, all three. Yes, all three. So when I'm added on again one more module, again we need to test all four, because you need to check this module is communicating with other modules or not. So in incremental integration testing is the process of testing in which each unit is integrated what, one at a time into the system. They added one module, we need to test. So this is what lengthy process, and it is also time taken. Okay, but we need to test the data flow. For what reason we are doing this integration? I told you, right? The data flow between the modules is tested as soon as new module is integrated. Again, as soon as new module is integrated, as soon as new module is integrated. So we need to test like this. Like this we can call it as what? Incremental integration testing means I'm not adding all the modules at a time. I'm adding what? One by one, one by one. So this we can call it as what? Incremental integration testing. So again, once you added, we need to check the data flow between the modules are working properly or not. We need to check. This process consists of systematically combining the unit tested modules, okay, unit test modules on one by one, and testing the combining the modules. When you added any module, you need to check the data flow between the two modules, and the two modules are communicating properly or not. You need to check. Okay. Again, one more interview question. What is top-down testing and what is bottom of the testing? So what is top-down testing? Anyone know, right? Everyone know, right? What is the top-down testing and what is the bottom of the testing? So top-down testing means what? There is a parent link will be there. Suppose this is the what? Parent link. Okay, parent link, you know, right? Link means if you click this link, it will navigate to the other areas. Okay, so this is the parent link. Now you are adding what? Child links. Okay, so whenever you are adding the parent to child, this kind of testing we can call it as what? Top-down testing. So top-down testing means what? There is a parent link will be there. In this parent link, we are adding what? Child link. The child link should work under the parent link. So this kind of testing we can call it as what? Top-down testing. So top-down testing is a process of incrementally. Again, incremental means what? We are adding one by one and adding the modules from parent to child. There is a parent link will be there, and we are adding to what? To the child. Okay, and the data flow between the modules. Again, we need to check. See, integration means what? We need to check the communication and data flow between the modules only we need to check. Okay. In top-down testing means you only need to remember from the parent to child. From the parent to child, there is a parent link will be there. We are adding to the child links, and in that, what we need to check the data flow between the modules are communicating properly or not. We need to check this process of work downwards through the software hierarchy, top to bottom. So it's for interface testing. We will use what? Top-down testing, but in the real time, no one will tell you do the top-down testing to the bottom of the testing. No one will tell you. This is what for our understanding. This is for our knowledge. So what is top-down testing and bottom of the testing? The top-down testing means what? If you have and you need to check with the child links. Okay, the parent link and child links having a proper communication or not, you need to check. Okay, so this kind of testing we can call it as what? Top down testing. And what about bottom of the testing? Vice versa. Vice versa means reverse. Reverse means what? Child to parent. Okay, there is already child links will be there. Okay, there is already child links will be there. Now you are adding what? Parent link. Okay, from the top to bottom up means bottom of the testing is a process is incrementally adding the module from where? Child to parent. Already child links we have. Okay, already we added all the child links. Okay, what you can say that this is added lastly. Okay, now there is added before child links. Okay, now they added what? Parent link. Okay, they added what? Now they added what? Parent link. So this is what we can say that top to bottom. Okay, this we can say that bottom to top. Yes. Yes. So this is one of the most important, guys. See, they will tell you, but no one will ask you to do the parent testing and parent to child, child to parent. No, no one will tell like that. Okay, but you need to understand what is top-down testing and what is bottom of the testing. So bottom of the testing is a process of incrementally adding the modules from the child to parent, from the child to parent. And here also what we need to check, the test the data flow between the modules. This is also we need to check module functionality, whether it is working correctly or not. We need to check in the real-time examples. We can see any there are sub modules will be there. So here the stock category is there, right? Suppose this is the parent, this is the child. So under the parent, the child links should work, right? Under this is what parent link. Okay, if I click the stock item, what page should come? Stock item. If I click the stock category, so if you click the stock category, what page I getting? Stock category page. See, I'm getting what? Stock category page. So if I click the unit of measurements, what page I'm getting? Unit of measurements I'm getting. So they have some proper configuration will be there, proper communication will be there, proper communication will be there. If the communication is not there, means we cannot test that one. Understanding, right? So these all are what very very important. Not only you cannot do blindly testing, you need to observe that what kind of testing is required at the time. Suppose you want to do a positive testing, you need to do the positive testing. If you want to do the negative testing, you need to do the negative testing. And also you need to check whether it is integrated properly or not. You need to check that. We can call it as what? Integration testing. So this all we need to test. Okay. So integration testing is also one of the most important one. Okay. While you are doing the testing, you need to observe that they have the proper communication or not. You need to check. Okay. And one of the most important one, non-incremental integration testing. See, now so far what we learned: integration testing, incremental integration testing, top-down testing, and bottom-up the testing. But now, what is non-incremental integration testing? So the name itself we have, right? Non-incremental integration testing means what? All modules are added at a time, because it will take a lot of time, right? Previously we discussed, if you're adding the module by module, it was taking a lot of time, right? So every time we need to add with the previous. See, incremental integration means adding a module, checking, adding the module, checking, adding the module, we are checking. So it was taking a lot of time. But non-incremental integration testing means what? Simply what we can do, we are taking 3 to 4 modules at a time. We are taking 3 to 4 modules at a time. We are adding all the modules at a time. See, this is what, this is one module, this is one module, and this is one module, this is one module. Now what I'm doing here, now I'm adding all the modules. See, that is what he's saying. Non-incremental integration testing is a process of testing the product by integration every unit all at a time into the system, and the testing data flow between the modules. So now I'm adding what? All the modules at a time. Okay. Here also we need to check the previous modules, but previously what happened, they added one module, means again we need to test all the things. But here, one at a time, we will check all the modules are working properly or not, right? So this kind of testing, we can call it as what? A non-incremental integration testing. See, why we are doing this one? This method can be used to save the time and integration process. We can save the time. So this is also, we can call it as what? A big bang method. So they will tell you guys, I told you, right? Your test lead, your test lead have some test plan, what kind of testing is required, whether we need to go with the incremental testing, whether we need to go for a non-incremental testing, whether we need to go with the top-down testing, whether we need to go with the bottom of the testing. Everything is defined. But you need to understand the terminologies. What is integration testing? What is unit testing? What is system testing? You need to understand what exactly it is. If you know that, then what is your lead suggestion you write, you can continue with that. Okay. So in real time also, we will do the integration testing. What is meaning of integration testing? The integration testing is nothing but the combining the modules and check the data flow between the two modules are communicating or interacting properly or not. We need to check. Such kind of testing, we can call it as what? Integration testing. Integration is incremental and non-incremental. Incremental means what? One by one module we are adding, we are checking the data flow between the two modules are communicating properly or not. Non-incremental means all modules are added at a time. And bottom of the testing and top-down testing and bottom of the testing. The top-down testing is nothing but we have the parent link will be there. Under the parent link, we are adding what? Chain links. So that testing, we can call it as what? Top-down testing. And bottom of the testing means we already have the chain link and we are adding to the parent links. So that we can call it as what? bottom of the testing. Okay, so this is called uh, integration testing. Okay, and one more important is it clear, guys? We will go to the next topic. One more important is what system testing. Don't miss this session, guys. System testing is very, 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 very important. Now it's 9:15. If we cannot complete with that, so we'll see tomorrow that part. So tomorrow we'll see what is system testing. So you know, right? What is unit testing? We know that. We know what is integration testing. We know. We know what is the testing technique, static and dynamic. You know. Tomorrow, what we need to do? We need to learn system testing. One of the most important one. We'll see tomorrow what is system testing. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Is it clear, or anybody have any questions, guys? Anybody have any questions? Are you able to understand? So in the real time, we'll do all the things. Okay, integration testing we involve, system testing also we involve. System testing is very, very important. That we will see tomorrow. It will take almost 1 hour class. Okay, so system testing we'll see from tomorrow. Okay, acceptance testing. Once it is done, then we will go important all your interview question. What are the functional testing and what are the non-functional testing? What is smoke? What is sanity? What is haddock? What is exploratory? What is retesting? What is regression testing? So all this comes on where in functional testing. You'll see that coming sessions. Anything else, guys? Anybody have any questions? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, good, excellent. We'll see then tomorrow the system testing, guys. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. So, good evening, all. So myself, I'm Vijay. I hold nearly 17 plus years of experience, which includes nearly 8 plus years of experience in Hadoop and Spark environment, right? So as part of today's demo, I'm going to cover the following topics. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether the screen is visible or not, right? Yes.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir.
And thank you. So what is big data? Why Hadoop and Spark? And what are the drawbacks we see with the current databases, right? Drawbacks with current databases, right? Hadoop and Spark advantages. Hadoop and Spark advantages. Yes. Hadoop and Spark components. Hadoop and Spark job market. Fine. Yes. So in today's session, mostly I discuss about big data and Hadoop, right? In the tomorrow session, I'll be discussing mostly on Spark and advantages. Yes, its features. What is big data? What is big data, right? The name itself saying, right? Huge volumes of data. You see the current, how the data is stored currently, right? Data storage units like KBs of data, right? MBs of data, GBs of data, gigabytes, terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, right? Zettabytes, ettabytes, ottabytes, so on, right? Yes. So from TB onwards, we see like huge data, right? Or big data, right? So do you think like, okay, you should have seen KBs of data, MBs of data or even GBs of data, right? But do you think like petabytes of data, is it getting generated in the current real world, right? 1 petabyte equal to, right, 1024 TBs. Already 1 TB is a large storage unit, right? Do you think like 1 petabyte, right? Yes, 1 petabyte equal to 1024 TBs. So already 1 TB is a large storage unit, right? 1 TB is a large storage unit. So here 1024 TBs forms a petabyte, right? It forms a petabyte. So do you think like petabytes of data or exabytes of data, is it getting generated in the current world? If so, examples of petabytes of data generation. Petabytes of data generation. Talk about a banking sector. Yes. If you take example of any bank like SBI or HDFC, right? We see within the city, we see hundreds of branches. Within the entire state, we see thousands of branches, right? Within the entire country, lakhs of branches for SBI. Again, within each branch, we call, say, like millions of customers, each customer making multiple transactions per hour, per day, per week, per month, per year. Each and every transaction need to be stored, right? So huge data. And forget about this, everyone aware about the social media like Facebook, right? Facebook. It has got users not only within the country, it has got millions and trillions of users throughout the world. What is the data generated by Facebook in a minute? How many posts and videos are getting circulated? What should be the storage capacity to store all that videos and posts, right? So not like you see, like it's what is the data generated means not in MBs or GBs, like terabytes and petabytes of data. Not only like Facebook, right? Today we have got many applications. Today, if we talk, like many applications are generating data in petabytes. They are generating data in petabytes, right? Yes. 1 minute, if I talk about 1 minute of transaction, right? 1 minute transaction, right? Yes. In a minute, how many FB post, Facebook post, right? Yes. What is the data generated by Facebook? In a minute, how many Twitter tweets? What is the data generated by Twitter in a minute? What is the data generated by Google, right? Google queries, right? What is the data generated by YouTube videos upload? YouTube videos upload, right? Yes. So huge data, right? What to store all the videos, everyone creating their own videos and uploading in the YouTube, right? What should be the storage capacity to store all the videos? And everyone, right, has got millions and trillions of users using email messages, right? Email messages. Each and every message need to be stored, right? What should be the storage capacity to store all these messages? Or bank transactions. Just now I was talking about the bank transactions, or if it like telecom transactions, or like Flipkart or Amazon transaction, right? Like e-commerce transaction. Everywhere we see like huge data, right? Yes. Not in GBs or TBs, petabytes of data. All these applications storing petabytes of data, right? Yes. Okay. Currently we have got databases, right? Currently we have got databases like we see like databases like Oracle, MySQL, right? We have got databases like Oracle, MySQL, DB2, SQL Server, right? All these databases, right? They are used for OLTP, online transactional processing, for day-to-day operations, right? But if you see, we have got some specialized databases. We have got some specialized databases used for data warehouse purpose, right? Like we got Teradata. If you heard about like Teradata and Netezza, Vertica, right? Yes. These are used for OLAP, data warehouse purpose, right? DWH. Data warehouse purpose, right? Online analytical processing, OLAP. Online analytical processing, right? Yes. Databases and specialized databases both are used for, right? Okay. Okay. Now these databases or specialized databases, they can handle data up to some extent, like databases in GBs of data, specialized databases in TBs of data, right? But to handle petabytes of data, right? We doesn't see these databases cannot handle like petabytes of data, right? As a solution to all these storage level problems, right? Not only storage and also processing level, right? We have got a framework like Hadoop for storage and processing. Later, I'll come back to this. What are the Hadoop and Spark services? But before that, if we talk about this, how this data is getting generated, data generations, and if you see data sources and data types, right? If talk, if you take, for example, if you take, this is your data available. This is your data, right? Available. This data got generated from the last 50 years. Assume that from 1973 to 2023, right? This is the data which got generated, right? If you compare this data, right? Yes, if you see from 2013 to 2023, last 10 years data comparison with previous 40 years, right? See, previous 40 years. Only like if you see 20% of the data has got generated from the last previous 40 years, and nearly 80% of the data what we see currently has been generated from the last 10 to 15 years, right? The reasons for huge data generation, especially from the last 10 to 15 years, right? Because of usage of technology, usage of smartphones, usage of internet, right? Because of which huge data is getting generated from the last 10 to 15 years. And also, what are the main sources from where this data is getting generated? Mainly three sources of data, right? Three sources. If you go back to, especially from last 10 to 15 years, this data has been, but if you see in 1990s or in early 2000s, right? The data was very less. We have got floppy disk. We used to carry data in floppy disk, 1.44 MB, right? Later you got compact disk, DVDs, like USBs, right? So day by day, you see like data increasing, the storage systems also increasing. In the earlier stages of mobile phones, like just 128 MB storage, you need to have in 2001 or 2002 at the earlier stages of mobile phones. The internal storage was 128 MB or 256 MB, right? But now even 128 GB is a very small storage. So is data increasing, right? So the storage systems also need to be increased. From where this data is getting generated means mainly three sources, right? Three sources of data. You can say like a social data, machine data, and a transactional data, right? Three types: social data, machine data, and transactional data. See, what is social data? Data which got generated from social sites, right? Like Amazon, like Facebook, Twitter, all this, right? And machine data means the data which got generated by reading or scanning the barcodes, RFID chips. So whenever you go to any shopping mall, right, for the items you purchase, you will get huge data getting generated, right, by reading or scanning the barcodes. Such data we call like machine data. And transactional data, like day-to-day operations, like bank transactions, telecom transactions, right? And what are the main types? Like three types, right? They are going to occupy three types of data. three types of data, like structured, unstructured, and semi-structured, right? Structured data, semi-structured, unstructured, right? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. Data which is organized in the form of rows and columns in a structured format, like DB tables, like Excel files, DB tables, database tables, right? Everything we call like structured. Semi-structured means they are not fully structured, they are not fully unstructured, right? Like XML files, JSON files, right? Yes. Unstructured, like short messages, articles, images, videos, all this comes as unstructured. The biggest challenge is like storing and processing this unstructured data. Today, if you see, most of the data which is generated occupying this unstructured format, right? We need to have proper storage and processing systems to handle this unstructured and semi-structured kind of data, right? If we talk about databases, they can handle only structured data. They can process the structured data, right? So Hadoop is a kind of technology which can store and process this huge data, right? Yes. So as a solution to all the storage and processing level problems, we have got a framework called Hadoop. We have got a framework called Hadoop. Hadoop is meant for two things. So, okay. So Hadoop is, we have got a framework called Hadoop. Hadoop is meant for two things. Hadoop provides two services: storage and processing. Performs two things: storage and processing. Okay. Storage plus processing, right? Yes. So if you talk about any technology, right, they perform either storage or processing. If you talk about C or C++ or Java, .NET, right, all these, they are meant for processing. They are meant for processing, right? Yes. And if you talk about Oracle, MySQL, DB2, all this meant for storage. They are meant for either storage or processing, but Hadoop performs both storage and processing. But for storage, does Hadoop use any database internally? No. Hadoop is going with a kind of file system called as Hadoop distributed file system. And for processing, we are going with an execution model called as MapReduce. And currently we are using Spark, right? Yes. So for storage, we are using this. For processing, we are using this, right? Both combinedly can store and process. And you may get doubt, right? When Hadoop is able to perform storage and processing, what is the use of the current processing and storage technologies, right? So do you think that they will be away from the market when Hadoop in the market where it can perform storage and processing? No. You need to know where this Hadoop and Spark is used for batch processing, for batch application, right? Means millions and trillions of records go for Hadoop or Spark. For one record or two records, we no need to go for this Hadoop or Spark, right? And go with databases. For online processing, for day-to-day operation, go with the databases for one transaction or two transactions. For millions and trillions of records, right? Go for Hadoop, right? Yes. Now coming to this, right? Yes. Understood, right? What is big data, Hadoop, right? So if I take big data, huge data generation, if I take big data as a problem, huge data generation, then I can say like Hadoop as the solution for it, right? Or if you take like big data as a big data as a concept, Hadoop as the solution for it. Right. So now you may ask a query why databases like Oracle is not used for storing Hadoop's data. Drawbacks with the current databases, right? Yeah, drawbacks with the current databases. So first thing, right? Most of the databases, right? Most of the databases, less storage, very less storage. They can handle in GBs or in TBs, right? GBs or TBs. Mainly, most of the databases, no parallel processing. No parallel processing in most of the databases, right? And if volume increases, right? If volume increases, saying like speed decreases, right? Yes, speed decreases. If volume increases, speed decreases. For example, to justify this, select total amount, sum of amount, right? Total amount from sales one. Sales one is the table, right? It's consisting of 10 records. Assume it has got only 10 records. And see one more query, right? Select sum of amount, right? Sum of amount from sales to. From sales to, it has got like 1 lakh records. Total amount from sales one, 10 records. Total amount from sales to 1 lakh records, right? Select sum of amount, total amount of, yes. One crore records. 10 records, 1 lakh records, 1 crore records. 10 records, 1 lakh records, and 1 crore records. So which query is going to execute faster among these three, right? Yes, everyone. Either 10 records or 1 lakh or 1 crore. Which record, which table, like this or this or this? Which one is going to execute faster? So the first query, right, executes faster because total amount of 10 records as compared with 1 lakh or 1 crore, right? So query to query as volume increasing, speed decreases, right? And if you talk complexity increases, if complexity increases, right, speed decreases, complexity increases, speed decreases. For example, select sum of amount from sales one. Assume this if complex from sales one, right? Yes. You got some 1 lakh records. Assume that you got 1 lakh records. Next series, select average amount. Select average amount from sales one, right? Yes. Select sum of amount from sales one, 1 lakh records. Average amount from sales one, 1 crore records. So sorry, 1 lakh only. Assume sales one, same table, right? Select the standard deviation of amount. Standard deviation of amount, right? Standard deviation of amount from sales one. So all this, right, has got like 1 crore records. Sorry, 1 lakh records. Same sales one only, right? 1 lakh records. Which query executes faster among these three? Sum of amount from sales one, average amount from sales one, standard deviation of amount from sales one, right? First query again, right? Yes, because average amount is a two-step process. First sum to be calculated, next average to be calculated. Standard deviation is a lot of internal processing required. So again, the first query executes faster as compared with the other two, right? So here query to query, right? Query to query as well as this. Query to query as complexity increases, speed decreases, right? Yes. And the major drawback with the databases, right? Databases can handle only structured data. Databases can handle only structured data. They can handle only structured data, cannot handle unstructured or semi-structured kind of data. For example, if you want to take reviews for a particular movie, right? Yes. So the table name is reviews. User 2, user 3, 100 users, right? 100 users. Review, right? Yes. Movie is good. First person saying movie is good. Second person saying movie is not good. Okay, for example, think that they are giving reviews in the form of ones and zeros. First person saying 1, second person saying 0, 1, 0. In this way, the reviews are given in the form of ones and zeros. 1 means good, 0 indicates bad. Can you write an SQL query to count the number of ones and zeros? Means how many saying it's good and bad, right? We can write an SQL query for this, right? Count aggregation. Select review wise count, review wise count from which table? Reviews table. Group by review. Review wise count from reviews, group by review. What is the output, right? Yes. Zeros and ones, right? 1 and 0. What is the count? 90 people saying the movie good, 10 people saying the movie bad, right? Assume. This kind of structured data, okay. But if the reviews won't be given in the zeros and ones, right? They give the reviews in their own text format. First person saying movie is good, second person saying movie is not good. So in this way, they are giving in their own text format. They are giving the review in their own text format, right? Giving the review in their own text format, right? So here 90 people saying movie is good and 10 people saying the movie is bad, right? Now, can you write an SQL query, right, for this? If they are writing in the text format, how many people saying good, how many people saying it's not good, right? We cannot write a query even based on keyword count. If you try to see, right, if you want to count based on keyword, still it gives wrong computation because even not good has got good within it, right? So the major drawback with databases can handle only structured data. But if we talk about this Hadoop advantages, right? Hadoop advantages. First thing, unlimited data storage. Unlimited data storage. Unlimited data storage. And secondly, very high speed processing. Very high speed processing. And can handle all varieties of data. Can handle all varieties. Unlimited data storage, very high speed processing, can handle all varieties of data, right? Okay. Open source, no licensing required, right? Open source. Unlimited data storage, very high speed processing, can handle all varieties of data, open source, no licensing required. Okay, unlimited data storage, right? Unlimited data storage, very high speed processing, right? So if you see examples, Yahoo has conducted a test, right? Yahoo has conducted a test to check the speed of various databases. It has taken a table, Yahoo has taken a table, right, of 100 TB. Has taken a table of 100 TB, right, consisting of 1024 columns. Task, right? Task. Yeah, task, right? Sorting based on 16 columns. Sorting based on 16 columns, right? Yes. What is the time taken by various databases? Time taken by various databases. First one, right? Oracle has taken nearly 3.5 days to process this, right? MySQL, right? MySQL, it has taken nearly 6 days to process it. 6 days, right? And if you talk like specialized databases like Teradata used for data warehouse purpose can handle TBs of data just taken 4.5 hours, right? Yes. Another specialized databases like Netija, right? Right. It has just taken 3 hours to process this. But finally, Hadoop, right, has just taken 3.4 minutes, 3.4 minutes, and latest version of Hadoop has taken just 1.2 minutes, right? If you talk about Spark, it will take seconds, right? If Hadoop's Spark speed is more faster than Hadoop. So this is what the Hadoop speed, right, compared with other things where they have taken days and hours. Hadoop has taken just minutes of time. That is, Hadoop is proven in the market, processing point of view, right? And even in the storage point of view also, Hadoop is proven, right? So you may, okay, processing point of view, right? Very high speed processing. Today, if we talk like most of the projects like ETL kinds of projects, they're migrating towards Hadoop and Spark environment, right? Yes. You may ask like why databases like Oracle, why I got see this query, right? Why databases like Oracle, cannot support unlimited storage, right? Yes. Why databases like Oracle cannot support unlimited storage? Why only Hadoop can perform? Why not this? Means Hadoop follows master and slave architecture. Single master and multiple slaves. Multiple slaves means a single master and multiple slave systems. But here there is a limitation for this. For this limitations, right? Databases and max limit on the number of slaves. Max limit on the number of slaves. Like if you talk like Oracle, right, it can have maximum 256 slave systems. 256 nodes are slaves, right? Slave systems. Beyond that, it cannot, right? It cannot support data. Once these 256 slaves or systems gets filled, it cannot support data further. If we talk like MySQL, just it can support only 54 slaves. Supports only 54 slaves. Yes. MySQL Express, right? MySQL Express, it can support nearly 256 slaves. And DB2, right, it supports nearly like 256 slaves. Oracle, MySQL Express, DB2, SQL Server, right? Yes, SQL Server, right? Like 256 slaves. Right. So they can support only up to 256. Beyond that, they cannot support, right? But we have got some specialized databases like Teradata, right? Teradata, it can support nearly 512 slaves, right? Systems for storing its data. And Netija, right? It can also support, right? 512 slaves. Vertica also can support nearly 512 slaves for storing its data. Okay, MySQL Express, DB2, SQL Server, Teradata, Netija, Vertica. But Teradata and Netija, now they are supporting nearly 1024 systems or slaves, right, to store its data. And Netija also supporting 1024, right, 1024 slaves for storing its data. Right, but still I cannot say like they are storing unlimited storage is possible. No, once they get filled, they cannot support data further. But there is no limit. There is no limit on the number of slaves. That Hadoop can have, right? Yes. But there is no limit on the number of slaves that Hadoop can have. Unlimited number of slaves, right? So that. So Yahoo, when first time implemented Hadoop, went with 4,000 slaves. 4,000 slaves for storing its data. And currently it is going with currently Yahoo using nearly 12,000 slaves or nodes, right, for storing its data. Facebook, right? Facebook, when first time implemented Hadoop, went with 8,000 slaves for storing its data. Currently it is going with, right? Currently it is going with 12,000 slaves for 42,000 slaves, right? 42,000 slaves for storing its data, right? Means there is no limit like the databases going with 256 or 512, but here they can go with the thousands. There is no limit on the number of slaves that Hadoop can have, right? Yes.
Vijay, sorry to interrupt. Can you please repeat what is the slaves and nodes are?
Yes, that I'll be discussing, right? So one second. See, Hadoop follows a single master, multiple slaves, master slave architecture. So Hadoop or Spark follows, right? Master slave, not client server architecture, master slave. Single master means these are multiple slaves. Slave nodes, we say. This is master node, these are slave nodes. Group of nodes, CPUs. Group of nodes are CPUs. They're connected in a network. One master node and all are nodes are slaves, nothing but systems, CPUs. One master node and multiple slave nodes. So in Hadoop, if there is a file, in Hadoop, data is stored in the form of files. The data f1.txt, think that your system or the slave 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB. Means each system storage is 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB. Slaves nothing but system. nodes. Master node means it's a one system, slaves and multiple systems, right? So each system capacity 1 TB. My file size is 2 TB. This 2 TB cannot fit into any of this file, right? Any of this system, it cannot be accommodated by any system, right? So in Hadoop, data is going to be split into smaller parts. It is going to be split into smaller parts and will be first part in one system, second one in another system, this in another system. Means distributed storage, you see. The data is going to get distributed across multiple systems and processed by multiple systems. Two advantages what we can see. Huge data file can be accommodated. Secondly, as it is distributed across multiple systems, they are processed parallelly. They are processed parallelly, right? Yes. Okay, they are processed parallelly. Okay, so we'll see very high speed, right? Because a single file distributed across multiple systems and is processed parallelly, very high speed. See, if work done by one system, work done by multiple systems, means work done by one person and work done by multiple persons. You can see that speed, right? Yes, that's what high speed. Okay. So these are the systems, means Hadoop, horizontally unlimited number of slaves. Horizontally, you can keep on adding the systems or slaves, right? Slaves means systems. We can have any number of systems. There is no limit. But for databases, there is a limit. Yeah, how many systems can be? And Yahoo, Facebook went with 42,000 systems for storing its data. Initially, it was using 8,000. Currently, it is using this. Means there is no limit on the number of systems that Hadoop can have. Slaves, right, can have, but there is a limit in other databases. So storage point of view, it is proven, and the processing point of view, it is proven in the market, right? Yes, understood, right? What is Hadoop, why Hadoop, right? And drawbacks with the databases, Hadoop advantages, right? And most of this today, if you see, most of the applications generating huge data, so to be stored and to be processed, these big data tools are mostly preferred, right? Yes. One second. Now see these advantages, and as compared, some tests were conducted by Yahoo to check the speed of these databases, where Hadoop has taken minutes of time, where the other things they have taken like days and hours. It has taken minutes of time. And why databases like Oracle or this cannot support, means they have limit on the number of slaves. Fine. So if you see, if you talk about Spark, right? Spark, a very high speed processing technology, right? Used currently, it has got great demand in the market. The tool has got great demand. About this Spark, right? The advantages, its features, all this I'll be demonstrating in the tomorrow session, right? But as what is the course structure, right? What is that course content we'll be discussing, right? I'll just show you what we'll be discussing as part of this course. Some Hadoop components and Spark, right? So like big data Hadoop introduction. Second. Why Hadoop need of Hadoop data sources and HDFS, Hadoop distributed file system. We need to have the knowledge on this HDFS file system. It doesn't use databases as it got some drawbacks. MapReduce execution model, right? In Hadoop. And Scoop, SQL plus Hadoop. First two characters of this and last three characters of it form Scoop, right? Import or export operations, how to bring data, how to pull the data from different databases, processing it, and after processed, the data need to be again taken to databases. Import and export operations, it's not for processing, it's just for importing data and exporting data, right? And filtering, transforming, all this. Yarn, yet another resource negotiator. So from Hadoop 2 version onwards, we got many architectural changes. Yet another resource negotiator. And as a Hadoop and Spark developer, you need to have the idea about at least one NoSQL database, not only SQL for schema-less behavior, random access. NoSQL advantage is record to record, different number of fields or columns can be maintained. In SQL, first record to last record, same number of columns need to be maintained, right? But in NoSQL, my first record with 3 fields, second record with 5 fields, third record with 10 fields, right? Record to record, different number of fields can be maintained, right? And as part of our course, I'll be discussing the HBase, one NoSQL database, HBase and HBase data modeling and CRUD operations, and Hive and HBase integration. And next, the important Hadoop component like Hive, which is used for data warehouse. We use a language called HQL here, loading data and making the data structured and creating tables, internal tables, external tables. We're working with unstructured XML, JSON data, working with URL weblog data, unions, joins, UDF, UDAF, UDTFs, right? Non-partition, partition table, indexing, bucketing, partitioning, static partitioning, dynamic partitioning, right? And now coming to this PySpark, right? Spark with Python. So up to now, that is what Hadoop components that we'll be discussing, right? Now PySpark. PySpark real-time use cases, PySpark session, PySpark context, Spark context, parallelized repartitioning, broadcast variables, PySpark RTD computations, RTD persistence or persistence features options, PySpark core computation, and increasing the number of partitions, groupings and aggregations, single grouping, single aggregation, multi groupings, multiple aggregations, group by key, reduce by key, various actions and transformations, right? Various one by one actions and transformations, count by key, count by value, sort by key. So one by one inbuilt transformations and actions, we no need to write huge codings. So various inner join, Cartesian, PySpark SQL data frames, right? Making the data structured using maps, RTDs, PySpark, RTD, PySpark show, row class, select, collect, with column renamed where, order by, group, join, union, one by one. All these APIs, right? With working examples. PySpark SQL functions, aggregate functions, window functions, date functions, JSON, right? Read, right? And built-in functions, right? When, expression, lit, translate, overlay, 2 times time, percentage rank, count, distinct, row number, rank, dense rank, type lit, right? All this. And PySpark external sources, working with SQL statements, Hive integration, working with CSV, JSON, transformations and auctions on data frames, narrow and wide transformations, handling nulls, writing data back to external sources, deployment modes, local and cluster, PySpark applications, stages and tasks, driver and executor, deploying Spark applications to cluster, streaming integration with Kafka and PySpark, machine learning library, right? Yes. So all this in brief, right? In depth, we'll be discussing about entire data analytics with Hadoop and Spark, different APIs given and with many working examples, right? Yes. Fine. Yeah. So I'll be briefing about the Spark features, advantages, how it is used in the real time, right? In the tomorrow session, right? So this is what the course content. So every session will be video recorded. You will be getting the recorded videos of it. And clear notes will be provided, right? Fine. So this is a weekend batch. Yes, give me a minute, give me a second, right? I'll just come back with your queries. So on Saturday it will be like 2 to 2.5 hours. Sunday it will be 2 to 2.5 hours, right? 5 hours per week. So only on Saturday and Sundays it's a weekend batch. Yes. Fine. So it's totally of 12 weekends, right? 12 weekends. In depth, in brief, we'll be discussing, and all the softwares, everything I'll be provided, right, in through Google Drive, and videos also you'll be getting to Google Drive. Notes I'll be forwarding through mail, right? Fine. If you got any queries, you can go with your queries, and tomorrow also you can attend the session, right, at same time at 5:30 to see more on this. Mostly on Spark, I'll be briefing you, right, before I go with that basics of this big data, right? Yeah, any queries you have got, you can go ahead with your queries, right? Yes.
Sir, can we have any project? I mean, live project, something like that.
So at the last, I'll be showing you the flow, right, on this.
Okay.
So do we need to have Java and Python programming knowledge before continuing with this course?
So here, PySpark means you need to have Spark with Python implementation. You need to have the knowledge on Python, basic Python, right? Yes. So the course is of 12 weeks, right? And the fee structure is 12,000, right? For which constitutes both Hadoop and Spark, right? Previously, there were two separate courses. Now both we combined, we are giving for an offer, right? It's like 12,000 for both, like 12 weekends. It goes for 3 months, right? And the Hadoop and especially for Spark, total implementation goes in Python, right? And anyone wants to also, because first 1 month or 1 month I'll be discussing on Hadoop, right, where we won't touch any Python there. So by the time we can update with Python, by the time when we start Spark, right? So people, and if you want Python also, I'll be also handling some Python batches, right? So those who wants Python also along batch, right, which is going to be started. So, yes. So first 1 month we'll be having discussion on Hadoop, where we use we'll be discussing about these Hadoop components. By the time we start, we can just update with Python. If anyone not aware about Python, right? Yes. So, yeah. Any other queries, right? Yes.
Sir, since I've already joined Python just yesterday, so can it be clubbed with this course, my Python course?
Okay, if you're, yes, if anyone already done, right? So it was said, right? It's the 15K is that fee, right? So if anyone attending Python, if they want to get updated, right, 15K is the total package.
Okay, thank you.
And normal only for Hadoop and Spark. If you already had knowledge on Spark, it's 12K is the fee structure, right?
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to understand, sir, the type of projects, like you will be doing a project, and will, like, at the end of this course or at the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, what type of projects will be exposed to, or we will be doing on our own? Can we do on our own the projects once we complete the course?
Yes, totally. You will be getting command on this total Hadoop and Spark related APIs, right? When to use what, for what task, what to be performed, right? So will be during the course itself, right? We'll be designing many data flows, right? Spark, especially, it's a data flow language, right? So many data flows will be designing, right? With many working examples.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you have a separate classes for Python, or it is there in the class?
So no, separate timings will be there, and means this Tuesday at 7 a.m. in the morning, I'm starting a Python batch, right? Morning 7 a.m. right?
When it's going to start?
On 31st of this month, after 3 days. At morning 7 a.m. right? At morning 7 a.m. there is a Python batch I'm going to start morning 7 a.m. right?
Okay.
And 31st of this month, and again 14th of this next, after 2 weeks, right? There is one more batch in 7 p.m. right? I'm going to start.
Sir, is there no batch for weekend because I'm working professional. Weekdays is not possible for me.
So most of the weekends I'll be dealing with Spark and Scala and Spark PySpark batches are there, and this data analytic batches, mostly this I'll be dealing with. But people, okay, there are some people previously who have joined, right? If he doesn't have knowledge on Python, even if you attend the sessions, that's fine. Otherwise, following the videos, that's fine if you're unable to attend. But there are no weekend batches. But whenever you have got any queries, people will be joining and you'll be asking the queries, right? Any 1 or 2 days, right? If unable to attend. Yes. No weekend batches for Python. No weekend batches for Python, but for this only we have got the weekend batches for this.
So this timings will not change, right? Or
No.
it
This
will
timing,
change.
this timing won't change. I have got other batches, right? Other timings. This will be.
Okay. Yeah, because this is convenient, so that's why if it changes,
Yes.
then my schedule will change.
Yes.
Okay.
So are
Thank
you
you.
covering the installation steps also?
What is it?
Installation steps.
Yeah. How to install on Windows, how to install on Linux, and how to work on this Anaconda, Jupyter, Spider, PyCharm. All this I'll be discussing, right?
Okay. And I heard like the pig and yarn is out of scope, so nowhere there is.
Pig, we are not discussing pig, right?
Okay. And what about deployment like yarn so architecture? So that is also no more. So airflows, something kind of things you're using.
Pig, yeah. Apache pig is we are not discussing that pig. Apache pig is not discussed. So other components.
What about yarn?
So yarn architecture will be discussing. Yeah, only the architectural part.
Okay, and deployment means like nowadays they are using airflow. So instead of yarn, so nowhere they're using yarn architecture also.
So at the last, I'll be providing that knowledge on that.
Okay.
So
and if you
yes.
So you are covering the airflow also, right? So the deployment option.
So this is what you can once again just to go through all this course content, right? It will be, you will be getting this course content to your mail IDs. So all this in-depth knowledge on PySpark, all the APIs with many working examples, right? Yes.
Okay. And this PySpark, how it will differ from working in Databricks that's in cluster mode?
Yeah, that also how to work with the Databricks, that also I'll be discussing, right?
Okay. So and what about Delta live tables that you are covering?
What is it? No.
Delta live tables.
No, that is not covered here.
Okay. Fine. Thanks.
Okay, fine. Any other queries, right? Anyone?
Sir, how to pay the fees? I mean,
yeah. Tomorrow, right? During the session, there will be. So you will be getting a mail, right? Whatever mail ID you have joined, you'll be getting a mail, right? They'll be giving the entire the payment process and procedure,
okay.
Right? Through. Okay. And also tomorrow during the class in the chart panel, they'll be posting that payment options, everything, right? In the chart panel. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So I'm stopping for now. So we'll continue tomorrow, same time at 5:30. You can follow the same link to see more on this, right? Tomorrow, mostly my discussion will be on Spark, PySpark, right? Introduction on this PySpark and the features, the advantages, all this, right? So I'm stopping for now. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Vijay?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah. Any query? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Already I opted for the Python and the data science and the tech of that. So already you told that tech will be on
you opted for
Python, data science, and the 7 batch.
Okay.
Python.
Okay, yes. People who are already said, right, only for Hadoop and Spark it is like 12K, and if anyone already doing Python here in this Durga soft, and like if anybody wants to update with Python, right, the fee structure is 15K. If you already have done paid for this Python and if you're updating with the Python, right, so your total package will be 15K.
I'm about the timing of the classes.
Timing will be right every week on Saturday.
Already you said that stack will be at the backend batch only.
This is a weekend batch, right? This is a weekend batch only.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, right?
No, you said that full stack will be on weekend batch only. The 7 p.m. batch there. So this for
so all these are weekend batches. I'll be running from morning to evening, right? Many weekend batches on Scala, Spark with Scala, and big data analytics. Right? Many weekend batches. Yes. Okay.
I'll back to you there.
Fine. Okay. So I'm stopping here. We'll continue tomorrow, same time at 5:30, right? Fine.
So let me fix our agenda. Let me
Fix our agenda, guys, please. So today we are going to be understand what is DevOps. We're going to be understand what is DevOps for today. In tomorrow, we are going to be understand what is Azure and what is the difference between Azure versus DevOps. So this is an exactly class for tomorrow, but today we are going to be understand what is an exactly DevOps. We are going to be understand. So this course is designed with complete DevOps plus complete Azure plus Linux basics. So first we're going to be our course will be starts with what? Linux. We're going to be starts with what? Linux. Then we're going to be starts with what? Azure administration, which we are going to be covering, please. Git administration we're going to be covering. Then after completion of Azure, we're going to be discuss about DevOps. So this is an exactly flow of our class. So before starting the session, let it be course overview. This course is designed with what? Complete DevOps, complete Azure administration, Linux basics with shell script. The total duration of this course is 5 months. It will take 5 months. Total duration is, it will be 5 months. So Azure duration itself 2 months plus. So DevOps duration is 3 months. Total how much, guys, please? 5 months. If you join in this course, so you require a Linux basics that I will be covered. And shell script also required, that also will be covered. No programming like Java, .NET, Python not required. So to learn this course, so practice daily, you require a laptop with this configurations. So either freshers can join or experience, anyone can join, either freshers or experience, anyone can join in this course. So minimum graduation is graduation. Any graduate can join like this, like a BSc Computers, MC, MBA, BTech, MTech. Any graduate can join in this course. If you join in this course, which are all the benefits? So daily class recordings, after the payment, you will receive via Google Drive. From date of registration, it is 11 months access. So resume preparation, interview question and answers. For live real-time projects, it will be covered. 80% of software it will be covered. Our course starts with very basic level, finish with what? An advanced. Finish with what? An advanced, please. And each and every session is a practical oriented session. I will implement in front of you. The same thing you're going to be implement in your laptop also. So after completion of this course, you will receive a certificate from our institute. So daily 1 hour session. Daily 1 hour session, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday. So you're going to be paying 12,000 rupees for complete DevOps, for complete Azure, and for daily recording sessions, guys, please. It is an exactly course overview. And so before starting the session, so I'm going to be ask you. So before starting the session, so let me introduce myself. So my name is Mohan. I have totally 15 years IT experience. So my career starts as what? Java developer. Then I turn as a DevOps engineer with AWS as well as Azure also. So from last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer. Senior DevOps engineer. So before starting, so I'm going to be ask you 3 questions. So what are the first question I'm going to be ask you? What is an application? Second question is what? What is a server? Third question is what? What is SDLC? So what is an application? Anybody help me? Application is nothing but what? A website. Application is a website like a Flipkart, Book My Show, IRCTC. These are all we calling as what? Website. We are calling as what? Applications. What is an application? Anybody help me? The working software which is written any programming language, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placing on server side. We're going to be placing on server side, please. So once if it is placed on server side, we can able to access over internet as a website. So I'll repeat this point, listen very carefully. What is an application? Anybody help me? Application is equal to website. Application is equal to website. The website we're going to be placing on where? Servers. Once if it is placed, we're going to be accessing over internet as what? Website. I hope you people are understand. And third question is what exactly? SDLC. SDLC. So what is an SDLC? Please, anybody help me? Software development lifecycle. Software development lifecycle. In SDLC, we have several stages like analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. So these are all stages we have. These are all the stages we have. Analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. So by helping of SDLC, we can produce an application. That application we are going to be placing on server side. Then we are going to be accessing as a website. So means by using SDLC, we can produce a software to do business in internet. To do the business in internet. So, for example, if you want to, a Flipkart kind of application, like a Redbus kind of applications, can able to get it overnight? Can able to get overnight in a single day? No, it is not possible. It is not possible. So what we'll do, please, step by step, stage by stage. So what are the first step, guys, please? Analysis means gathering information, means how exactly login page, how exactly registration page, how exactly the payment gateway, each and every information will be gathered from where? Client. How exactly the business model, what is the business, what are the purpose is doing business, what are the scope of this business, what are the market, each and everything it will be gather and analysis. Based on analysis, it will be design. Based on analysis, it will be design. Design is nothing but what? Plan. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According to the plan, our developers will be implemented by using Java, .NET, Python, implement. By using any programming, our developers will be implement. So once if it is implement, so our testers will be verified whether it is working or not. It will be verified. So once if it is verified, so then we are going to be placing on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, so we can able to access over internet as a website. Whether it is working or not, we are keep on monitoring and maintenance. This entire flow we are calling as what? SDLC, software development lifecycle. In this SDLC, so architects are involved, developers are involved, testers are involved, Linux administrators involved, DB administrators involved, DevOps engineers, AWS administrators, Azure administrators, all people. All are people are involving in this flow. If you are IT employee, if you are a software employee, you are part of this diagram. You're part of this diagram. You're part of SDLC. So testers can verify the software. Developers can write the code. What about DevOps engineer here? What about Azure people here? Understood very clearly. What is an exactly DevOps engineer do here? So as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be implementing a DevOps process. As a DevOps engineer, we are going to be implementing DevOps process. What is the DEV, guys, please? Development. What is OPS, please? Operation. The combination of development plus operation we are calling as what? DevOps. That means our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. That means, so we are part of coding, we are part of build, we are part of testing, we are part of release, we are part of deploy and operation monitor. But to be frankly, we are not writing any coding. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing an automated DevOps process. An automated DevOps process. So once in implement DevOps process, we are going to be delivering automatically, which is written by developer, that code automatically deploying onto the production environment. The lines of code, which is written, the lines of code by developer, it's going to be deploying on production environment. So while delivering working software from dev environment to production environment, make sure whether you are going to be delivered within a shortest time or not, whether you're going to be delivered with a high quality or not, with a low cost or not. It is a DevOps. So what is a DevOps? Anybody help me? Is DevOps is the technology? No. Like Python, like Java? No. It is not a technology. It is a process. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a methodology. DevOps is a process. So while implementing this DevOps process, make sure whether you are going to be delivering working software within a shortest time or not, with a high quality or not, with a low cost or not, is nothing but what? DevOps process. Is nothing but what? DevOps process. Is nothing but what? DevOps process. So by using DevOps, which are all the advantages, guys, please, we can able to deliver fast and frequent. And we can able to improve n number of deployment. And with high quality, with low cost, with a low failure rate. So these are all the features and advantages by using DevOps process. So once if you are getting into the company, so what is an exactly roles and responsibilities? Replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. Complex pipeline. Replacing with what? Transparent pipeline. Sir, what is a complex pipeline? Our SDLC process is complex. DevOps process is a transparent. Sir, why we are calling SDLC is a complex? Because of it is a manual process. Because of it is a manual process from analysis to design, design to implementation, implement testing. It is a manual process. It is a manual process. So due to the manual process, if you got any issue in the middle, so to identification, it will take Long time. For resolving, long time. That's what we're calling as a complex. So to understand one more time, so we have a water pipeline underground. Somewhere else we have a blockage. How difficult to find it? Very difficult. Am I right or wrong? For identification, it will take long time. For resolving also it will long time. That's what we're calling as a complex. But what we're expecting as, please? We're expecting a transparent pipeline. We're expecting what? A transparent pipeline. But the same block in a transparent pipeline. By one look itself, we can able to find it or not? By one look itself, we can able to find it or not? Yes, we can able to find it. We can able to find it. And we can able to resolve this issue as soon as possible. So how exactly you can feel it here? The same way our DevOps process also. Because if it is a transparent pipeline, because if it is a transparent and automated process, while implementing this, if we got any issue, any problem, can able to find it very easily or no? Can able to resolve it very easily or no? Yes. Yes. So that's what we're calling as what? DevOps is an automated transparent pipeline. But actual DevOps transparent pipeline will look like this. The actual DevOps transparent pipeline look like this only. Clear all of you? So in this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have a plan, code, integration, testing, release, deploy, and operation. Plan, code, integration, test, release, deploy, and operations, guys, please. So in this DevOps transparent pipeline, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Coding. Ends with where? Operations. Ends with where? Operation. That means we are part of coding, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. So while implementing this DevOps process, so we are not part of planning. We are not doing any planning. We are not doing any coding. We are not writing any coding. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing an automated DevOps transparent pipeline from dev environment to production environment. Got it? It's very clear, all of you. It's very clear, all.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir. But let us understand a little bit deeper. Let us understand. So developers keep on writing code or no? Developers are keep on writing code or no? Yes. That code is going to be maintained by DevOps engineer. We're going to be maintaining. Writing is responsible by the developer. Maintain is responsible by the DevOps engineer. And then, so how many developers are writing? N number of developers are continuously writing. So developers are continuously writing. As a DevOps engineer, we continuously integrate. So once if it is integrated, all developer source code, so we are going to be execute our test cases. We're going to be execute our test cases. So once if it is an execute, if there is no error, we are going to be delivering. We are going to be delivering into release. This entire process we are calling as what? CI/CD, continuous integration, making working software. We are going to be a deliver, continuous integration, continuous deliver, CI/CD. So once if it is implement CI/CD, we are going to be deploying our applications on hundreds of servers, either physical servers or virtual servers or Azure cloud servers. We can go for Azure cloud servers. And once if it is placed our applications on hundreds of servers, we can able to access over internet as a website. Clear? That's it. So whether it is working or not, so we are continuously monitoring and maintenance. This entire process, which you are calling as what? DevOps process. DevOps process. This DevOps process, either we can implement physical servers or virtual servers or cloud servers, any cloud, either Azure or AWS or Google. Understood very clearly where we are, what we are going to be learning. Fine. But if you want to implement this DevOps process, we have to understand some tool stack. We have to understand some tool stack. The first which we are going to be implementing, CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery. There is a two ways. One is a raw way or else Azure way. Both we are going to be learning. Raw way we are going to be implementing, and the same thing we are going to be implementing in Azure CI/CD pipeline. Both. Both. Azure CI/CD pipeline. Both. So first let us understand raw way. Means Git is a version control. Git is a version control. So which is written by developers. Keep on writing lines of code or no? That code is going to be maintained by Git in a version wide. Once if it written the Java code, we are going to be executing by build tool Maven. Maven is a build tool. Maven is a build tool. So once if it is an execute our code, we are going to be integrate by helping of Jenkins. Jenkins is an automation. Jenkins is a automation tool. Jenkins is an automation tool. And we are going to be learning JFrog also. JFrog is a code analyzer. JFrog is a release. Sorry, repeating. JFrog is nothing but what? Release. JFrog is a release. And we are going to be learning SonarQube. It is not in syllabus, but if we have, definitely, if we have time, definitely we'll discuss SonarQube also. So by helping of these are all the tools, Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, we are going to be implementing CI/CD pipeline. But the same thing we are simulating in, same thing we are going to be understand one more time in Azure DevOps also. It is a raw way, and another way Azure CI/CD pipeline also. Two ways we're going to be learning this. That's what we're taking 5 months on, more time. Fine. And then, so after implementing our CI/CD pipeline, CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery, we want to deploy our applications on hundreds of servers or no? Hundreds of servers or no? These hundreds of servers, how we can able to automate? For example, I want to create a file on 100 servers. Do it by manually one by one. How much time it will take? Just creating one file, 100 servers, and how much time it will take? For example, if you want to install a software, for example, you want to delete a file. If you do manually, how difficult? Please think about it. But what you wanted? An automated process that we are going to be implementing by helping of configuration management. So these hundreds of servers, we can automate, we can automate by helping of configuration management. So what is an exactly configuration management? Replacing with what? A manual configuration process with replaced with what? An automated process. This configuration management supported by Ansible. And so many tools we have. But we're going to be learning Ansible. So by using Ansible, hundreds of our production servers we can automate. We can easily deploy our applications. But these hundreds of servers, from where we can able to get it? Azure. By using Azure, we can easily get hundreds of servers. On top of hundreds of Azure servers, we are going to be deploying our application by using Ansible. Clear all of you, please. So not only deploying our applications on Azure, we can able to deploying on Docker also. Docker also. Sir, what is a Docker? Docker is a container. Docker container. Easily we can able to deploying our applications, like a Flipkart kind of applications. To understand. So I think you have real-time containers in your. So I think you have an idea about these containers. How these containers work? Same way. My Docker containers also works. But by using these containers, we can able to transport seafood. If we transport a seafood, any product. But by using our containers, we can deploying our websites like a Flipkart, Amazon, Book My Show, Redbus. We can able to maintain our websites very easily. Not only deploying our applications on Azure servers, we can able to deploy our applications on Docker containers also. But these Docker containers can manage by whom? Ship. How exactly the ship can manage these containers? The same way, my Docker containers can manage by Kubernetes. We're going to be learning Docker and Kubernetes. The same we are going to be implementing in Azure also, please. AKS. Azure Kubernetes services. We're going to be learning Azure Kubernetes services also. And we're going to be learning Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. Negios is a system monitoring tool. By using Vagrant, we can able to create a virtual machines in your laptop. By using Negios, we can able to monitor our servers, whether it is server is up and down. So what is the CPU load? We are going to be monitor. We're going to be learning Elastic, Logstacks, Kibana monitoring tools also. How exactly our application is performance? We are going to be monitor. And we're going to be learning Terraform also. By using Terraform, we can able to create a infrastructure, means servers in any cloud, either AWS or Azure or Google. By using Terraform, we are going to be creating infrastructure in Azure. So by using these all the tools, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. We're going to be implementing our DevOps process. So I hope you people are understands very clearly what we are going to be learning in DevOps portion. So today we understood very clearly what is DevOps. In tomorrow's session, we are going to be understand what is Azure and what is the difference between Azure and DevOps. That is a session for tomorrow. Okay. So, and before taking a questions only, so we are going to be start with what? Linux basics, then Azure, then it's a flow of our classes. So Linux, it will take 15 days. Azure, it will take 2 months. DevOps, it will take 3 months. There is no fast track and no hurry. We're going to be learning in depth, practical oriented. For example, if you go for Ansible itself, we're going to be discussing 3 weeks. CSID itself 1 month. Docker and Kubernetes, we're going to be discussing 1 month. So we're going to be start very, very basic from very scratch, and each and every component we're going to be understand, and each and every functionality we're going to be do practically. By end, we will do one project in each and every model. This is exactly our approach. Okay. So let us revise one more time. So what exactly we are going to be. So total duration of this course is what? 5 months plus. It include complete DevOps, complete Azure, Linux Basic, and Shell. So shell script I'm going to be covering. Linux basics I'm going to be covering. No programming is not required. So you have a required to practice this session. Freshers can join in this course, and experienced students also can join in this course. Any graduate can join in this course. Any graduate can join in this course. So daily recordings you will receive after the payment via Google Drive. From date of registration, you're going to be accessing 11 months. Resume preparation, interview question and answers, for live real-time projects I will be covered. 80% of soft materials, yes, we will be. Our course starts with very basic level and finish with what? An advanced level. So in each and every session is a practical oriented session. And after completion of this course, you will receive a certificate. You will receive a certificate. So daily 1 hour session is more than enough. So 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. So Monday to Saturday classes. So you're going to be paying 12,000 rupees for complete DevOps, for complete Azure administration, as well as recording sessions. If you want to talk to admin, please talk to 9297. It is my admin number. You can call or you can WhatsApp. You can call or you can WhatsApp. So this is exactly my course content. So what I'm going to be covered in DevOps, what I'm going to be covered in DevOps, in Linux, so you can able to revise this. If you copy paste this link in the chat box or else in any browser, you can see this. So first document is what? Course overview. Second document is DevOps content. Third document, Azure content. It is still loading, please wait. Here is. Look at once what I'm going to be covered. It around maybe 20 pages of DevOps content. 20 pages. 10 pages of, I think, roughly 10 pages of Azure content. Okay, please revise once. Okay. So that is exactly for today's session. Okay. So before close this session. So before close this session, so do you have any questions? Please ask me.
So do we cover Azure administration plus Azure DevOps?
Both are.
As well as DevOps.
Both are same. And Azure DevOps and DevOps are same.
Azure DevOps and DevOps are same. But I think those are different. Azure is a common source where you can adapt for AWS DevOps.
No, so process DevOps is same. And if you go for anywhere else, DevOps is same. Either go for Azure or go for AWS. Process is same. And what we are going to implement, everything is same. But in Azure, we have a separate pipeline. In CI/CD separate pipeline that we are going to be learning also. Azure CI/CD pipeline that we are going to be learning. Not only raw way. So with these tools and as well as in Azure also, we're going to be, that's what we're calling as Azure DevOps.
4 real-time projects we have. 4 real-time.
Yes.
So those projects we want to do in lab or like.
So I will show in the same class itself. We'll implement in the same class itself. We're going to implement. So every day is a practical session. Every day is a practical session. Slowly we can understand each and every component. And each and everything we're going to be practice. So in the live, same way, how we are practicing each and every day, by end, we'll do one project by helping of this entire model, either CI/CD or Docker, Kubernetes, or else Ansible. So we'll do one project by end. So how we are going to implement one task that we are calling as a project. in the same class itself.
Can we keep the project in place?
Yes.
So we gotta do it in class itself.
Yes.
Without laptops.
Yes.
So can we expect any placement assistance?
Talk to admin. So I will provide resume preparation and regarding that. Centric question I will put. Any placement regarding that. So talk to admin, they will help you.
So within 11 months access.
That is recording.
Only recording.
Recording access 11 months
Okay.
from date of registration. So any questions, please, online students? Pavan, Rajesh. Manjuna, Tejas, Vishal. Any question, please, online students? Yeah, Tejas, please. So what is the question, please? Online students, do you have any questions, please?
Sir?
1 second. So Tejas had this question, the DevOps content covered will be based on AWS or Azure. We are joined here is only Azure. We covering only Azure, no AWS. Sorry, we can't expect anything AWS here. That is different batch. AWS DevOps is different. Azure DevOps is different. But in both places, DevOps is same. Okay, but way of implementation, way process is different. Means on which cloud and Azure only. No? Is this Azure DevOps or no? Yes. We're going to be implementing on Azure only. Yes. Changes. Azure DevOps, we are going to be learning. Yes. Yeah. So is there any other questions, please? Still, your question, please.
Can you have what Azure and AWS are both are cloud or different versions?
Both are cloud and Azure or AWS, both are cloud. Both are cloud. So what is the cloud? Why we are using cloud? What is the Azure? We're going to be learning tomorrow. Tomorrow session. The music will be there tomorrow. Fine. Okay, but for you, for your understanding, for his question. So for example, what is the difference between Azure and AWS? So by using these two, we can able to get a rental-based infrastructure and either servers or cloud, any kind of thing, we're going to be getting a rental-based infrastructure, either by Azure or AWS. Both are same. GCP also same one. Okay, but some companies are using Azure, some companies are using AWS. That's what we're learning. AWS DevOps is separately, Azure DevOps is separate.
Most of the companies prefer one. AWS.
For this question, I will please answer to this question, please. For example, I want to buy a shirt in online. My preference is Amazon. Your preference might be Flipkart. Who can decide this? You force me to buy in a Flipkart me? Can I force to buy in Amazon? Customer depends. So, but we can see in the market. So first leading this point is AWS. Then second place is Azure. Market as per the market standard. So slowly is gradually is increasing and market occupation is gradually increasing by Azure. But top is AWS always because if it is first to cloud provider.
So where can we get the course content?
I shown you know I pasted content to you.
So
Please take this photo. Just pasted this link in the browser. You can able to access. All of you students, please be take a photo. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Please take it. Fine. So we're going to be learning Linux also, 15 days of Linux first, basics, fundamentals. Then we start Azure. Then it will take DevOps, and that's what it will take 5 minutes. That's what fees also very high. Okay, fine. So that's it, guys, please. So we'll discuss about tomorrow what is Azure. Okay. What is the difference between Azure and DevOps? That is the class for tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your time. We'll be continuing by tomorrow at the same time, same place. So in the last session, we understood very clearly what is DevOps. What is DevOps? We understood very clearly. So the yesterday session, it is already uploaded in the YouTube. So Azure DevOps tutorial by Mr. Maha at 7 p.m. So you can able to watch from here. Who are all new joiners for today, you can able to get it this from our YouTube channel. So Durga Soft Solution YouTube channel. Fine, it is already uploaded. Fine. So before starting the session, so first let us fix our agenda. Let us fix our agenda, guys, please. Let us fix our agenda. Let us fix our agenda, guys, please. So today we're going to be discussing about what is Azure. What is Azure? We are going to be discussing for today. In the last session, we understood very clearly what is DevOps. In the last session, we understood what is DevOps. Today, we're going to be understand what is Azure. What is Azure? We understood. We are going to be understood for today. So before starting the session, so I'm going to be ask you one question. Please answer to me. What is an application? Anybody help me? What is an exactly application? Application is equal to website, like Redbus, like Flipkart, like Hardstar, any kind of website, cart, or any kind of website, we are calling as what? A application. What is an application? The working software which is written, any programming, we are calling as what? Application. That application which you are calling as what? Websites. So if you want to deploy, this application, if you want to place our applications on hundreds of servers, if you want to maintain this Flipkart kind of applications, we required a infrastructure. We required infrastructure. So what is an exactly infrastructure, please? What is an exactly infrastructure? Anybody? If you open a dictionary, what is the meaning? Infrastructure, for example, to conduct this class, DevOps class or Azure class, we require infrastructure or no? We required infrastructure or not? What kind of infrastructure to conduct the session? Fans, lights, AC, chairs, laptop, TV, projector, internet connectivity, my water bottle. So these are all infrastructure is required to conduct this Azure classes or no? The same way, my question is, for maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications, what kind of infrastructure we require, guys, please? We require servers, we require majorly, we require servers, we require a network, we required databases, we required storage. So these are all major infrastructure is required to maintain our applications. To maintain our applications. So from how many places, how many ways we can able to get this infrastructure? How many ways to get infrastructure, please? We can able to get either. We can able to get either. We can able to get either physical form, physical environment, or virtual environment, or cloud environment. So for maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications, we require a infrastructure. This infrastructure, either you can able to get it physical environment or virtual environment or cloud environment But tell me, what is a cloud compute, please? What is a cloud compute? What is a cloud compute? What is a cloud compute? What is a cloud computing? So what is the question I'm asking, please? What is a cloud computing? Listen very carefully. If you can able to access the remote placed resources over internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud computing. So let us understand a little bit deeper. So what is an exactly cloud computing? What is an exactly cloud computing? What is an exactly cloud computing, please? If you can able to access, the remote placed resources over internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud computing. So for example, it is a data center. This data center is physically exists somewhere else in remote. This data center is existing in somewhere else in remote place, like in US, Singapore, Mumbai, somewhere else. The data center is like, so the huge computing power, keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as what? A data center. It is a physical exist. From this data center, if you can able to access a server, a network, a storage in a virtual form over internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud compute. Cloud compute. I'll repeat this point. So these data centers are exist. One second now. These data centers are existing in where? Physically somewhere else remote placed. From this remote place, if we can able to access a server, a network, a storage, a database in a virtual form, if we can able to access or control over a internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud compute. But by using cloud, we can able to get a rental based infrastructure. Rental based infrastructure. By using cloud, we can able to get a rental based infrastructure. Rental based infrastructure. By using cloud, we are not buying anything. We're going to be getting a rental based infrastructure. Example, which is easy for you: build, then use, and select, then use. Always select, then use. Always